Good evening, Vacaville. This is the regularly scheduled City Council meeting, September 23rd, 2025 at 6 p.m. May I have a roll call?
Council Agency Authority Member Stockton.
Here.
Silva.
Here.
Ritchie.
Here.
Freemel.
Here.
Wiley. Here. Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Chapman. Here. Mayor Chair Carley.
Here. And if you're able, please rise for a moment of silence.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so far, we'll move on as far as a report out of closed session. For at least this portion, there's nothing to report out. However, we will continue after the conclusion of this meeting for future items, and there potentially will be something to report out then. And with that, any changes to tonight's agenda?
No changes.
All right, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the agenda. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. All right, a motion or a report to the City Council. Before we go down the list of any meetings that we've attended, we're going to go ahead and start with a discussion on the appointment of Bob Hampton as Planning Commissioner for the City of Vacaville. This is this abbreviated term due to the vacancy that was created. And so with that, I've had the opportunity to interview. There was 4 applicants. It was a great opportunity to have a good discussion with all of them. And ultimately, before the council tonight, I am recommending that Bob Hampton be selected. It's up to the council to vote, but I'd like Bob Hampton to come forward and just introduce himself.
Thank you, Mayor Carley, Vice Mayor Chapman, trustees, city staff. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I was asked to share a little bit of brief background on myself. That's always awkward talking about yourself, and you always end up forgetting something. So the 4 things that I would like to sort of at least initiate is, throughout my very fortunate career, I've been an innovator, I've been a problem solver, I've been a conflict manager, and I've been a team builder. And that's one of the things that I'm most proud of. Myself and the organizations that I've been affiliated with have had tremendous amounts of success, both locally, statewide, and nationally. And I attribute a lot of that to the team and the people that I'm surrounded by. So I've been very fortunate to build fantastic teams, which really reflect on the organization's capacity and what we've done not only locally, but statewide. So with that, let me talk a little bit about my background federally or nationally. I've been a national lecturer both on educational reform as well as leadership development. So those are things that I've discussed nationally on a national level. Also, I've been asked by the Department of Education to participate in best practice models throughout the nation, as well as evaluation criteria for accreditations. Statewide, I have been appointed to the Little Hoover Commission. I have been an advisor to Delane Easton, Superintendent of Public Instruction. I was the state president of CANIC, which is an organization that foreshadowed the association today, which is the charter school movement. I was very, very fortunate to be a part of a handful of individuals that framed the charter school legislation here in California. During that tenure as president, I had the fortune or misfortune, however you want to look at that, in dealing with the Alphabet Soup group up in Sacramento on everything from legislative issues to policy and procedures. So it was an interesting ride when I was up in Sacramento, and spent quite a few years up in Sacramento affiliated with advocacy for that movement. I've trained leaders up and down the state of California, some of the most successful schools in California. I've been very fortunate enough to be able to mentor and coach. I was asked to, through the association, coach and mentor new leaders within the organization up and down the state. So like I said, I have a lot of leadership development. With that, I've built schools up and down the state of California. I've managed multi-million-dollar budgets on an annual basis. They've always been in the black. Never laid off a staff member, and never had litigation against any organization that I was involved with. And for those of you who are in public education, you know that that's quite a feat. Number one, not to lay off staff when it comes to budget cuts, and two, never been litigated against. So very, very fortunate. And again, it goes back to, I had a great team, great intervention. And like I said, it just goes back to that creating relationship with, the community. Locally, Vacaville has been my home for 40 years. So I've been very fortunate. I love Vacaville. We were down in San Diego where I retired and finished up down there as a school superintendent. We moved back to Vacaville. People were saying, Bob, you live 8 miles from the beach. Why would you come back to Vacaville? Well, Vacaville's our home community. We love Vacaville, always have. We raised our family here in Vacaville. My wife's 2 children went through Vaca schools. My 3 kids went through Vaca schools. And they've been, again, very successful in what they've pursued vocationally as well as just personally. So I feel very fortunate with that. I was co-founder of Kairos and founder of Buckingham. I spent 23 years in Vacaville Unified. I'm very proud of the accomplishments there. One of the things that I'll say that I hope is an epitaph on my career in education is that it was never about the adults, and it was always about the kids. So throughout my tenure and my leadership, my main focus was really on the kids. That's what it was. It wasn't on the adults. It was on the kids, because that's who we served. And so I've got a great service component, at least I like to think, in the sense of, what I can bring to the organization. I've sat on boards here locally, from Boys and Girls Club to Rotary. Like I said, I've managed budgets. I've develop best practices within organizations. Currently, I can never say no, so I can't retire. But after retiring, after 33 years in public education, I am the CEO of Roland Freedom Center, which is a education and aviation museum here in Vacaville. So that's a brief and amazing snapshot. There's a lot more. I was honorary commander out at Travis. They reached out and recruited me again for another term on that. So like I said, spent a long time here in Vacaville supporting the community, supporting choices, which I think is critical. And like I said, I love the community, and that's why, like I said, I really want to serve it. So that's sort of my motivation and my intent and a little bit of my background.
Yeah, thank you. Vice Mayor Chapman.
Thank you. If there are no questions of Mr. Hampton, I wanted to support your recommendation for Mr. Hampton to serve in the capacity of, or serve in the vacancy we presently have on the Planning Commission. And I will further that with stating that the 40 years that he's been here, I've known him pretty much that entire time, working with him as he was an educator, a key educator for Vacaville Unified School District, where I was currently a member of the Board of Trustees at the time. Buckingham Charter School, it was a choice for students, for parents, something different from the regular, everyday, how they said, one doesn't fit all, was that?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You know what I mean there. All right. Anyway, I'd just like to say that with this recommendation, I'm thankful to hear and see that we did have 3 other individuals to submit applications. I read through all of them, and I think all of them could have served as well. Again, knowing Mr. Hampton, I know that he is he's diligent and he's committed and dedicated, and he loves Vacaville. I can vouch for that, and I just feel that he'll serve as well. So with that, I would just like to move that we support your recommendation of Mr. Hampton for this.
Well, thank you.
Position.
Well, there's some lights on, and we'll get to that, but Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, you certainly have had a very reputable, accomplished career. I'm just concerned, so out of the applications, it looks like you just sent the original one in that you originally applied at the beginning of the year. Can you maybe, so I have questions about, I've had receiver questions about when we talk about, how do we make sure we select the best person for the position and not being political and whatnot. I'm just kind of curious why was there a reason why there wasn't a new application resubmitted or updated application submitted?
It was recommended that the first one was more than sufficient.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you for stepping forward and filing your application, and to the other 3 people as well. I have one question on your application and one that's not. So on your application was a little bit different from the others because I think you did a written one and the other ones were online. And so one question on the online one was, what district do you live in? And we had quite a discussion at previous meetings whether or not we would include that question, and spent quite a bit of time discussing it, and the vote was to include it. And because you had a different application, that wasn't on there. So can you clarify which of the districts you live in for the city council districts of the 6?
District 5.
District 5?
Councilperson
All
Wiley.
right. So since that wasn't on there, and the mayor has said too that he wasn't just looking at districts, and so I just wanted to say, I understand that, and that's the direction we were going, but I was happy to see that 2 were from District 6, and you are replacing someone that's from District 6. So I just wanted to make that noted, that the District 6 people were not appointed because we're not doing it that way right now. And then my other question is a question that you did answer on your application. And that was, if you're not selected for this, are you interested in serving in any other way? And you said no. So I just wanted to, so why is it that you're not interested in doing anything other than the Planning Commission?
Well, I think my skill sets and expertise, that's where they best align.
And then just you noted, I also have 40 years in education, and all about the kids, that's true. But in this job, there's a lot of adults that have special concerns too, and especially on the Planning Commission, because we have things on tonight's agenda, and so it's just a really, it's a fine line. So some of the other ones did have specific planning and property experience, and you have done a lot in your years of being in the state and the local and things. So do you have anything specifically with property and planning?
Yeah, I've built schools up and down the state of California, as I mentioned. And with that, it goes back to where I get your point about where it's the kids, because that was my focus with that vocation. This vocation deals with community. And so there are no political or personal agendas. The only agenda is to serve the community, which is the constituency. So my constituency when I was in public education, the kids were the constituency. In this role, the community is the constituency.
Right. And that's exactly right in that it doesn't matter districts, because we're all, no matter what district we're at and live in, we are for the whole city and doing what we think is best for the city. And that opinion is sometimes different as well. All right. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for going through this process. I know it was a little weird last time, and we had some things that we had to work through, so I really do appreciate you going through that. I know that we are going to get to reports of the City Council, but I think this is really relevant. I'm part of the 3x3 with our Vacaville Unified School District, myself, Councilmember Freemount, and Councilmember Silva sit on that. And one of the big things that I think was emphasized at that is this relationship we have with our school district and looking at ways that we can partner with them. I know there are a lot of people who want to build schools. I know that we've had 2 failed bond measures related to schools, and it sounds like you've brought some really creative solutions that involve choice, and they involve different ways to get some of those things done for our kids. And so I know that we have a very diverse group of thought, or people from, just from different areas of expertise on all of our commissions. And I think that you are so suited for being on our Planning Commission simply because the school district and their relationship and involvement and thinking about some of those things, you have that expertise in. And that's one thing as we plan the future of our city that is so important that we kind of keep on mind. And so for that reason, I'm very excited about you being put up today, for you applying, for the mayor selecting you today, and you have my support. And in the conversations that we have, it has never been more clear that you have a tremendous heart for this community, and I know that you'll do great things on our planning commission.
Thank you for the kind words, Councilman Stockton.
And just for clarification, I do not need to open this up to the public, do I? This is a council appointment.
It is a council appointment. I would recommend, because the council is taking an
That's
action.
why I'm asking.
Open it
That's why
up.
I'm asking, okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to comment before I open up to the public? And then I'll bring it back for Vice Mayor. I think you wanted to make the motion. So with that, because this is a public meeting, thank you very much. And I'm going to open up to the public if anyone in the public wants to make a comment.
Thank you again, council members, vice mayor, mayor, and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hampton. Anyone wishing to comment from the public? Seeing none, I will go ahead and bring it back. And Vice Mayor?
Yes, I would like to support the recommendation coming from the mayor to have Mr. Bob Hampton appointed to the Planning Commission.
All right, I'm looking for a motion. In a second?
Yeah, I jumped the gun. Everybody else wanted, yes. I absolutely second.
Second. Okay. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Congratulations, Ms.
Abstain.
Huh?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay. You abstain? Okay. So thank you very much for your willingness to participate, and looking forward to the Planning Commission where you'll be sworn in. So thank you very much. All right, we'll go ahead and move on to the rest of the council. We have, if there's any report outs for any meetings or business items that you've attended on behalf of the City Council. Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, thank you. So I serve on the Yolo Solano Air Quality Committee. So that's between half of Solano County and Yolo County. We met, I think last week, approved our annual budget. That also included an additional $2,000, a little over $2,000 plus, to meet an additional request from Boys and Girls Club to fully fund their new electric vehicle bus. So I think that's over a total of $80,000 plus for that vehicle. That's in addition to the other measures and different products that'll be coming back to our city this fiscal year to help reduce emissions for our Solano and neighbors out there in Yolo County. There won't be a meeting until December, so there's no meetings or no updates going to be coming from them for the next 2 months. So that takes care of that commission. I just want to state I received a couple calls. This is maybe more for the council, but I received a couple calls regarding a letter sent on behalf of the city of Vacaville regarding SB 5. I just want to state that that hasn't been something that's been discussed as a council, and I would recommend that council hold each other accountable to where we actually discuss these factors as a council before we have a designated individual state on how we support certain legislation or not. But I'll also recommend that also relates to legislation that hasn't been clearly defined. My concern is that we put ourselves in a position where we collectively state that we support, as representatives of the city, that we support legislation that, one, it's not written, haven't read, and two, maybe not necessarily something we all particularly agree upon within a quorum. So that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Wiley.
I would just like to say, since we did the planning commissioner, that I do know that I think we got an email today about a name for the person for the Women and Girls Commission, Solano County Women and Girls. So hopefully that will be added to a.
Yes. I saw that too, so we'll make sure that gets on the next agenda.
Yes, because we had asked about that before, so I was happy to get that today, so we can make sure that we have that in the near future, and we will have someone for representing Vacaville on the Solano County Commission for Women and Girls. So I wanted to mention that. And then last Friday, I attended a ceremony at right here on our lawn at City Hall for the POW-MIA's yearly event, and it was just always very moving, and it was a wonderful ceremony and somber and remembering those who shall not be forgotten. And then we had a draft meeting recently, and then I'm not sure if Vice Mayor Chapman will mention it, but some elected leaders toured the Delancey Street and the California prison, and then we toured the medical facility this week. So it was a very nice trip to be able to see what's going on there and the good things that they were doing. So those are the things I was mentioning.
Thank you. Councilmember Stockton?
Yes. As I mentioned earlier, I serve on the 3x3 with the Vacaville Unified School District. I was just excited. We just had a very basic meeting last week, but some of the stuff that we talked about were joint use agreements. I know that we have a lot of community members that are looking for, gymnasiums, sports fields, and tracks and different things like that for, for them to enjoy in the different organizations. Tennis courts, we've had people here with tennis courts wanting more of those. So we discussed that as well as creative ways to try to fund a school. And so I just wanted to commend our new city manager who was on top of everything there at the meeting, and we're just really I'm optimistic about working with the school district and trying to address some of these things and get more access to some of the taxpayer funded fields and gymnasiums and stuff for people to enjoy when they are being used for school sports.
Vice Mayor Chapman?
Thank you. Well, I finally returned from being out of state, but while I was gone, I was able to attend some of the meetings of the of the committees that I'm appointed to. Okay, starting with the Solano Transportation Authority. Held a meeting a couple of weeks ago, went over projects that are that are coming about, in particular out of Vallejo area. They have quite a bit of work being done by the fairgrounds. By the fairgrounds. Also along 37, Highway 37. That's the two-lane road that everyone hates to travel when they're heading toward, what's that, over that way. Anyway, so that's Sonoma area, isn't it?
County and towards Nevada.
Anyway, it's a bad road. So the funds have been allocated to improve that area. So they have a temporary route, or they have a temporary plan in place to extend the roads until they're able to get additional funding to complete an overpass, a complete overpass. So much more will be coming from that. And I would like to thank our staff that attend those meetings and provide us with updates on, or provide us with highlights of what is coming. It helps when I'm in attendance to understand much that is taking place. I do appreciate you. The other, I'm the chair of the Citizens Advisory Committee for both the prisons here in Vacaville. We had our business meeting on Wednesday, and on the same day, I had, the warden and myself sent out invites to many of the elected officials and other leaders in the community to come and have lunch at the Delancey Street. And I'm going to share it with the public. They want to become more engaged with the community, throughout the Solano. And they have a replica of the Delancey Street that's located in the Bay Area in San Francisco. The inmates are the chefs. They do all the planning of the menus. They cook, they serve. It is a delight. And if any of you are interested in attending or wanting to have lunch there, you can call them directly, or you can get in contact with myself and I can assist you. It's a treat. The same day as the meeting, we had the luncheon, as I just stated, and then there was a tour of, there's Solano Medical, CMF, and then there's Solano. We took a tour of CMF, the medical facility. Oh, what an eye-opener. Again, if you're interested in wanting to ever take a tour, take your young people there. They do have a program. It's not the Scared Straight program of years past, but they do have a program if you would like to bring at-risk youth, or you just want your children to see what it's like on that side. Then they will provide a tour, and they do have a training. They have something that they do with the young people. So again, contact them directly, or you can, again, contact me. And Councilmember Wiley mentioned the Women's and Girls Committee. If we could put out how you're going to go about that appointment, believe it or not, so help me. I was going to mention it tonight, and we just got an email today in referencing that. I've had 3 people, no, 2, and then they made mention of a person who had expressed interest. So are we going to?
So I think that that's something that the organization does, if I'm not mistaken.
No, they don't anymore.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I know it gets ratified here, but I think that they do that. But we can discuss it afterwards and see if there's a process that
Yeah.
was not included. So, Councilmember Wiley, you seem to.
That's my understanding, that they put forward a candidate, that's why we were waiting for it. So this was from the Women and Girls Commission. If you had someone else that has expressed interest, they need to get the application online
them.
from the Salon Commission and turn it in, and then we would have those to consider as well. But they were putting one forward.
Yeah.
Like we did the mosquito abatement board,
Right.
we had someone there. We just approved one person, yeah.
Okay. And so that's all that I'm going to report at this time.
Well, then I'm just going to turn it right back over to you, because item B was something that I know that you had brought up. As a council, we'll discuss it, was the Veterans Affairs plaque recognizing all local military organizations. I think that there was an example of that.
That one is.
Was that, okay, so it's, Councilmember Wiley, that's you.
Yes.
So one of the veterans came to me and said, well, I'd like to do something to recognize us for Veterans Day. And then he and I have been working quite a bit. First, he asked for a proclamation, and then it was a plaque. And on the plaque, there are all the organizations that work out of the Veterans Hall here. And so they presented the plaque and got a bid for like $297. And it's for that the city of Vacaville recognizes and appreciates the veterans. And I think the verbiage was in the note. And so because it was to all of the city recognizes, I didn't want to fund it out of my district dollars and be speaking for everyone, so I wanted to bring it before the group. So if we will approve saying that the city appreciates the veteran groups there, and then the city has found a source of $297 that they can pay for it, and it could be presented at the Veterans Hall on like Veterans Day rather than, so it's a little bit different than a regular proclamation, but it's a plaque. So that's what that was about. And I would, if I found it quickly, I'd just read it, because it's just really short what it says, but I don't see it probably. So I move that we accept that, and the city will pay for that, and then we can present it on this Veterans Day.
Do I have a second?
Oh, I second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstain? So I think we should move forward with that. It'll be nice to be able to do it at a time that suits either an event or at their location. So that's great, yeah. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and move on. Reports of the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. So I have 2 announcements today. COV Connect Cleanup Day is coming this Saturday, September 27th from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's on Hazel Street and Circle Drive. So if you haven't signed up for volunteers, city staff will be there and volunteers will be there, and we have chosen that neighborhood for the cleanup day for that Saturday. The second item I want to talk about is the Vacaville Neighborhood Associations. This was launched 2 years ago in August of 2023. We started with 6 neighborhood associations, and as of today, we have about 18, and they represent all 6 different districts. They conduct several organized community events, such as celebration of the Magnolia Park expansion, golf course, neighborhood concerts, beautification of landscaping around neighborhoods, block parties, and they will be showing up at the National Night Out on October 7th. So if you don't know your neighborhood association, join them there. And we have a little video that we created for this to be played, about 2 minutes video.
A Vacaville Neighborhood Association is the perfect opportunity to organize as people want to, with small or larger groups in their immediate neighborhood.
This is a free program where people can create their own associations within their own neighborhoods. Anyone can be a part of it, and really it's just neighbors helping neighbors.
The whole idea is that the city and the people work together for the best of the city. That's the whole idea of it.
I love Vacaville. I've lived here my whole life. I want to be a part of the community.
The main thing that we're trying to do is make sure people understand what's happening around our area.
The benefit of somebody joining a Vacaville Neighborhood Association really is it helps create a safe community within your neighborhood. This really is a way for your communities to energize and get involved within the city of Vacaville.
The value of VNA is huge. There are grant programs, there are resources with the city.
It's really, really helpful because sometimes we don't know how to organize. And so having help from the city like Rika and Alyssa to guide us, to offer ideas, and then there's support like the banners that we had made and things that give us just the bits and pieces that we can't do on our own.
Really, this is just the city of Vacaville facilitating conversations between neighbors.
It's like a really nice kind of friendship. It's great, I love it.
Realize they have a neighborhood. They're not just in a house on a street. They have people around them to enrich their lives maybe, or just have fun with, you know?
I would say join one if it already exists, or become a co-chair or become a member and help the person that's actually spearheading it, because it's just going to help the whole community. I think it's going to bring us together. I think people are going to say, I want to be a part of what you're doing. I want to help you, especially when they see the value in it. And I firmly believe that it makes our neighborhood safer.
The first one would be Water Professionals Appreciation Week proclamation. This will be for October 4th through the 12th. And Justin, are you in the house? Yes, you are. Why don't you come forward? Our utilities director, I'm going to read some of this, and I'm just going to then allow you to share some thoughts. But whereas water is the lifeblood of California, and without safe and reliable water, no community and no sector of the economy, from high-tech to manufacturing to agriculture, can thrive. And like most communities across the nation, the city of Vacaville depends on safe and secure water for many essential uses, including municipal, residential, commercial, recreational, and environmental needs. And now more than ever, the water industry takes pride in the critical role that essential workers play in ensuring our community has safe, reliable drinking water and highly treated wastewater. Whereas California's drinking water and treated wastewater meet some of the most stringent water quality standards in the nation. I would say the most stringent, not some of the most. Whereas our drinking water comes from nearby lakes, rivers, and wells and travels through many miles of canals and pipes to reach our treatment facilities, where it is filtered, cleaned, tested, and distributed in a process carefully managed by trained water professionals. Whereas water professionals at water and wastewater agencies work around the clock to plan, operate, maintain, and upgrade systems to improve the safety and resiliency of local water supplies. Whereas the local public water and wastewater agencies invest more than $25 billion a year on water-related programs and projects that protect public health and the environment, improve local water supply, reliability, and provide water for fire protection. And thousands of essential water and wastewater professionals across the state dedicate their careers to keeping drinking water and treated wastewater safe and reliable for all Californians. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, John Carley, Mayor of the City of Vacaville, and on behalf of the Vacaville City Council, do hereby proclaim October 4th through the 12th, 2025, Water Professionals Appreciation Week in the City of Vacaville, and commend our city staff for the excellent service they provide every day to ensure the health, safety, comfort, and quality of life for the residents of Vacaville. So congratulations, Justin. And I know how hard Justin and the team work behind the scenes, and there's a lot of important things that come from the state, and just appreciate all the work that you're doing.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, for recognizing Water Professionals Appreciation Week. I'm honored to accept this on behalf of our incredible water and wastewater team here in Vacaville. They are the folks that work night and day, often without much recognition, to make sure our community has safe drinking water, reliable wastewater treatment services that protect our environment. It's not always a glamorous work, but it's absolutely essential, and I'm proud of the dedication our staff shows every single day. This proclamation is a wonderful reminder of the important role they play, our water professionals, in keeping our community healthy, safe, and thriving. So thank you, Mayor, and Vice Mayor, and Council.
Thank you very much. Keep up the good work. And next, it's Fire Prevention Week, proclamation for October 5th through the 11th. The theme this year is Charge into Fire Safety, and the message is lithium-ion batteries in your home. I figure there's a story behind this. So I'm going to go ahead and let you share so that we can know more about what you have.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. The Vacaville Fire Department is teaming up with the National Fire Protection Association for Fire Prevention Week. This year's theme is Charge into Fire Safety, lithium-ion batteries in our home. Our goal is to educate residents on how important it is to properly use and charge lithium-ion batteries. Residents should only purchase listed lithium-ion products and charge these products with the original cable that the product came with. We also want residents to know that all devices need to be charged on hard surfaces so they do not overheat. And lastly, we want to encourage our residents to know that lithium-ion batteries should not be thrown in the trash or the recycling bins because they can catch on fire. In Vacaville, residents can place small rechargeable lithium-ion batteries in sealed plastic containers and put them on top of their blue recycling toters. We do ask that residents put tape over the contact points to avoid any type of spark. And lastly, the larger lithium-ion battery should be taken to the Recology facility over on Davis Street, and they are only open on Saturdays. Please know that you are all invited to our annual fire station open houses on October 11th from 10 to 2. We have all kinds of exciting events happening at every single fire station, including our new station out at Lagoon Valley, Station 76. At Station 76, we'll be doing a tour of the facility. Sparky the fire dog will be there, and we'll be serving hot dogs. But we also have vehicle extrication taking place at Station 72. And over at Station 71, our very popular inflatable safety house will be there. And lastly, our very, very popular Junior Firefighter Challenge will be over at Station 75. So I do encourage you all to come and join us for that event. Thank you.
So with that, I would like to just share portions of this proclamation. Whereas Vacaville Fire Department is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living and visiting our city. And fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally. And the presence of lithium-ion batteries in many household devices introduce unique fire risks. Whereas most of the electronics used in homes daily include smartphones, tablets, laptops, power tools, e-bikes, and the list goes on. The National Fire Protection Association reports an increase in battery-related fires, and underscoring the need for public education on the safe use of lithium-ion batteries. The proper disposal and recycling of lithium-ion batteries helps prevent environmental hazards and reduce fire risks in the home and the community. And Vacaville first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of fires through prevention, safety education, and community outreach. Whereas the 2025 Fire Prevention Week theme, Charge into Fire Safety, Lithium-Ion Batteries in Your Home, serves to remind us of the importance of safely using, charging, and recycling lithium-ion batteries to reduce the risk of fires in homes and communities. So now, therefore, be it resolved that I, John Carley, Mayor of the City of Vacaville, and on behalf of the Vacaville City Council, do hereby proclaim October 5th through the 11th, 2025, Fire Prevention Week. So thank you for all that you do. And just as a quick reminder before we move on, I would be remiss if we didn't actually share, we have moved our National Night Out till October 7th, correct? So that's coming up, and so this is an opportunity for any of you, even in your neighborhoods, to get to know each other, but also the city will be out in the community. So I just wanted to make that. This presentation reminded me of that. So, all right, moving right along, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. We have items A through H. Any member of the council or the public wishing to pull an item for discussion? Councilman or Vice Mayor Chapman?
Yes, I would like to have item 9C pulled for comment.
Okay. Anyone else in the public or the council wishing to pull an item? Do I have a motion on the remainder A through H minus C?
Motion approved.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, so let's discuss item C. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Item C is in regards to the grand jury's letter regarding the Vacaville Police Department's homeless outreach program. And in reading the letter that came in from the grand jury and their recommendations and the response from the PD, I just wanted to be known that first of all, the PD and crew, they're doing a wonderful job here in Vacaville. We do have a homeless issue here, and it is not our police department's fault. The guidance and the resources come from the council. And we've been addressing the issue, but we haven't really made any movement. And now the grand jury came in and sort of wrote up our PD department stating what needs to be done, but without the funding and the resources and the direction, it can't be done. So I appreciate the reply, the comment, and really the grand jury choosing Vacaville at this time. However, I just feel that we have to take credit. We have to be the ones to say, come to us. It's not the PD department. They're doing the best they can with what has been provided.
I agree with you.
Thank you.
And I know that there's going to be another council item coming up soon based upon our conversations. So this is not uncommon for a grand jury to focus on community issues, and it sometimes reads in a way that seems like somebody's not doing something, but the reality is they're doing excellent work. Our crew has been a nationwide example, but you're right, sometimes it requires that. So I'm going to open up to the public if any member of the public wishes to comment on item. Seeing none, I'll bring it back and know that there'll be future discussion, but I appreciate that, and that this response will go to them. But comments like they need to collaborate. Well, they do collaborate. Sure. That was a comment I saw as well. So thank you. So would you like to make a motion?
Yes, that item 9C be approved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right. Yeah, thank you for those comments. All right, you're going to go ahead and move on to 10, business from the floor. This is an opportunity. Did I miss something? Just checking. Oh, no, sorry. I see a light, that's why. We're going to move on to item 10. This is business from the floor. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to approach the council on any item that's not on tonight's agenda, but it's within our jurisdiction. So, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. First, you're right on as far as our PD. Vacaville has a wonderful PD. We don't always agree with them, but we always support them because they've got a very difficult job. They're not social workers, they're law enforcement. So I just wanted to echo our support for the PD as well. Mayor and council members, tonight you're going to hear a lot of data from the folks that are going to come behind me. And I hope you listen with some intensity, because not only do the numbers and what we're trying to relate tonight affect our homeless, but it affects your taxpayers. To give you some background, in the month of July, the Solano County Jail booking log showed 245 arrests in the city of Vacaville. Of those 245, 96 were homeless. 39% of our homeless were arrested in the month of July. And we had heard that a lot of our homeless were being arrested. So Gail and I set up an appointment with the chief and Sergeant Stefanoni with the crew, the community response unit. And what we found out from the meeting was, in fact, that a new policy was in place, one in which camping in public places is illegal and violation of the Muni Code, and it will be enforced. Also, riding your bicycle on the sidewalk is illegal. Placing personal items on the sidewalk, like a backpack, is illegal storage. These are just some of the examples of the arrests that occurred. We talked a lot about homeless taking responsibility for their behavior and changing their lives. Gail and I wholeheartedly agree with this. Why are we out among the community trying to effect behavior change? We're trying to get them clean, sober, employed, and in housing. But as I understand the new policy, the homeless person will be offered services. If they refuse, they will be arrested and transported to the county jail. The problem with this policy is the homeless person who accepts services, they're not immediately available. It could be weeks or even months before a spot opens up in one of the resource services. In the meantime, every night a homeless person is sleeping on the streets. They are in jeopardy of being arrested for illegal camping. And more than likely, they will be arrested. You will see tonight throughout public comment, there's a common theme. Homelessness is expensive, not only in tax dollars, but in human suffering. And we cannot arrest our way out of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I want to share some facts about our homeless. I started my research to find out just exactly what it costs the residents of Vacaville. And as we all know, we have homelessness, but the population continues to grow even though we're putting more and more money towards the problem. Per the LA Times, California spent $20 billion, and that's billion, between the years of 2019 and 2023. And yet our homeless crisis continues to grow. According to the pit count on a statewide level, that's more than 180,000 people living on the streets in this state. The money increases, and so does the homelessness. Right here in Vacaville, in January of 22, the pit count was somewhere in the mid-80s. The last pit count taken in 2024, it showed just under 300 homelessness. This is according to the pit count that was overseen by Ashley Banter of Opportunity House. So let me get to the data itself. According to the Chief of Police of Fairfield, Dan Marshall, and I went to Fairfield for my numbers because at that time, Vacaville had suffered a tragedy by losing an officer, and we were also in a change of command. According to Chief Dan Marshall, transporting one homeless person to the county jail, the county booking fee, the process, and report writing is anywhere from 2 to 4 hours, depending on how long they have to wait to book that person. That's pulling an officer off duty, doing his job here in Vacaville to transport this. According to the Undersheriff DeWald, the custody costs are in the range of $250 to $300 per night. The court costs, we have the judge, the bailiff, the district attorney, the public defender, and probation. The department heads couldn't give me a breakdown. However, most referred me to a probation report that had just been completed. The probation department compiled this report using the LSCMI, which is the Level of Service Case Management Inventory, which is an assessment that measures the risk and need factors of the offender. Using this system, they determined the high-risk level offenders cost upwards of $120,000. The medium risk is $90,000. The low risk, which is the LLMC, low-level misdemeanor crimes, and these are the crimes of the homeless: public camping, urinating in public, setting a backpack down, riding a bike on the sidewalk. This cost for this low-level offender begins at $70,000. And mind you, these offenders are in a revolving door. It's not a one-time shot. We had a lady arrested twice in one day. So the costs go up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Longtime resident, first-time speaker. I am going to add to the conversation of homelessness, and I am a numbers gal, so get ready. The population of Vacaville is over 100,000 people, and there are 300 unhoused folks in Vacaville. Homeless people are 0.03% of the population, yet homeless people comprised 39% of all arrests in July 2025. 0.03% of the population, but 39% of the arrests. Both Fairfield and Vallejo have a population of over 120,000, yet Vacaville arrests more homeless than both of them. Now, we might think that all these arrests are great, but all cities and counties that are on their way to eradicating homelessness have the lowest incidences of arrest. So what is the cost? Besides the cost of dignity, let's talk finances. The cost of one homeless person in Vacaville, if they are arrested, if arrested and booked on a low-level misdemeanor charge that goes through the judicial system, it could be as high as $70,000. Now let's add in all the other costs. Camp cleanup, $118,000. Police Department Community Response Unit, $960,000. Family Resource Center, $832,000. Mental health outreach, $58,000. Motel rooms, $25,000. 4 shelter beds at Shelter Inc., $172,000. Opportunity House, $200,000. And those are the city costs. Now let's look at medical care. Since the closing of the county hospital, in the opinion of many, Vacaville Hospital has become the county hospital by default. Many of our homeless visit the emergency room, not always for medical care, but just as a place to get out of the cold or the heat. So also, based on those most recent numbers, North Bay Hospital provides approximately $20 million per year in charity care. One more time, $20 million. So this number is per North Bay Hospital for Fairfield and Vacaville, averaging 50 visits per month at Vacaville. So just looking at the $2.4 million, dividing that number by the most recent pit count number of 300, the taxpayers of Vacaville spend $8,000 per year per homeless person. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So what is the solution? We can't arrest our way out of this problem. We've heard the costs. This was acknowledged by Mayor Carley back in October of 2017 when he was the chief of police at a police chief convention in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He showed a video that acknowledged that the homeless issue could not be solved by law enforcement alone. And this was when the homeless was about 80. There was about 80 homeless, and now we're up to about 300. And we completely agree with this. We cannot solve it by arresting these homeless. This is not a police problem. This is not a faith-based problem. This is not a neighborhood problem. This is an everyone problem. And we all have a piece of the puzzle, and we have to put it all together. We've been having the homeless roundtable since COVID, third Wednesday of every month, and we would love to see more of the council members there. And hopefully, we have a lot of agencies come. They have, they tell us what they can do to help. They have issues. They want to gain information, and we would love to see you there and hopefully come to a conclusion.
Thank you.
Good evening. There are ways to bring down some of these costs, not to eliminate them, but to greatly reduce them. One idea is Zoom Court. Zoom Court could be available in Vacaville. Of the 3 major cities in Solano County, Vacaville is the only city without a court. Our homeless often miss a court appearance because they can't easily get to the court, resulting in a warrant for their arrest, and yes, there's another booking cost. If the court were available by Zoom, police officers would also not have to go to Fairfield or Vallejo, and they could appear online. Zoom Court would not be just for the homeless. Any resident from North County with low-level misdemeanors could take advantage of this program, and another savings to taxpayers would be in place. Another idea would be low-cost housing, and partnering with that is transitional housing. What we advocates have learned is in order to address the mental health, alcohol addiction, or drug addiction which a homeless person is in the grips of, we must put a roof over their heads. Transitional housing is a step that after getting someone temporarily housed in transitional housing, we can use programs that are modeled like what Opportunity House does for Vacaville. And Vacaville is fortunate to have Opportunity House here and the public support of it and its programs. Once a participant is clean or sober and has a steady job, they can move into permanent housing. And regarding housing, as part of the consent agenda, which Vice Mayor Chapman pulled from that particular vehicle, there was the response letter to the city grand jury, the civil grand jury regarding the Vacaville Police Department's homeless outreach program. But there was an acknowledgement, and I quote, "Additional low-income housing, transitional housing, and creative temporary shelter solutions are critical to addressing the root causes and ongoing challenges of homelessness." So let's continue brainstorming. We'll see what we can find that works and invest in it to make it happen. Another idea is to protect the homeless living in their cars by allowing overnight parking at a specific site for legally registered cars and trucks. Fairfield Community Church has this program. Another one is the Safe Parking Program in the city of Davis. And I have one more insight. There was an article in Saturday's Reporter which cited what I thought was a shocking statistic. In the number of bed nights and meals served by Opportunity House and the Vacaville Solano Services Corporation in 2024, last year, nearly 38.1% of those served were under the age of 18. That's 38.1% of kids that were kids. There are so many losses for children in these situations, poor learning in schools, et cetera.
Yeah,
thank you
thank
for the opportunity.
Members of the council, my name is Nichelle, and I'm a retired correctional officer for the state of California. I want to speak to you today about the importance of warming and cooling centers. These centers save lives. Let me share an example. Last year at Vacaville's warming center, a woman came in for a meal in a cot. While there, she became ill and asked for paramedics. It turned out she was having a heart attack. Because she was at a warming center, she received immediate help, was stabilized, and transported to Vacaville Hospital. That center quite literally saved her life. Currently in Vacaville, their criteria for opening a warming center is 32 degrees or lower for 2 consecutive days. As you know, it often feels colder than that. Think about when the news says bring in your pets. It's going to be freezing. Should we really leave our unhoused neighbors out in those conditions? For cooling centers, the current standard is 105 degrees or higher for 2 consecutive days. From my experience in corrections, I can tell you that CDCR has protocols for which lower the threshold. When temperatures reach 90 degrees, inmates who are on certain medications or who have mental health needs must be brought inside and given access to fans and ice chips. Many people experience homelessness, also have health challenges, and they deserve the same care and protection. And it is not just about the homeless. These centers are open to anyone, mainly elderly residents, do not have air conditioning, or they can't afford to rent it. Warming and cooling centers provide them with safety and relief too. Tonight, I'm asking the council to reconsider the current thresholds. Please raise the warming center standards to 40 degrees and lower the cooling center standard to 90 degrees, the same temperature protocol by the Department of Corrections. By doing so, we can save more lives and protect the most vulnerable members of our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Cherry May. I'm a retired registered nurse. I've been in Vacaville for decades, and I'm here to summarize what you've heard this evening. Between 2019 and 2023, California has spent $20 billion taxpayer dollars on homelessness. Since this time, the homeless population has grown in California by 53%, up to about 180,000 souls. From 2022 and 2024, based on the PIT, which is point in time, report count, our homeless number has grown from the mid-80s to the 300s. A report was compiled showing our arrest statistics. High-risk offenders cost the taxpayers approximately $120,000, and that's per arrest. Medium-risk offenders cost the taxpayers about $90,000 per arrest. Low levels offenders, generally our homeless offenders, cost taxpayers around $70,000 per arrest. And we know our homeless are being arrested multiple times. It's a revolving door. If you add up the latest budgeted costs, the city of Vacaville spends about $2.4 million a year in charity care. Many of our homeless fall into this number. Our local hospital, put differently, Vacaville spends the equivalent of about $8,000 per person. I jumped ahead of myself. There is our local hospital, Vaca Valley Hospital and North Bay, which spends $20 million a year in charity care, and many of our homeless are in this number. If you have any questions about this information, you can talk to Skip and Gail Thompson, and I'm sure you have their contact information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Margie Stern, and I have a statement I want to make, but I just want to remind people that when we walked in today, the weather was so hot, but it wasn't 105 degrees. But if we don't lower the cooling center to 90, we would be asking people to stay out in weather like it was today, which was really unbearable. And why we should wait 2 days for people to be suffering in heat before we have a cooling center, or have people suffering for days in 32 degrees before we get a warming center, I think is inhumane. In cooperation with Krishna Abrams, Solano County District Attorney, Skip and Gail Thompson are holding a Clear the Warrants court at Orchard Avenue Baptist Church, 301 North Orchard Avenue in Vacaville, beginning at 9 a.m. Everyone who has a pending case, I think the date is November 1st, is that right? It's not on here. Okay. So on November 1st, beginning at 9 a.m., everyone who has a pending case in Solano County or a failure to appear is eligible to have that case heard at this mobile court. Low-level misdemeanors only. A resource fair will be held at the same time for those interested in addiction recovery services, mental health services, VA services, and housing assistance. Call Skip or Gail at 707-290-6220 or 707-446-8346 for more information. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Mayor, council members, I'm going to switch it up completely different now. I'm here to talk about energy efficiency, and we're trade professionals with PG&E. My name is Andy Guercio with Eco Green Solutions. We contract directly with the utility to support the energy efficiency program developed by the PUC and PG&E for energy efficiency upgrades. We administer the program to the public. We do about 70% of the municipal jobs in the state for this program. The program focuses totally on energy reduction. The city pays about 10% of its monthly utility bill into the public purpose fund, which funds this program. I understand the city has done something like this before and maybe has a bad taste, but it's a completely different program these days. I've spoken to several people, the wastewater treatment plant, Public Works. They really are favorable towards the program. We can get up to about $4 million per premise for energy reduction. These upgrades include lighting, HVAC, three-phase pumps for pools, lifters, again, wastewater, refrigeration, boilers, building wrap, water heaters. There's no money out of pocket for the city. There's no budget hit for the city, and it does not affect your utility bill, okay? We do the assessments, we write and complete the scope of work, and that gets all verified through third-party engineers and the CPUC. So the program's been through the RFP process at the state level and falls within the guidelines of 4217. We have countless referrals: CAL FIRE, California DMVs, City of Dixon, City of Davis, Walnut Creek, Contra Costa County, Dixon Unified. All these people have been through this program, North Bay Health for that matter. This is the courtesy visit just to let you guys know that these funds are available to you, and don't hesitate to reach out.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Good evening.
In going to the previous people talking about the what should be done for Vacaville's homeless population, I agree that no caring person can look upon people in that situation and not think what could be done to improve their condition. However, the question is, and everyone talked about how much it costs, but show a plan. We all agree that Vacaville is already spending millions of dollars on 300 people. The question is, within the framework of what's there, all these people who are involved in this must have ideas on what could be done within the amount of money that the city of Vacaville can afford to spend, because we don't have a whole lot. Okay, 2 weeks ago, the state legislature pushed through a piece of legislation that virtually eliminated Solano County's power to input any sort of requirements on California Forever with whatever they wanted to do on their property. It would have made it where California Forever would simply go to the state, to a appointed state commission and get what they want to do. Okay, so the bill that was actually passed gave Solano County a small amount of input. And I read in the paper that California Forever was not happy with that. And so I'm only bringing this up to point out that if the Silicon Valley billionaires are finally allowed to do exactly what they want, the people of Solano County, including us here in Vacaville, will have zero input into anything they choose to do with Collinsville or building out at the intersection of 113 and 12 and every other crazy thing they're after. It's like Congressman Garamendi said, the people of Solano County should know in their guts it's a bad deal. Congressman Mike Thompson, I've met with these people, do not trust them. And former State Senator Bill Dodd, he just said, I've looked at this, it's nothing more than a sleazy real estate swindle.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'm going to go ahead and close business from the floor. And not to speak out on this, but to our city manager, do we have an upcoming agenda item in maybe next month that's addressing some of the homeless?
Yeah, we'll be bringing an item either on 14th October or 28th October and presenting a homeless action plan.
Thank you. Just for the public's understanding, so thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on. We have no public hearings tonight. Item 12A, business, consideration of a consultant services agreement with New City America. There you are.
Forgot to call her. It goes that
I'm
way.
sorry.
Good evening, Mayor Carley, Vice Mayor Chapman, members of the City Council. Don Burris, Director of Economic Development Services here. The item for you this evening is for the consideration of a consultant service agreement with New City America for investigation of and potential formation of a new downtown Vacaville property-based improvement district, PBID, or a community benefit improvement district referred to as a CBID. The city has launched several initiatives to enhance the downtown area and has established a strategic partnership with downtown Vacaville to help strengthen its effectiveness as an organization and support the successful implementation of the city's plans to improve downtown. Downtown Vacaville's economy continues to recover from revenue losses experienced during the pandemic shutdowns. But due to ongoing economic challenges and declining revenue, the organization's leadership began to evaluate the organization's effectiveness and financial health. To better understand the organization's financial condition, the findings of this analysis indicated imminent insolvency And in response, Downtown Vacaville is requesting $320,000 to continue its work to strengthen the organization, develop a budget enhancement plan, and avoid insolvency. Unfortunately, given the current constraints of the city's general fund, the city cannot provide the requested funds to Downtown Vacaville. As a possibility of helping to strengthen the organization's finances, the city, along with bid leadership, would like to explore the potential formation of a new Downtown Vacaville property-based improvement district or community benefit improvement district. Formation of a property-based improvement district or community benefit district can create a sustainable funding source for property owners and business owners alike, and this will also help to enhance the downtown. To understand the opportunity, city staff and bid leadership has met with New City America. New City America is a leading firm in the creation and management of bids and community benefit districts with a 30-year track record of establishing nearly 100 such districts across the United States. And this evening, you will receive a proposal presentation from Marco Limandri, President of New City America. To that end, please meet Marco Limandri.
Thanks.
Okay.
There you go.
Thanks, Don, and Mayor, and Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm happy to be here tonight. It's warmer than I thought it would be today, but it's still beautiful outside. So I'm going to go briefly through a PowerPoint and then go over some issues, and then any questions that anybody would like to ask, I'm happy to do so. So go to the next. The primary district that we've worked in is the Little Italy district, which is the tuna capital of the world in the 1970s. Got devastated by 3,000 homes being removed by the creation of Interstate 5 and the demise of the tuna industry, which was forced to move to the Western Pacific when we did tuna and porpoise fishing restrictions. I have a series of photos. I want to show you that it was a pretty rundown place, an old industrial area, basically the parking lot for downtown, one of the only 13 Little Italys left in the country. So we're going to go through a lot of before and afters. Keep going, Don. So this is what it looked like on the entry into Little Italy in 1999. This is the entry today. Being next to our Main and Main Street, kind of like your Main and Merchant Street, this is what it looked like. And this is what it is today. Another shot of the entrance into Little Italy, which is on the northwest section of downtown San Diego. A lot of old houses and a lot of parking lots. And this was turned into, this is the first market rate development we had built in 2002. The property owner and I negotiated a deal where they would have a public space notched out of their corner spot. The real test of any successful downtown is women. And if women feel safe going through, then we've been very successful. We have a lot of 7,000 new units in the last 20 years. This was actually the main center of our business district in 1999. It was part of a street that you'll notice there, Date Street. We have side streets. All the blocks are 200 by 300. So that street you see there is 200 feet wide. You'll see what we were able to do with the developer over the course of 2014 through 2018. It became our central piazza, much like your town center square that you have built, which I think is extremely attractive. We do an annual Marine band since the Marines are very close. MCRD is right about a half mile away from Little Italy, and they've always been tied to Little Italy based upon some of our piazzas that we've mentioned. This was our Christmas tree lighting about 2 years ago, 40,000 people before the tree was actually lit. You can see this is, we have a Little Italy sign similar to some of the other signs you've seen in other cities. And this is what how we decorated, and it became a great community gathering place in our central piazza. These are other areas that New City America's worked on. This is outside of the BART station in San Leandro, and a statue that was put up called Truth is Beauty. We did a series of summer parties outside of that when we were managing that district. Also part of the work that we did in downtown San Leandro was lighting a Christmas tree, which had not been done in the business district for decades. We also work in downtown Glendale, which is outside of Los Angeles, in creating public spaces. This was a vacated street, and we worked with the table, chairs, and umbrellas to make it attractive for people. And as part of this, too, is this is in Christmas Village that we did in a city called Chula Vista in downtown San Diego, which was also followed up by a Dia de los Muertos. And you can see the costumes that we did, and that's coming up on November 1st. So we currently manage 8 districts throughout the state of California. The closest one is in downtown Hayward, and the rest of them are in Southern California. I think that wraps it up. Oh, the summation is what we're looking at in October is meeting with city staff and the downtown Vacaville stakeholders, property owners. Don and I did a nice tour of downtown. It's a really attractive downtown. It's very quaint. And quaint, I say, in a very good sense. It's historic, and the architecture is excellent. It's very walkable, and you have great examples of people who are able to interact downtown. In October and November, working with the city staff and downtown Vacaville business and property owners, we'll set a boundaried area, and then we'll send out a mailed survey to all the property owners. In November, December, working with also, we'll call it a CBID steering committee. We'll oversee the mail survey. It'll be sent out. And then when we come back, we will mark each parcel. We're asking people if they're conceptually supportive of the idea of a special benefits district, which will be funded by a property assessment district, which property owners would have to petition for and they would have to vote for. The city cannot simply impose it under the state constitution. It needs to be done by a weighted vote of the property owners. In January, we should have the results of that survey, and we'll come back and give you the findings on that survey. Next. So New City America, some of the stuff that we've done, and we just finished our 101st district, and this was in Tracy, in downtown Tracy. I had done that district and then renewed it, and this was the second renewal that we had on that in the past 24 years. The amount of revenue that we've generated in 2024 currently is $120 million a year that cities don't have to pay. The property owners are paying that. If a city is a property owner, they contribute to the district, but $120 million is where we're at. We're at the end of 2024, should be closer to about 123 or 124 million by the end of 2025. We're based in San Diego, but we also have done more districts in the Bay Area, in Oakland, San Francisco, the East Bay than any other company in the last 30 years. And we firmly believe that we had this 75-year cycle of office dominance. I know this because I did the financial district in 2019 in San Francisco when they had a vacancy rate of less than 3%. And today they're hovering at about 35%. And it had to do with the complete dominance of office buildings within downtowns. You're lucky that you were not tied into office buildings. But if you go to downtown San Diego right now, buildings are not being sold, they're being auctioned off. Same thing is going on in Los Angeles. It's a completely radical time in terms of the history of our downtowns. Next. So when we came up with a standard, this is something my wife insisted that I could put on one hand. So we have 5 different ways we think that people get to ensure the revitalization of their downtowns. First is you have a concept of place. You have that. You have a great downtown. It's got a critical mass of retail and restaurants and public spaces, which is key. Second, you need to secure sustainable funding. As Don was just mentioning, there's been a request for additional funding. Your current BID generates about $60,000 or $65,000. That is not enough money to make an impact anywhere. I've done a number of those merchant-based BIDs and stopped doing them 20 years ago when the new legislation was entered into the Streets and Highway Code. Property assessment districts are much more reasonable. They generate more money, and they, by law, must do things over and above what a city is currently doing. A property assessment district cannot replace general benefits that a city is currently providing. It must do things over and above. So those are called special benefits. You need sustainable funding. That's the most reasonable way and the easiest way to provide sustainable funding in any downtown in the state of California. And then we establish what's called public benefit corporations, 501c3s. We've done that over 80 times. And the 501c3 is made up of the business, property owners, and residents of downtown. Includes the city members too. And if it has to be entrepreneurial, even if it's generating, for example, $1 million a year, it needs more money to do. And that's not what we're looking at in downtown Vacaville at this point. But they need to be entrepreneurial. Our district raises $1.5 million in Little Italy. Our annual budget is around $3 million because of the activities that we do. And all that does is put money back into the community and help fund the improvements. Recognize the role of politics and timing. I've done districts before where property owners are fully on board, voted to support the district, and the city council did not support that district. City Council is the only entity that can vote to levy assessments on the property owners in order to fund those special benefits. So the politics and timing are critical, and it seems as though the politics and timing in Vacaville seem appropriate, and that's why I think the contract is being considered. And then focus on real-time management. The best example of real-time management is COVID. We were lucky. We had about 85 restaurants in Little Italy. When we started, we had about 10. We didn't lose one during COVID, and we were very aggressive in keeping things going. I work all throughout the state of California. There are downtowns that have not recovered from COVID, and it's going to take a long time for them to recover. So that's what we look at. And I also look at, and people talk a lot about, oh, we have vacancies. I wanted to bring, this is from 2018, and it was done from an international magazine that looks at per capita retail space. We're so overproduced in terms of commercial and retail in the United States, and you're seeing that in the form of secondary and tertiary malls that are being closed. You know also that the mall at 5th and Powell in San Francisco, the Westfield Mall, gave back the key. Same thing happened in downtown San Diego. Same thing happened in downtown Santa Barbara. You can't sustain these because they're obsolete land uses at this point. But if you look at it, the next closest is Canada. California's got more people than Canada, so 16.8 versus Canada, versus you know, the amount of people in Canada is high, but it's because there's so few people. Australia, and then you get into Europe, Japan, and they're under 5 per capita, 5 square feet per capita. So it will take a while for us to absorb all this commercial property. If you really want to see it, you'll see it on the Northeast and the East Coast from factories that have been closed down. They're still standing. But I think that what it shows is that we overbuilt it a lot of ways in the United States in the 20th century, and I think that we're going to balance things out over the next 10 to 20 years. Your downtown provides an excellent opportunity, and we looked at some of the new residential developments. The future of any downtown in the United States is residential. It is not based upon offices, and you're not going to see a lot of Class A offices built anywhere in the United States unless it's a government building. So you have, it looks like, hundreds of units coming into downtown. We were lucky in Little Italy when I started. We had about 200 to 300 residents. We have 7,000 now. Those residents kept the area alive during COVID. And the walkability, we always use this phrase that, you know, the common denominator for places in downtown is called hip. And it's because a lot of young people want to move in a downtown environment that's walkable, and they can go to restaurants and bars and other retailers, and they like the hipness of it. And for senior citizens, like such as myself, you know, they have hip replacement surgery, and so they're looking not to walk so much. And downtown provides the opportunity for both being hip for young people and hip for senior citizens, as I am. Next. The special benefits that you can use with these property assessments, it could be funding sidewalk sweeping, steam cleaning, enhancing trash or bulky item removal, graffiti abatement. All these are over and above what the city's currently providing. Also adding security and maintaining order. Funding parking management services, funding enhanced special lighting, creating demand for current properties, business attraction promotion, mixed-use development, funding beautification and decorations, tree maintenance, planting and watering, funding district identity, which is marketing, promotion, public relations, district identity, social media, funding public space development and management and maintenance. Next on. And that's it. So I wanted to try to go through this as quickly as possible and show you that I've worked in areas in this, as I mentioned, we manage downtown Hayward. We form that district. Our primary district is Little Italy, but we also have done downtown Redwood City, which I met Don in many, many years ago, which has really taken off since they formed the Community Benefit District. Just finished downtown Tracy on a renewal, and also did the Miracle Mile in Stockton, and recently completed a district in Manteca. So I'm pretty familiar with a lot of the towns that are in here. A lot of them do want their downtowns to come back and be revitalized. The greatest ability outside of having a Costco or a Walmart in terms of generation of sales tax and hotel tax revenues are within your downtowns. So it's a lost opportunity if you're not increasing those. We know because of Prop 13, you're pretty fixed on property taxes in terms of the increasing them. But sales tax and hotel tax create really the best environment and the best foundation for increased budgets, because your budget, I'm sure, is not going to keep up with costs. Every city is going through this in the state of California now. The ARPA money is gone. As mentioned earlier, San Diego's got a $350 million deficit in this fiscal year, and it's probably projected similar for the next 3 to 4 years. And San Diego's a relatively young city with a lot of universities and a lot of new industries. LA's got a $1 billion deficit. San Francisco's got an $800 million deficit over the next 2 years. So this is more the norm than the exception. So the services that you might be providing in downtown and all throughout the city for the residents, and I think you've done great work with the neighborhood organizations, they're going to be squeezed. They're going to be squeezed. So the question becomes, how do you try to make downtown flourish? It's going to need an independent funding base, and the Property Business Improvement District or Community Benefit Improvement District provides at least one vehicle to do that. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the council might have.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions from the council before I open up? Councilmember Silva.
So sometimes it's hard for me to, when we talk about comparables, if we're focused on San Diego, to compare it to the market that that's here in Vacaville. And then, so you mentioned that I believe that one was associated with $3 million operating budget, if that was correct. So as far as like the plans that have been put in place based on our community input for Vacaville's downtown, have you looked into seeing what that will look like? Because the biggest question is what cost are we talking about? Because one of the concerns that I have is right now it's kind of a blend between property owner and business owners that have input on everything, whatever it might be that goes on downtown. And if we're moving it solely with property owners, there's concerns that I share of what the consequences are to those who invested in our downtown through their business investment. So how do you balance, like, what's your experience on that? Because it sounds like we're pushing forward for a P-bid to focus solely on what do the property owners want rather than a more collaborative approach moving forward.
So if you're going to generate revenue, you need to generate enough revenue to make an impact. So that's the main concern. It's easy for me to form a district that's going to generate $100,000 a year because it's not that much of an expense to each property owner. You saw the services. The services don't benefit just the property owners. They benefit the citizens also of Vacaville because they're going to want to come to holiday events or events in downtown. There's a balance between making an impact and an unreasonable economic burden. So it's my job to try to figure that out. The challenge for under this legislation is that property owners, just to get to a ballot, half of them, 50% by dollar amount, let's say the district's $500,000 a year, you need property owners representing $251,000 to sign a petition just to trigger a balloting. That's a really big threshold. It's one of the highest thresholds in the state. You can recall the governor for 15% of the people that voted in the last election. So 50% is pretty high. So it means the property owners have to be pretty strongly in support of it and understand the benefits of it. And then after the petition, then they actually have to vote. So I think that by the time this process, and what I'm trying to do by January, is figure out, is the basis of support there among property owners? I don't know what the costs are going to be because I don't know what the service is and I don't know the size of it at this point. But that's one of the things we're planning on doing during the whole investigation. And every district that we have established with the nonprofit corporation includes business and property owners and residents that are within the downtown. So there's no exclusion of anyone who's not a property owner. We welcome as much input as possible, and that would include chambers of commerce. If the city was a property owner paying into it, they would be on the board too. So we think we have enough safeguards in there to make sure that the community will be completely behind this.
So, so along those, where there are cities that are maybe more comparable within this respective region, do those approximately what are those ones? What are those guys paying? You mentioned Hayward. I'm not sure about Redwood City. Tracy, to a point.
Tracy's about $320,000 a year that the property owners just voted for the fourth time because the original, and then this was the third renewal. Miracle Mile is about $220,000. Manteiga's at $184,000. So it varies based upon the density of the buildings within a downtown area.
And and that money is based on to support what exactly for them?
You can't use assessed valuation in the state of California for two reasons. One, nobody's exempt, so cities pay, school districts pay, counties pay, based upon the fact that the Constitution, not the Streets and Highway Code. The Constitution says that nobody's exempt unless you can demonstrate clear and convincing evidence that you will not generate benefit. Every city that I work with pays into the district, whether it's 5%, 10%, 15%. It's really based upon what the boundaries are. The other point too on the I lost my train of thought.
I don't think it was clear on my question. The money that's generated from that,
yes,
the annual
assessment,
what is that going? How is that determined? What is that going to? How is that determined?
I'm sorry. To finish up, you can't use assessed valuation, so you use what does each parcel have in common. Linear frontage, lot size, building square footage. And there's an assessment tied to each of those three factors. And then if, for example, and I've used this definition or this explanation done, if Don was paying $2,000 a year into the district and I was paying $1,000, he gets twice the vote I do because it's a weighted vote under the state constitution. So we want to look at the larger property owners and the small property owners. We're trying to get everybody on board. But ultimately, it's the weighted property owners that make the determination if the district is formed because they have to sign the petition and then they have to vote for it.
So do business owners have any say in that process?
They have say with their landlords because their landlords are probably going to talk to them and say, you have a triple net lease. If I do this, is this something that's going to benefit you? Because I would pass it through to you. But I would tell you that in Little League, we have a bid and we have a property assessment district all in one corporation. They both pay into the corporation. The businesses enjoy it because they know that there's a much greater revenue source in order to attract customers. The whole point of this is to create demand. It's demand on the properties and demand on the businesses. So if somebody, and that's done through social media, that's done through events, but social media is far more powerful now than any other form of communication. So you need that money in order to draw people into your downtown. And you have the systems in place right now to do it. A good PR firm. So one of the first questions that we always ask on the survey is, how do you feel the image of the public is towards downtown Vacaville? What comes to mind? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it no image? If it's no image, that's not good. And if it's bad, that's even worse. So the whole point is that downtown Vacaville business and property owners have to tell their own story. They have to be in front of what the media is going to do because the media usually deals with a crisis. So that can be extremely valuable. Will the business owners benefit from that? Yes. The whole point, again, is to create demand. We want more people coming into downtown, better parking management so people aren't tying up parking on Main Street or on Merchant Street. And to create demand. So if someone's paying $1,000 as a merchant, I always say the goal is to have them generate an extra $8,000 to $10,000 a year, which more than covers the cost of that assessment. That's what this whole point is to ignite, in many ways, people spending money in downtown, living in downtown, or just visiting in downtown.
Thank you. Councilmember, yeah, you're next. Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you for that information, and that answered quite a few of my questions because I wanted to know about the property owners and if they had multiple properties. So you're just saying if you own multiple properties, it's added together, and then you're going to get a majority of the vote depending on, a portion of the vote depending on how many properties you own compared to those three things that you were talking about, correct?
Or it could be a very large property. So it could be a bigger lot size with a lot of frontage as well as a lot of building square footage.
Right.
So
would it make any difference if the property was vacant?
no, it does not make any, and a lot of property owners are concerned because they know the properties are vacant, either because they're in trusts and the kids don't want to sell it because they like the checks they get every month, or they're absentee landowners, and they have done nothing to promote someone taking up their. So the idea is that if those people aren't willing to maintain their own property and have to pay an assessment, you'll be able to do something to make sure that their property is not an eyesore and actually try to help bring in a new tenant to that property owner so you don't have any holes in the sidewalk or the streets.
Right, but there's not really an incentive to have them go find a business to go in there. They're just hoping that, the rest of the groups would say, let's get that done, but we don't have any incentive for a vacant property owner to do anything.
No, and many cities are now adopting vacancy ordinances because they know that certain properties have been empty for 10 to 15 years, and it doesn't do anybody any good. So it's some, like Hayward did it, they're not really implementing it at this point, but the large property owners and small property owners and businesses on our Hayward board said yes, because it's creating a disincentive for people to come to our downtown when they see 3 adjacent places all empty and no one's taking care of the outside, the paint's old, the windows might be scratched. So this is trying to give somebody incentive to fix up their property and do something rather than just forget that it exists.
Yeah. And so then the purpose of this whole presentation from you is to deter, if we vote it in, it would be to determine whether or not the majority of property owners are in favor of this or not in favor of this.
Right, and it's conceptual because if property owners say, yeah, that's a good idea, I can back it, but they're going to say, what's the plan? What is it going to cost me? What services I'm going to get? What is the frequency of services? So the preliminary part of this is to ascertain whether or not the property owners by a significant, I won't say majority, by a significant minority, because you can always close the gap, are they conceptually open to this? And I'll map it out, or my staff will map it out, and we'll be able to say who's supportive. Those parcels will be in red. The people that are supportive, who are opposed, those will be in red. The ones that are endorsing the concept will be in green. People that can respond no opinion are yellow, and then all public properties are orange. And we go with that. We go over that with the steering committee, and the steering committee says, "Oh, I know this person. I'll get them to respond one way or the other." So the steering committee is really the engine that keeps this thing going, and it becomes a collaboration among property owners and business owners in order to try to figure out who's in their downtown, how do you get through to them, and what are their goals maybe for their business or their property, especially if it's empty.
Right. And then are all businesses equal in the study, whether you're an office building like real estate or something, or whether you're a retail and you're selling something, or you're a restaurant or a gym? Are they all equal if they're a business owner?
We have, I've looked at it in many different ways, but there's times when a retail becomes a restaurant a few years later, or an office becomes apartments. So we just look at building square footage, and then what the property owner does with that building, and it's happening a lot right now where they're actually transforming offices into residence. It's based upon the gross building square footage, the gross gross linear frontage, and gross lot size. So the property owners, they'll be able to ascertain and figure out exactly what their costs are going to be and whether there's a cost-benefit analysis for them.
Okay, last 2 things. So does it just take a simple majority when the property owners are finally getting to the vote?
It's a simple weighted majority. Again, so the larger
Right, the weight,
property
I
is.
understand that. So,
Right,
but
by
the
dollar amount.
simple majority of the weighting things. Okay.
Right, and it's not, it's like a regular vote, that if you don't cast a ballot, it doesn't count. So usually 60%, 65% of the property owners will actually, by dollar amount, will return their ballots. I've done this enough to see what the averages are. Some cities are lower, some are higher.
And then the last question then, so how does it affect the rental the residences if people are living downtown? So it's just a business, not residents or apartments?
Yeah, a lot, and I think it's Lewis Homes. Yeah, we drove by all the Lewis Home development. A lot of those people want to be living there, again, maybe hip replacement or something, because they want a walkable environment, and your downtown is extremely attractive. So residents, if they're within the boundaries of the district, they would normally pay either through their rents on their apartments or through their condos. It's pretty minimal. Usually the annual assessment for a condo owner is less than 1 month of their HOAs. But the whole reason why they moved to downtown into that walkable community is they wanted an attractive, clean place that was filled with vibrant businesses. So they want to see those benefits because they've invested a lot of money in living there. The worst thing they can do is live out near downtown or in downtown and drive somewhere else. The whole point is to keep them there and recycle all the money into downtown.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Freeman.
Yeah, just curious, I know it's a little bit off track here. I'm just curious, what is your experience with bid management teams? I know that's not your spectrum here as far as for you're trying to make a determination on providing a service with some ideas and how to raise more money, but if we raise $300,000 or $500,000 or $1 million and we don't have a good bid management team, and I'm not saying that we don't here, I think that we have a good one, but there's also people, I'm sure, in many communities that you deal with that are unhappy with their bid management teams. There's fighting going on, there's power struggles, so I know that's kind of not. But if we raise this money and we still have trouble with property owners, business owners that say they don't want to be a part of it, do you have any kind of recommendations on how to bring that together and build a healthy bid management environment?
Yeah, we actually, that's one we do, district formation, district management, district consulting. Your question is, I think, key, because my biggest frustration in forming over 100 districts, and I have a staff of 18 people, so it's just not me, clearly, is that once we create the financing mechanism, and it's exactly as you were saying, they go out and they hire somebody, and it doesn't work, the board gets split up, then I just tell people you can do one of two things. You can fire your executive director because you have the authority to do that, do another RFP, look for somebody better, or if the district is not working, there are the same way you set up the district is the way you disestablish the district. Same percentage on the petition, same percentage in terms of the voting. That's my biggest frustration, is forming these districts and spending all the time getting property owners together, getting them excited about this, and then the people they might hire just don't perform. But they always have the option of changing that. So I just encourage them, do an RFP, look for other candidates out there, and I can tell you we're heading into an economic environment right now where there's going to be a lot of people looking for work, and this is a emerging field. So people need to make sure that the person they hire has experience, they have letters of recommendation, and they do all their due diligence to make sure that they're capable of being results-oriented, not process-oriented in the process.
So then would you suggest that our city is actively involved with our council, with our city manager, with department heads, with all of the parties that are involved here to be more involved with our bid as far as for what's going on, how it's being run? Are the current paying members happy, sad, unhappy? Do you have a recommendation for that?
I don't have an answer to your question about your current bid, but I would say that if you do create a property bid, property business improvement district, community benefit improvement district, that and the city is paying into it as a property owner, the city should be on the board. A tax exempt is paying into it, they should be on the board. So I think that that winds up doing, and we had a meeting in Hayward this morning, and 2 of our board members are from the city. the head of planning and the head of economic development. And it really stabilizes things because we get constant flows of information from city staff to the board, and the board is far more educated and they make far more rational decisions. So there's a way to put it together that makes a lot of sense.
Thank you kindly.
Sure.
This time I'll open it up to the public for any comments.
Hello. I am Brooke Fox. I am the former executive director of the Downtown Business Improvement District for 4.5 years. I am speaking tonight in support of the proposal to explore a new assessment district for downtown Vacaville. I am currently the state coordinator for California Main Street. Our organization was mentioned at a recent council meeting during presentation on extending the bid management agreement, and I just would like to take the time to further introduce the work that we do. So California Main Street serves as the statewide coordinating program for Main Street America, a subsidiary of the National Trust for Historic Preservation. The California network consists of 32 communities across the state, large and small, who follow the Main Street approach for community transformation. We connect our member communities to training, grants, mentorship, and we create transformation strategies designed to move their districts forward towards economic and placemaking goals. Since the DVBID is a member of California Main Street, I reached out to DVBID leadership and Don Burris earlier this year to offer assistance during their leadership transition. Based on both my experience in growing the DVBID annual budget to over $100,000 in additional funds, and my 3-year tenure at California Main Street, I was subsequently asked to provide revenue generation ideas and had several meetings with DVBID leadership to discuss the findings. When preparing these types of requests, it is common to support the formation of a PBID or C, community benefit district. California Main Street is in support of forming new districts, but to clear up any potential confusion, California Main Street does not itself form districts. We also advocate for local control where possible when forming new districts. I look forward to working with the new DVBID leadership to help stabilize the organization. Prior to the departure of their executive director, I was actually working with their team to move them up to accredited status, which is the highest status in the California Main Street, or in the Main Street American network, which would then enable Vacaville to be eligible for entry and potentially earn a Great American Main Street Award, which is the highest accolade. So I look forward to helping to pick up these efforts after the new leadership is installed, and thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Cloutier. I am currently the vice president of the downtown Vacaville BID and a business owner downtown. I am cautiously optimistic about this new program. I think that we have had several iterations of consultants and firms and that have been suggested to us over the years, and they have not always benefited our organization, and I'm cautiously hopeful and optimistic that New City America may be the solution. This is the first time we've had an organization who actually is kind of addressing the organizational issues of having a bid, the involvement, getting people involved and excited about being part of a bid. And I think that if we can get a community bid formed, that would be the ultimate goal, where not only business owners, but property owners and citizens are all actively working towards something better for our downtown shopping district. Again, we've had the ULI come in and tell us that we were not fit for a property owner's bid, and then we've suggested Main Street, a Main Street approach. While that has helped, it definitely has not given us the results that we would have wanted. And, part of that problem is, we were hit in the middle of all of this reorganization with being the shutdowns during COVID and the pandemic and all that. So, again, cautiously optimistic. I hope that this will be the solution, but I do hope that there will be measurable benchmarks so we can see that there's progress forward and that this is benefiting our property, our business district, and that, we as a community and downtown have input and how this goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I wasn't originally going to speak on this, but if I was sitting in your chairs, I would probably ask the question, what is the downside? It was a great presentation. And so one of my new friends is AI, and I asked him, and it won't take 3 minutes. For a city engaging with New City America, a consulting firm that helps form these districts, the primary downside is the transfer of control over public spaces and services, raising concerns that such arrangements can decrease democratic accountability disproportionately and benefit specific business interests over wider public interests. When New City America develops the DMCs, the District Management Corporations, it shifts control of public services from the city's elected officials to a private nonprofit board, which may be less directly accountable to all residents and taxpayers. DCMs are managed for business community that funds them, and this model could lead to public spaces and services being tailored to benefit businesses rather than the broad community, potentially neglecting the needs of residents, low-income citizens, and unhoused people. I just think that that was a good question to ask. What was the downsides? When we're doing our research, we can see both sides, because I think there's benefit in getting AI's opinion sometimes.
Thank you.
Hi, I have a question. So I was wondering if there was any consideration for a citywide tax, like the city of Lafayette. There are Measure C 2024, and that was for their downtown revitalization. And then the control would be in your hands. So creating something other than this particular district. I was just wondering if you considered it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name's Adina. I'm the president of the DBBID. I've had several meetings with the city manager, economic development, and with the consultant. And while we have expressed support in exploring additional funding sources so we can continue to operate, I'd like to pose some points to ponder. We always need extra money. I think everybody does. But we need to keep in mind that small businesses are already struggling with a 25-year-old assessment fee structure. And so the dollars that would pass to small businesses is a totally different amount than what they're used to right now. And we need to make sure that's very clear in this PBID environment. I pay $200 a year right now. I'm pretty sure that if my property is assessed, that I'm going to pay a lot more than that. So I hope you keep that in mind as businesses struggle and try to make it. If the city proceeds with this process, we've expressed concern that the current bid programs and the current bid continue to operate. We put a lot of time and money. We have a new executive director that just started yesterday, so she's in the back listening to all of this. But our goal is business improvement, and it's all about the businesses. My concern is if the property owners take the primary control, what does that do with the business owners and their say? Because they're the ones that are on the front line and really are the ones that are putting out the effort to make sure downtown is a great place to visit. if in fact a P-bid goes in place or a C-bid, we would like assurance that the programs that the bid is working on now and would continue to work on during this process, this is not a 6-month process. If this goes through, we're looking at probably a 2-year process. We would hope the bid, as it currently sits, its programs would continue and that those would transfer over if there were a new P-bid. We're putting a lot of effort in, and we would like to see those continue. The other thing is when people look at percentage of property ownership, we also want to keep in mind that the city owns a decent amount of property downtown. It's not just private businesses. So I just like to put those points out, and we're looking at a lot more dollars than the $34,000 for a survey. So keep that in mind as well moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and City Council people. I'd like to start by first, I have to make sure I cannot allow the $300,000 request to go by without clarifying the record. And first of all, I want to thank the city manager, the new city manager, for being so gracious with her time to meet with me. And I did provide you my own summary of the history of the DVBID, along with supporting documents. At least $175,000 of those $300,000 are because the previous city manager came to us and asked us to increase the operation and cost and salary and benefits of a new program that they'd hired a consultant to come up with 4 names. So I want to make sure the city council knows that of that $300,000, about $175,000 of it is for money we spent based on the assurance of the representative of the city manager that we would do it. But now I'd like to get to this program. I'm always willing to listen to a new program. I would have appreciated if you'd have done a little more homework, frankly, because many of the things you showed on the screen, the Christmas tree, the 40,000 coming downtown, I'm sure many people in the council saw things that you were advertising as the benefit that we already do here. And so I'm still willing to look at it. But listening to other city council members and my position about consultants, I think we have to have measurable, in your effort, we need to have measurable targets that are reported to the city council on how the money's being spent and what's been achieved at each of these levels. Number 2, my understanding was, 3, is that this was supposed to be a collaborative effort. But if I listen to your response to Councilman Wiley's question, it faded away from being a collaborative effort to being, well, business owners, the property owners are going to be the ones that handle this. Well, this is not the way Vacaville runs. As our city manager, our mayor has said, we're very unique. A lot of the members on the board of the downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District are property owners. Many of them are, and they are on our Property Owners Development Committee. So I'm willing to see it go forward with the city manager, but I also feel, in accordance with Councilman Silva's wise counsel in the past, for both us and you, there has to be measurable meeting with us to see what the progress is and where you're headed. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. How many more are wishing to speak on this item? If you do, go ahead and form a line. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Carley, Vice Mayor Chapman, council members, and staff. I wasn't planning on speaking on this item, but I would just offer, in the big picture of decision-making, where our residents and the opinions and wants of the residents weigh in the decision-making process. I know historically it's been challenging for us as a community to respond to the wants of residents that we're trying to draw down into these spaces. And it is complicated because property owners and business owners have a very broad and diverse perspective of what they think needs to happen for their business and their property. And so whatever we decide as a community, I would just encourage the council to heavily weight the input substantial input of residents that we're trying to draw into these spaces, and don't create systems that rely solely on our property managers and our business owners, that there is an opportunity for our residents to tell us what will draw them to these spaces and continue them instead of going to neighboring cities for entertainment and restaurants and the things that we're trying to attract here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening.
I wasn't going to speak this evening, but I felt that it was necessary. I think we should really, I think we really should search within ourselves and see what do we want Vacaville and downtown in our area to look like. The pictures I see on there are very high density subdivisions, and I don't really see a downtown anymore. And if you relinquish control of our downtown, you will not have a Vacaville anymore. Somebody else will be in control of it. I'm just stating something very clear. There are organizations or different people coming into our small towns and trying to erode the best of us. And I just would want you guys to protect that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I wasn't planning on talking, but we have to do something. The Main Street approach hasn't worked. We're different. We need to try something different. So I'm open to try, but trying to convince some of the property owners is going to be a challenge. The renderings, everything looks great. Our demographic's a bit different. We are a different city. If you could pull it off, I'm all for you. But we have property owners, we've got businesses or buildings that have just been vacant for a long time. They don't want to put money into it. Trying to get tenants, they go with the same people over and over. We've had this history, and then they've changed from hair salons to putting mortgage companies and so forth. We're all destinations. I have a very good gauge. Some of the cities, the income levels are higher than ours. We have a lot of money here. My business will attest to it. I know what people spend with me and what they're capable. So I have a very good barometer of what people are capable in our city. But we have to try something new. City involvement is key. However, as a bid, we cannot lose control. We still have to have a high stake in this. Where the money's going to come from, I hope you could pull it off. We do need to try something different. So, Savita, I'm willing to, you said you have faith, and I'm going with it with you. We have to do something different. We're all destinations downtown. We need it to be viable. We need people to walk and shop and stay downtown. But it's going to be convincing building owners to take a chance to do it, but it's got to be reasonable, because if the cost is too high, I could tell you they're not going to do it. And a citywide, what was just spoken about, we need to see how, I've been downtown 18 years with my business. Still people don't come downtown. They're like, you're here? So you got to get a hook to get there. Cities are defined by their downtown. I firmly believe that. And we truly need to get a hook to get people down. I can track 8.7 side 8.8 with my software and so forth. So you got to be, we need a hook. So whatever you can come up with, if it's fair and reasonable, how it'll cost myself, building owners, so forth, it's got to be something that's going to be reasonable where they will bite into it. Otherwise, I think it's a waste. I mean, I hope I hope for the best. You know, I'm optimist. I want to see it, but we need to go in a different direction than the way things have gone for so many years. So hopefully you guys could pull it off and come up with something. Don't know where it's going to go, but, you know, let's see what happens.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you very much.
Good evening. So my name is Sandra Over. I'm a property owner and a business owner. So I am optimistic. I know things need to change. I know we need to figure out how to make ourselves a healthier, more successful bid. I'm not sure if this is the answer. I am worried that a lot of property owners will just pass this on to the businesses. They'll end up paying that cost and they won't have a voice. And it will be in the hands of a few large property owners. So I am worried about that. I know that has been the case in several other P-bids. Like I said, I know we need to figure something out because we're not, the bid used to be very successful. We used to be able to sell, you know, inexpensive beer Friday night creek walks, and that would fund all of our events for the year. And that's just not the case anymore. People don't drink the way they did, and things are just not the same. So we have to figure something out. I noticed even City of Vacaville, these special events that Parks and Rec put on, 7 of these 8 events take place in downtown Vacaville. 7 of the 8. There are 4 different sponsorship levels. And I know, I've looked at the budget, I know what goes into that for the City of Vacaville, and we have to consider that we need to all look at downtown and know that it's important for all your constituents, even if it's not your particular district that you represent, but a happy, vibrant, healthy, safe, successful downtown is important to everybody. It's important for attracting new businesses and companies that we want to have. And lastly, I just want to say I've served on several different boards in the past. One of them was downtown. And I have to commend our downtown, especially the last couple of years, because it is the hardest working board I've ever been on. And they work with the least amount of money of any board I've ever been on as well. So I just have to say thank you to them.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment portion of this item, and I'm going to allow you maybe an opportunity to share some thoughts, but before we do that, I want to just be clear. Many of us on this council have said this over time. We're trying to figure out how to revitalize and activate downtown. And I think nobody wants to lose control of what our hometown downtown would feel like, will feel like. I appreciate that these are just examples of places that this consultant has worked. I don't expect that everybody has read the staff report in the public and sometimes when people comment. But to be very clear, this is to enter into a consulting agreement to explore whether a P-bid may be of interest to property owners and businesses, and to determine the technical and financial needs in forming a distance. It goes on. It's a process to lean in to say, is this something that could work, that could be suitable and acceptable not only to our city, to our council, to our businesses, and to our property owners. And so this normally, as I'm reading, I know this, is at the price level that our city manager could just operate on her own. But the reality is this is an important conversation for our city, which is why the presentation. So I know that this is the beginning, and so I understand hearing some comments. A consultant to understand what your city looks like doesn't even begin until actually after you begin a contract and study it and meet and assess and interview and survey, and that hasn't even happened yet. But I can appreciate, on the recommendation of our city manager, bringing somebody in who's done this in over 100 locations. And so many of us can say, hasn't worked yet. Many of us understand we want something that's successful. We want something that's vibrant. We want something that's fair and reasonable. We know the charm that we have, and I'm sure when ULI came here, the one comment that I'll correct, and then I'll turn it over to the consultant. ULI did not say that one of these districts is not not fit for it. Really, what it is in the clear print and the time that we spent with him was, we're not ready for it, because there's a process. They were never here for that. They were here for unreinforced masonry buildings. They saw the charm and the gem. They just realized in meeting with the downtown stakeholders and constituents, okay, they're not there yet. And so a comment in a report and also a comment at the council was not to say we're not fit for it. It's just there's work to be done to get there. And so this is an opportunity to simply, as the staff report reads, for investigation of a potential formation. So this is the process of how you do it. And so we can't do this alone. And so hopefully after tonight, the process can begin to understand what we could do, because what we're doing right now, as we know, isn't working. The funding isn't there, costs are different, structures are different. And so I'm not sure, sir, if you had any more comments that you wanted to make on anything that you heard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I've never had to defend myself in front of AI yet, so this is
That's a first.
Somewhat new.
Get used to it.
Yeah, I know. It's just the beginning, right? So the idea that you're privatizing public spaces is not relevant to anything I've ever worked in. Every place we've done is to make a public space better for the public. That's what the entire intent is to make the downtown a vibrant place. And as the gentleman said, in many ways, the downtowns are the face of a city. And people remember the most. They don't remember necessarily the neighborhoods, even though a lot of them are attractive, but they really remember the core and the downtown. So I don't agree at all that these districts, which are financing mechanisms, they're not power plays, that we're not trying to pull things away from city control or from the public control. And there's a lot of discussion about business owners not being listened to. Every board that I work on, and the way we set up our corporations too, Little Italy board is 28 people. 50% are property owners, 50% are business owners. So I don't agree with that either. The business owners are the ones that see what happened on a day-to-day basis. They see how many people are walking on the streets, how many people are coming in their doors, how much money they're spending per sale. So the business owners are critical because they're the litmus test of what's going on with the downtown. I don't agree with anybody that says that this is a way to take power away from the business owners. A collaboration between everybody in downtown, and we even have what's called community at large. Let's say somebody was the head of the downtown Vacaville Historical Association. They don't own property and they don't own a business in downtown, but they know a lot about what happened in downtown over the last few decades. You would want them on the board because they have that historical background. So that's the way we approach it. The stronger people in downtown, whether residents, business owners, property owners, the better, the faster things will go. So we want all the best elements in downtown to be on that board, whether it's 5 people or whether it's 15 or 25.
Yeah, thank you very much. In the interest of moving this along, does any member of the council have any comments other than approving this consulting agreement? Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, I think, the word collaboration keeps coming up, and I think that's an extremely powerful tool. It's just that in this sense, it seems like we're collaborating to implement a PBID. And in there's still reasonable concerns, even with respect to your answers. One of the biggest challenges that I've seen and observed growing up in this town, like if you go back to the original slide, in some cases, many cases, we're kind of, those buildings still look very similar, respectively. I know that one of those buildings got a new roof, but they, finally, but the key thing there is in collaboration. And one of the things that are requested, and maybe there's no support for it, but I think in order, a lot of times what I've noticed, anytime you push, people are going to push back. And then there lies a lot of bad blood, things don't move forward. So for me, while I hear there is optimism within the speakers, the bigger picture is there's a larger community and a larger component in stake. it seems to me, while there's a completely appropriate way to say, okay, how much money do we have? And that will determine what we can do. But I agree that a lot of things that were mentioned in there, those are things that are already being implemented. So if there's the question is, what in addition are we trying to achieve? What is the cost associated with that? What is council, along in collaboration with the city staff, willing to put up as far as coming from our general fund? And then now we go back, now we talk with our business owners or all the stakeholders involved to figure out what is the best approach to go about this. And perhaps that absolutely does include a P-bid. But I think until what I continue to see is anytime you have one elected member voice opposition to anything that's meant to be productive, even if it's of best interest, that in itself starts to span out. That becomes toxic, and then any opportunity for us to move forward and keep everybody on the same page goes away. So the key there is collaboration, and to me it just seems we're moving forward on one step before we've actually even got everybody on the same table, get out their 50 years of complaints of what they've inherited because somebody did something in 1979 before I was born, and then now we got to figure out, how do we move forward? And I think from there, then okay, what's the things we like? Here's the cost, here's what we can afford, and then kind of work from that angle, and then we move forward. So I don't think that is necessarily that we should like this is never going to be an option. Obviously, it's something that keeps coming up since I've been on council. For me, I think that discussion needs to happen first, and then we come back on this. That's where I'm standing on this one.
We've been talking about it for a long time that got us to this point, which is the reason we're looking for a solution. Councilmember Wiley?
I just wanted to echo a few of the comments that said that we have a really hardworking group of people downtown working hard to make it better for everyone. And so I do want to say thanks. That was a great comment. And then the other comment, you may not know, but you're a person that's been working with downtowns across the state. How many people, how many towns do have like a special tax district just for downtown, like the one speaker Minion mentioned about Lafayette? I think she said Lafayette. But so are there a lot of cities that do that? Not that I'm advocating that, because we have a lot of other things, but do cities have that?
That's the first I've ever heard of that.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I want to start off by saying we hear you. We're often, most of us are visiting downtown businesses and restaurants, interacting with you at different community events. And what I will say is, Mr. Mayor, how many different groups? I know we've had seismic studies done, we've had Bloomberg. I mean, I think we have a council that is trying to find ways to activate downtown. So I commend this group. I know it has been frustrating, and we couldn't do it without the partnership of the business owners, the bid, and I got to give it to Director Burris and our new city manager, Savita, to bring a new idea. I think this is a very nominal fee to learn some very good information and find out directly from the stakeholders whether or not this is a pathway that they want to look into. And so we're going to continue to listen. That being said, I think that we should move forward in getting some of this information. It's not a ton of money, but I think that has the potential to solve maybe one of the bigger issues that we've been having with fully funding what downtown needs to, kind of take that next step moving forward. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation for the funding.
And I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Abstain? All right, so there's a lot of work to be done, and sir, I appreciate your efforts leading up to now. Some of what you may see and hear and feel when you have your stakeholder meetings, there's likely a sentiment because we have struggled. It's probably not the first time you've seen the community struggle. It has charm, though, as you've seen. So we look forward to seeing what the results are, and we certainly need to make sure that our businesses, as you've heard, there is a desire to understand what can we do and how can it be not only solvent, but it can actually help pay for the things that we're already doing, and the community is doing a lot of things, and I think you'll see that as part of this, so thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So thank you. Moving right along, City Clerk, what do we have next?
Next is consideration of initiating an amendment to the general plan by revising policies to allow the construction of a single-family home on a ridge line within the proposed Vine Tree Estates project located on the east side of Vine Street and west of Gable Avenue.
It's a big table tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, where did all that?
Don't know. You're not used to that, are you? Getting cold.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and members of the public. The item before you tonight is proposed initiation to a general plan amendment for the Vine Tree Estates subdivision. Specifically, the request is to initiate an amendment to general plan policies that restrict development on ridgelines in the city for the purpose of allowing the construction of one single-family residential custom home on a hillside along Vine Street. This slide here shows the location of the project site. The city is currently reviewing an application for the Vine Tree Estates subdivision, which would construct 28 custom single-family homes off of Vine Street on the east side of Vine Street and west of Gable Avenue. Lot number 1, which is the largest lot in the proposed subdivision, proposes to construct a residence on a hillside, which is currently not allowed under general plan policies. And so the applicant is seeking to initiate an amendment to the general plan to revise those policies to allow development of that house on that ridgeline. The project proposal for the Vine Tree Estates subdivision as a whole is to subdivide an 18.9 acre parcel to create 28 lots for custom single family home development, with that lot number 1 being located on the ridgeline. The city has a history of general plan policies and also municipal code regulations that help to regulate development on ridgelines, and the purpose of these policies is to preserve existing scenic resources in the city, reduce grading on steep slopes, and also to prevent development in dangerous areas with geological instability. This slide here gives an outline of the different policies and the history of the city's policies regarding ridgeline development. In 1990, that was the first time that the city had general plan policies to preserve ridgelines and hillsides and slopes at or exceeding 25% in the city. And at the time, the city's municipal code identified specific ridgeline locations throughout the city. In 2001, the City Council adopted an amendment to the general plan to allow ridgeline development on certain sites in the city. In 2015, the City Council adopted a comprehensive update to the city general plan, which retained those policies from the 1990 general plan protecting ridgelines, but it did not contain that amendment from 2001 that allowed development on certain sites. That update to the general plan included figure safe-4, which showed locations of different slope percentages throughout the city. In 2022, the city did a comprehensive update to the Land Use and Development Code portion of the municipal code, and that update removed the figure that showed the specific ridgeline locations throughout the city, and at that time, a new ridgeline analysis was not completed. And then 2023, as required by state law, the city updated the safety element of the general plan, and that update retained the ridgeline policies that promote the preservation of ridgelines, but it did remove figure safety-4. And so this slide here shows aerial view of the proposed subdivision site along with the hill on which lot 1 would be located. This slide is a rendering provided by the applicant of what a potential custom single-family home could look like on the hill, as seen from Vine Street. And this is another rendering from the applicant showing the proposed house from Trower Park. Under the existing general plan, the project site is designated residential estates, which allows for development of residential uses from between half a dwelling unit to 3 dwelling units per acre. And then under this current zoning ordinance, the project site is zoned residential estates with minimum 20,000 square foot lots. There's also a hillside overlay due to the presence of the hill on the site, and also the special standards overlay for the Vine Street area. The City Council previously considered this request on April 23rd of last year, and at that meeting, the Council voted 4-3 to decline the initiation to revise those policies regulating ridgeline development. At that meeting, the Council also discussed various other topics related to the project, such as other homes that have been built on ridgelines in the area, views of the hillside from neighboring areas along Vine Street and also along Markham Avenue, and then also other items related to the project, such as minimum lot sizes and connectivity to surrounding neighborhoods. And so the item before council tonight is whether or not to initiate that general plan amendment to revise those ridgeline development policies. Any non-city initiated general plan amendment has to be initiated by city council prior to any formal development application. And so at this meeting, the city council could approve or deny that general plan amendment initiation request. Approval of the initiation doesn't guarantee that the council will approve the general plan amendment in the future. It just allows the applicant to proceed with the formal development process and allows staff to review and revise what those policies could look like, which would be presented to council at a later date. In order to amend the general plan, at a future meeting, the city council would have to make some findings in order to approve such an amendment, and that is that it's consistent with other general plan goals, objectives, and policies. It's not detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. It would maintain an appropriate balance of land uses in the city. It's consistent with state law and also compatible with adjoining land uses. And so for next steps, if the city council chooses tonight to initiate the general plan amendment request, staff would begin further evaluation of the amendment request and also initiate environmental review for the overall subdivision project, and then return to Planning Commission and City Council with a recommendation on the entire project as a whole. The City Council also does have some other alternatives as well. Specifically, alternative number 1 could be to decline to initiate the general plan amendment request. And in this case, the applicant would need to relocate the house on lot 1 in an area away from the ridgeline. And then under alternative 2, the City Council could determine that those general plan policies regarding ridgeline development do not apply to this project. And so the project would just move forward as proposed with no amendment to the general plan being required. And then if the City Council does initiate the general plan amendment request, staff would also work with the applicant to process the other entitlements that are required for the project. And so to continue next steps, if you do initiate the general plan amendment, that would confirm that general plan hillside policies do apply to this project, and it would allow the city the opportunity to evaluate further evaluate the development of lot 1 of the proposed project. And under this initiation, staff would further study potential general plan amendment options, such as consistency with the city's housing element, the history of general plan amendments for ridgeline development, as we kind of alluded to with the amendment that happened in 2001. We would also evaluate different ways to reduce visual impacts to the surrounding area, as well as ensuring the visual effects that the proposed development are depicted accurately when the project returns to the Planning Commission and City Council. And so tonight, staff is recommending that by simple motion, you adopt the subject resolution initiating the general plan amendment, revising policies as needed to allow the construction of a single-family home on the ridgeline within the proposed Vine Street Estates project. I do want to also note that since the publication of the staff report, we have received 11 public comments, which have been forwarded to the council for consideration. And so that concludes staff presentation. Be happy to answer any questions. I also do want to note that the applicant has a presentation that they'd like to share during the public comment period. Thank you.
Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, thank you. What is the reason why that street, I can't tell what the name is, Vine Tree Lane? No. That street that goes from I'm looking at, I'm not even sure where you have, yeah, thank you, the map. So the south entrance, sorry, that middle entrance, Vine Tree Lane proposed, is the reason why that is is the reason why that isn't a continued thoroughfare to enhance or increase the property value of that particular project? Is that the reason why that's there?
That would be a question for the applicant. As part of the development review process, we do evaluate the connectivity of the project, and that would be brought forward. If the project were to move forward, we would evaluate that as part of the development review process. But as to why the applicant chose to end the street there, the applicant can speak to that.
Okay, and then, so would the development of lot 1 and 13 also increase the value of this particular proposal? I would imagine so. All right, it's more development.
We would defer to the applicant for the evaluation associated with development of those lots.
Okay, and then, okay, and I'm good with there. I'll wait to the feedback from the community.
And then the only other question I have is since we don't have it in front of us or in the staff report, it appears that the driveway for that Lot 1 has been realigned based upon maybe some prior conversation. Can you speak to that? Because this seems to come off of Vine Street so that it didn't have the driveway incline that would have been a concern maybe voiced at the meeting. I'm just trying to recall what we talked about.
Yeah, the last meeting that we had on this particular topic, staff was using general plan document and information that gave us the impression that the part of that driveway is going to be built on areas of 25% slope. Since that time, the applicant's been able to generate computer-generated information that shows where those steep slopes are. So the current location that you see on that tentative map is outside of those steep slopes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead, Councilmember Stockton, if you have a question.
Just to further on that same topic, you brought up, whether or not the general plan policies apply. With that changed, is it necessary to do the general plan amendment?
So as part of one of the alternatives, the council could say that this knoll that's in that area, it's not a ridge line, and for that reason, the policies would not need to be amended. That could be one of the options.
And I suppose a follow-up question to Councilmember Stockton is, so somewhere in that history, the document or the picture is gone, correct? So nobody has a memory or an image of what the major ridge lines were?
Yes, yeah. We in our former municipal code that was pre-2022, we had exhibits within our municipal code that identified the lines generally where those ridge lines are. When we updated our general plan in 2015, there were complementary exhibits that showed slopes throughout the area that corroborated the approximate locations of where those lines did occur. So on this particular location, there is one black small line that corresponds with this knoll that occurs on this site.
Okay. Yeah, I remember in the past, there was major ridge lines in the city, but it's very different than a knoll or what this is. So, okay. I'll open it up to the public and also to the property owner who may also want to share. So.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we would like to reserve my time till the end of the other comments, and then I have a presentation,
Okay.
a PowerPoint that I'd
So you
like
can
to
get a
show.
PowerPoint, okay.
Yeah, at the end. Thank you.
Anyone else? This is open for public comment.
Vine Street. Standards were established years ago by the city after a major 5-year battle to keep custom homes on Vine. The applicant has been aware of the ridgeline policies and our special standards overlay, including the 20,000 minimum lot size. The plan defies all set standards and zoning. Experts have already identified Lot 1 as a major ridgeline on historical maps. The applicant's plan defies city policies for ridgelines and hills, and maybe that is one reason everyone keeps calling it a knoll. Staff states that Lot 1 would be located at a significantly higher elevation than existing residents and would highly be visible to surrounding neighborhoods, which for me affects our neighbors in Markham. On Markham. For the narrow ridge line to be developed, there will be a huge amount of grading. It is at a higher elevation than the church right now. The proposed house will be a constant presence to the 20 homes crammed in below it. Then a precedent will be set, and someone will develop the ridge line touching the north side of the property, and then maybe even the Allison Ridgeline will go after that. Also, the developer on the vacant property adjoining this property will want to increase his lot size. If this goes through, our custom overlay is abolished. Lot 2 through 8, lining the bottom of the Ridgeline Hill, look like buildable area of around 7,000. Garage pads are already shown on the map, and to me, this is a red flag. When you build an executive dream home, you determine where the garage goes after you decide if you're going to purchase the lot. The proposal opens the door for the applicant to build a semi-custom home, which are actually tract homes with features rearranged. The proposal states it is envisioned that the homes will be custom built. The definition of envisioned is imagine as a future possibility. Our overlay states the floor plan and exterior elevation shall not be constructed more than once in the entire overlay district. Vine would not be the jewel it is today without decades of effort from the residents, the planning division, from many past mayors and councils supporting us, supporting Vine Street. Please do not undo the standards they work diligently to establish for all future development on Vine Street to keep it the jewel that it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I think everybody here knows that this project is going to go forward. I have two problems, however, with that. Number one is this house on the so-called ridgeline. About 40 years ago, give or take, somebody bought some property on Old Rocky, and the city just about went ballistic about, oh, he's going to ruin the whole picture and everything else. The city, I think, raised a bunch of money, and some other money came from, I'm not too sure where, and they bought this guy out at a big loss. And then off he went, and of course they didn't build a house and it didn't ruin the scenery. Looking at that picture, that little mountaintop or little round top or whatever you want to call it, you put some kind of a hideous building up there or even a nice one, it will be seen by everybody in a 360-degree angle. The other thing I'm worried about is packing 28 high 20s in number of units. I'd like to see fewer units, maybe 7 or 8. However, I think the high 20s is way too much. What's going to happen is eventually the inhabitants of this sardine can are going to try to get out and see the rest of the world. There's only one exit for this plan, and to put them on Vine Street. To help them fuse into the traffic on Vine, there's going to be a one of those round things. I don't know if that's going to work or not, because Vine Street for years has been known as the Little Indy 500. The speeding on Vine is absolutely ridiculous. And when these people come roaring down Vine at the high velocities and run into the second roundabout on their way into town, it's going to be probably some sort of a problem. The problem with Vine is that half of the city or part of the street is county-owned, and the other part is city. Nobody seems to know what part belongs to who. So as a result, there's very little police presence out there. I drive Vine Street every day. I live on Vine Place, and I've never seen, maybe once a year, any kind of a unit out there. If you put a motorcycle on that little park out for the reservoir, he'd probably have writer's cramp by noon, because the speeding in there is just ridiculous. I myself have been passed twice on counters on some kind of an order by people. They don't want to go all the way down Gibson Canyon. They come from who knows where, Gibson Canyon and probably North Orchard. They don't want to be put up with that problematic stop sign at the corner of Fruitvale and Gibson. They certainly don't want to mess with that traffic light at Monte Vista and Gibson. So they turn left at the Moose Lodge, put the pedal to the metal, and come flying down Rhine Street like it's Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. There's going to be a problem with all these people and that roundabout, the only way out if they try to get into Vine Street. It's a traffic nightmare.
Thank you. So what I'm going to ask everyone to do is just, you can share your comments, but we're not going to step into applause mode. So if you have something to say, come forward and we'll hear you. Thank you.
So what they said is exactly my feelings, so I don't need to reiterate it. But I do live on Vine Street. I travel it every day. And coming through that section, if we're adding 28 more homes into that area, is going to cause problems. We are going to I've lived through the evacuation with the fires. Getting resources in there is problematic as it is. So adding 28 homes to that, you're adding 2 cars, possibly 3 cars per situation in those household areas. So that's a problem. And also putting one single house up on that ridge line, you can see it from all directions coming from the freeway. I looked at it again today to make sure, and it will change the mountain area. And if you open the door for one person, then you got to change the law for everything. So this is a big decision because it's not just impacting this one area, it's impacting all of Vacaville. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Christy DeClue. Thank you, Mayor, for having us, and the Vice Mayor and the staff and the other council members. Sorry, short. I am short. I just need to remember. Okay, so I've been the Vine Street Neighborhood Watch Captain since April 7th, of 2013. In October, people came down, a couple came down Vine Street. They crashed, they died, while my neighbors at Vineyard Hills Court and Vine Street held their hands as they died. And when the news came, I'm the one that spoke to them and asked for them to, if they were able to speak to the news people. I was the interim, and or liaison, and they did. And they did speak to the news because people died. That racetrack that we call Vine Street, it's a racetrack. It's not safe. It's so narrow. People that walk, and you're talking about putting 28 houses here? This is ridiculous. This is unsafe. When I had the Gretchen from the Vacaville Police Department, I had the fire marshal, I had the county deputy out there for neighborhood watch. I was the only person that's ever done this in the history of Vacaville, from what I've understood. I don't understand why, because we're city, we're county, the fire station's up the street, and I did help evacuate people during the 2018. I ended up in the hospital with a collapsed lung. This is too small. Too little. These are custom homes. I live in a 3-story house, 5,000 square feet, 7 car deep garage. I mean, I am right there. I look at Markham. I'm right there, and this would change everything. It would make me not want to live in Vacaville anymore. And I moved from Kern County, December 2010, and I want to call Vacaville my continued home. It's the best town I've ever lived in my life. And I just want to say, please do not do this. Vote against it, just like you did before. You know, I don't care what the numbers are, as long as it doesn't get approved in any way, shape, or form. We're talking about safety, and we're not talking about just cars. We're talking about bicycles, walking people, anyway, the people who walk, the joggers, the bicycle, the motorcycles, the ATVs, they're going to try and go up those hills. I've seen them done. I've seen it done where people have flipped over there. So please, please do not approve.
Thank you.
I'm going to be brief because this is very repetitive, but I live on Vintage Court, and Vine goes right through the cul-de-sac at the end of Vintage Court, and that's our only location for entering and exiting, and I've done it since I've lived there 15 years. I've done it many times, and there are yield signs there, and traffic on Vine going to and from Monte Vista seem to ignore the yield signs. I wish there were stop signs there, but I just want to support what everybody's said, that I've lived there for 15 years and I've avoided many, many accidents, and I'm surprised someone hasn't been killed there before, because the traffic on Vine Street absolutely flies through there, as everybody else has said. But I hope you would, in their presentation entered the word safety, and if this is allowed to go on, that's going to even be more dangerous. But somebody's going to get killed there on Vine Street, so I certainly hope you take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if there's Yeah, if anyone wants to speak, I'd appreciate like lining up so that I can also prepare the presentation. So if you're planning on speaking, go ahead and line up.
Been a Vine Street resident for 21 years, and I don't have as much issue with a ridge line. There are dozens and dozens of homes in Vacaville and ridge lines that you can't even see because they have trees and they have foliage all around it, and they're covered. And from what I see, the pictures of the potential here with the trees around it, you can build a place with trees and cover that. And there are a lot of houses and properties that are like that in Vacaville that are covered. There's two issues here that continue to come up with this project, and that is safety and that is the speed and the congestion. When I first moved here 21 years ago, at the end of Vine Street, the end of North End Vine Street, there was a sign that said, "Future home of Vacaville Parkway." All the people that want to come from Gibson Canyon to Browns Valley use Vine Street as a shortcut. And they're used to going the 45-mile-an-hour speed in Gibson Canyon. If that future house, that future road was connected on Vacaville Highway, it would take all of the congestion from Vine Street. When I drive, and I drive every day like most people do on Vine Street, and I will tell you that 95% of the people on Vine Street are not living in the neighborhood. They are commuters. They're fast commuters. And you could eliminate all those commuters by putting that sign into reality and taking Vacaville Parkway from Vacaville all the way up to Gibson Canyon, and it would stop that. The second thing was, when I first moved there, the speed limit on Vine Street was 25 miles per hour. It's a little over a mile long. Buck Avenue is a little over a mile long. Fruitvale is a little over a mile long. They both have large properties, small property homes. You can park cars on both sides of Fruitvale and still have plenty of room for driving. You can park cars on both sides of Buck and have plenty of cars for driving. There isn't a turn at all on Fruitvale. There isn't a turn at all except for a slight little one on Buck. On Vine Street, there are 9 signs that say slow to 15 miles an hour, blind hill, slow hill blocks the view, slow to 20, and those signs, 9 of them are having you slow down from the speed of 30. So I would recommend you change that speed back to 20, because for those of us who live there, it's our neighborhood, it's not the freeway, and consider that Vacaville future that was promised 20 years ago a reality, and it would eliminate an awful lot of these problems.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, please vote no for this.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Vote no for this proposal. It's not just one house that's being built, it's a subdivision. And in the years that I've lived in the area and next to Trower Park, you know, they talk about the houses this way towards Vine, but I think a lot of people don't realize that a lot of our low-income residents live in this area, and it does change when you build on top of it. Let's say congestion, how many kids you have in school. Our infrastructure we've been diligently trying to bring that area and revitalize it, diligently. And, you know, we have issues with not having enough lights, not having our sewer systems, you know, proper, our sidewalks, ADA. And once a subdivision's built, that it stresses what's already existing. And we've already seen it with the residents that reside in it. And, you know, you have one family home, supposedly, right? Well, do you know how many apartment buildings you could fit in that one lot? I literally was trying to count how many I could squeeze in there, how many families. It's sad that you have some that are gonna take the resources from a whole lot for very few. And it is gonna tax the residents in the existing area. We already have a lot of high density, and we have very few landscape left. You build on it, you don't have any more. We will look like, you know, Oakland, San Francisco, where it's highly dense and you have no biodiversity. I mean, you know, you want quality of life. I understand we need more homes, but we need homes that people can afford. And we have set aside places. We've put green belts in place. People have fought diligently for years to keep Vacaville looking like that sign that Vacaville says. So, that is what it is.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, City Council, and staff, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm having deja vu because I was here April before last talking about the same thing, and I pretty much sounded like the lady that just spoke. If you don't remember, my name is Jeff Van Gordon. I've lived here since the 80s. I retired from the police department here, and this is my home. So she makes a valid argument for the scenery, the views, the hillsides that we just have a little bit left. But we're here because of alternative number 3, which staff neglected, and that is, well, if you don't approve this, they just come back and they ask again. And they're asking again, and part of the reason that they're asking again is because 3 of the council members voted in favor of amending this plan. And that's a glimmer of hope, and if I were them, I would take another shot at it as well. But the neighbors that live up there and the people that I talk to, the people that I've lived with for 28 years now, this is not what we signed up for. The general plan since 1990, that's 35 years, has said, we don't want to do that. We don't want to build these houses up on the ridges, because you can look around the ridges and you can see houses up there now, and you wonder how they got there. They got there because we didn't have that foresight 35 years ago. We do now. And that only changes if you allow it to change. So I would ask you, please don't. And as far as the safety, I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm aware of 5 fatalities that we've had on Vine Street just since the 80s, since I worked there as a police officer. And that street's less than 2 miles long. So it is a safety issue. It's a little windy country hick road is what it looks like, and we've tried to make it into a thoroughfare. But it doesn't have, I ride a bike on there 3 or 4 times a week. It doesn't have sidewalks and bike paths on much of it, so that is a consideration as well. But you've been over in that area, I'm sure all of you, and you've seen it's unique in the city. It's the county transplanted into the city of Vacaville. I'd like for you to let it remain that place. I'm going to end with this. When we were done speaking, we're out in the lobby, and the nice lady that's putting this amendment proposal in front of you decided to berate her future neighbors and yell at us that if this doesn't go through, she's going to build a bunch of low-income apartments there. And that's not a threat to me. That's a threat to the city here. That only happens when you allow people to change the rules to suit them. Please don't. Thank you.
Council members, I'm Tony Smith. I don't live on Vine Street, but safety-wise and road-wise and all the traffic problems they're talking about, Vacaville Parkway, they've been talking about that for 50 years. Police, fire suppression, they can get from the Moose Lodge over to Browns Valley. Never been developed. That would alleviate some of that traffic problem. This gentleman here was right on the money on that. You know, that's a rural kind of an area, kind of a special kind of a, area that Heffernan's Porters, some of the early people that lived in Vacaville, that owned the Basic, some business people lived on Vine. And that's why they moved out there, because it was close to town and it was still kind of a nice little emerald little gem out there. Okay? So, development in some places it's good. I'm not for all that. But If they would build that road they've been talking about forever, that would alleviate a lot of the traffic, and it'd be a safety issue too, because you got fire coverage on both sides of the city. They don't have to go through town. It'd be a much easier situation. So, but they've never built that road. Of course, the North Vine gated community may not like that either, but that was in the plan. So thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, gladly appreciate you guys giving us the time to actually speak against this. I'd like to remind you all, none of you live on Vine Street or off of it. All of your addresses are all fully available. So you guys are making rulings that have nothing to do with the place you actually live. So keep that in mind, please. Myself, I'm a small business owner, 250 employees, if you consider that a small business. I have only lived on Vine Street for 3.5 years, but I have worked my whole life to get up there. When I graduated Vaca High in '93, I went to a party up there, decided that is where I will end up and raise my family. I have had now 4 kids go through Vaca High, graduate from Vaca High. One thing that nobody has pointed on is the wildlife that we have up there. And that most of us that own homes up there, we actually plant fruit trees and that outside of our fence lines to feed the wildlife. There is over 40 deer that travel through that whole area. You build these homes, where did the deer go? Absolutely nobody has mentioned anything about the wildlife. It is one of the most beautiful drives out of downtown Vacaville. When you turn up Vine Street off of Bonnie Vista and you come over the hill, all of a sudden it's a hidden gem looking out over that little valley with no homes in it. And you're going to take that away from us. We've ruled on this before, and I don't see why anybody can be able to bring this up again. We've already made the ruling on the ridge lines. That was done. We've already made the rulings on the lot sizes. That was done. That was done to protect that area. And why any developer is even thinking that this would be a good idea, obviously, they don't live on Vine Street either. Obviously, the developer, the realtor, the people who are bringing this to you, how long have they lived in Vacaville? Has that ever been brought up? Or is this just a pure monetary move? Yes, we need homes. We do not need them up there. We have enough homes. We already have tragic situations with car accidents. My kids trying to ride their bicycles, and what do you know? We've had a couple of parents actually walking their kids that have had to jump off of the street to miss being hit by a car going too fast. Strollers pushed into bushes with children in them. And now you want to increase more traffic. That just seems like a hazard waiting to happen. Please, find it in your heart, your morals, your ethic, and use your integrity to make this decision.
Thank you. Seeing no others, I'm going to go ahead and ask for the next presentation on the tail end of this public comment. Because this is coming as a representation, I'll give you a little bit more time.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Tom Filippi Engineering. I've been processing projects in Vacaville since 1979, including all up and down Vine Street. So a lot of the folks that have spoken tonight, I've fought through the same battles that I'm fighting through tonight on getting projects built so that they can live on Vine Street. Been doing it since 1979. So I wanted to talk a little bit about Vine Tree Estates and specifically focus on the hillside. That's why we're here, just for the hillside. And a lot of the reason we're back here is that some information that was related during that first public hearing was incorrect, and we wanted to correct the record and ask the council to once again reconsider the one house. So if I could go to the next slide, please. So this is the proposed Vine Trees project, and again, we're talking about Lot 1 right here. And one of the things that's been brought up a number of times is the speed through Vine Street. I might mention that the city Public Works Department years ago had formed a benefit district so that Vine Street, boy, my thing's running out of power here. so that Vine Street was actually going to be straightened out. All of the residents up there have, each of the homes were assessed $5,000 per unit to actually straighten out the road to make it faster. So what we're doing here is we're keeping the alignment as it is and actually adding a roundabout here to try our best to slow down the traffic out there, because I certainly understand it. I've been out there many, many times. I don't live there, but I've lived in town for 45 years, so I know Vine Street. So we're going to put a roundabout here, but again, we're focusing on this. If I could have the next slide, please. So this is an important slide because it was taken, it's a satellite photo from August of 2005. And why I found this important, because most of what this is would be future Lot 1. And before the fencing was put up, back when Mr. Roth and his partners bought the land, this hill was regularly used as a dune buggy and motorcycle hill. As a former police chief, I'm sure, John, you have had many calls because of that. And then there was a fire started in just off Trower Park here, and it roared up the hill in the summer of 2005. So it's important, we think, development of this hill, you have irrigated landscaping, and you'll be able to keep the motorcycles and the dune buggies off. Because the only thing that's stopping it right now is that fence that's along Vine Street. And it's a temp fence, it's not a permanent fence. So, and again, my clients put the fence up to try and keep the issues out of there. Okay, next slide, please. These are some of the hills, and this was, I'm not sure, built, I think 10 or 15 years ago. I actually know the owner of the house and helped work in that area. But this is a view from Vine Street of one of the houses, 3 stories. Our proposal is to limit the house on the hill to 1. It's a knoll, not a hill. Anyway, go ahead. Next slide, please. This is the slide map that was taken out of the general plan. And the reason it was taken out is because the definition of hillsides or ridges is not very clear. You can see the highly pixelated. This area here is what we're talking about. And that church is at the exact same elevation on the exact same hill. And there are homes all along here. So we're just trying to ask for some fairness in being able to build and construct a home on that one lot. But this map was taken out because it's so inaccurate of the general plan. Next slide. And then this is another one. This is out of your general plan safety element. It's even more inaccurate because you can see how highly pixelated this is. I tried to actually zoom in. You can't tell. This is in the general plan, it talks about the slope, percentage slopes, and those kind of things. In the first public presentation regarding this, staff was relying on the previous one I just showed you and this one. So can I have the next slide, please? So to give you an idea again, you can see all of the homes that are on the ridge lines. This is looking from the view of standing on lot 1 and taking a picture straight out. Next slide, please. So again, the concern was, are we building anything on the property over 25%? We went out and did a very detailed topo, computer generated, and this is the area where it exceeds 25%. That's it. The driveway and this pad, we don't need to do any significant grading. It's big enough. We can have a nice little one-story home, not little, a nice one-story home, and with a driveway that meets the standards of the fire department, maximum 14%. So we have the area here. This would all now be landscaped, irrigated, no fires, no motorcycles, no dune buggies, much safer, much nicer. Next slide, please. So we are trying very, very hard to be sensitive to the hillside, to the terrain, not have the 3-story house in the previous picture, but actually have this as a 1-story representation with some trees around it, and that's what we want to do. This is from Vine Street. This is looking at the hill, and you can see the church is right there. Next slide. And this is looking from Trower Park, same thing. So we really would respectfully request the opportunity to work with staff, make sure that the city's general plan policies regarding ridge lines is consistent. I was here when the general plan was adopted. I've been here, as I said, since 1980. And when we talked about ridge lines in the past, it was Old Rocky, it was the area above where Vine Street is, Spring Lane is. That's what we've talked about in ridge lines in my recollection of the general plan, not little knolls like this. And we certainly have not been, we've certainly allowed homes all through this area, as I showed these other pictures. So we would like to, that's why we're back, because we think some of the information wasn't consistent, wasn't valid all the way through, and so why we wanted to look at this one more time. So I'm here to answer any questions. And again, this is only for the ridgeline. We will be processing the application through the city. I might add one more thing. This property's already been approved once before for a development. And it was worse than what we're doing now because the street was going to be straightened out. There was no roundabout. Still going to have a house in the hill. This was all approved in about 2008. So I'm here to answer any questions.
Councilmember Silva.
So on the map on lot 13, that's at the foot of this ridge line. Why isn't there a unit pictured at the bottom of the ridge line to represent what would be developed on property 13?
We're concentrating today for the meeting. You're talking about these two lots here.
Yeah, can you go back to the previous one though? Yes, yeah, I'm talking about 13, yeah.
Yeah, so the homes here would be down lower. We're not putting those up. You can see the little driveway right here. Mm-hmm. We're talking about a home here and maybe a home here.
Sure, so go back to your last slide and where would the home be at that particular?
Down at the bottom.
Yeah, so like right there? All right, so.
It's against the park. There's homes against parks all the time.
No, I understand that, but what I don't think, respectively, that you or other folks understand that's trying to maximize the profit is that hill for me as a child, we call that cardboard hill. Because us poor people, the low-income people, we would take our cardboard little boxes and slide down it because that's the closest you can get to snow in Vacaville, right? The other convenient thing about this, as was pointed out, and I pointed out last time, so, if we're going to approve this, we should start putting homes on these hillsides in our map because that's what we're moving towards. There has to be some element of where, guys, please, there has to be some element of where we protect our open space, or at least a feeling of open space.
So this is a question.
So how does this help protect our feeling of our open space, particularly, whether it be a more affluent area of Vine Street versus a lower income community?
So what I'm going to say is this is an inappropriate question. You can reserve that for the comments.
I don't think so.
This is a general plan amendment.
City Attorney, is that an appropriate question?
He's here making a presentation. It's still open comment, and so I will allow him to finish and bring it back so that staff can answer. And the council at that point can have any position that they want to make. That's what I'm saying. So
why is this not part of the actual presentation? Why wasn't this presented as a part of the city presentation? Is this to make sure that the community can't ask any questions based on what the applicant was asking?
No. So you know what, Tom? I'm going to go ahead and have you take a seat.
That's
I'm
fine.
going to go ahead and close the public comment. It was an opportunity for him to just share what they're doing.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
This is a request for a general plan amendment because of the standards, and that I appreciate what you're saying, but that is not the essence of the conversation for what we're doing. You can bring that conversation up, and we can talk about it. But he's here not as a public hearing. What he's doing, this is not the Planning Commission. This is an opportunity to address the general plan amendment.
Sure. Well, I had questions for the applicant who's proposing this.
Okay, what questions do you have?
Clearly, how does this help support the open space?
But that's irrelevant to what this is. The question for a general plan amendment was because of a ridgeline elevation. So this is getting into a lot of a feeling about Vacaville. And so that is, if you want to make a statement, you can, but that's not where we're going with this discussion.
So no questions, got it.
No, you can have questions, but that's more of a statement if you want to make it.
So City Attorney, was that an appropriate question?
Is a ridge line due to?
Please, I think
So-
the open comment from the public's done respectively.
Now, the question to the staff is going to be, is this a ridgeline or not? This is the request. This is what the staff report is. So that's what this is about.
City Attorney, was my question inappropriate?
Okay, I'm just going to say procedurally, where we were at is it was an opportunity for public comment. Public comment has been given. And so the questions that we can ask, if you want to ask staff and if we want to ask each other about what we want for the city and whether we want to approve it, that's fine. But if we're going to go down the conversation about how we're going to preserve open spaces, that's not what this is about. And so that question tells me right now what we need to do is bring it back to the council.
Sure, we'll keep it on the focus of whether it's a ridge line or not.
Absolutely. So,
Can I get an answer to my question, please, for the 5th time? Was it inappropriate?
it's not an appropriate question, it's just not the right time.
So I will say that the mayor does have the authority to control the decorum of the meeting, but the council is certainly entitled to discuss matters that are relevant to the question before the council, which is initiation of this general plan amendment dealing with the ridge line.
Okay?
No, but that's the city attorney. We can move forward.
All right, so from staff's perspective, from the public comment and also the comment from the applicant, there was a lot of points. Is there anything that you can add to the discussion and answer any of those questions?
The general plan amendment process is intended to gauge whether the city council is interested in amending policies. A lot has been said, and the council can continue to deliberate and give direction. But the initiation process, if allowed to go forward, would provide the applicant an opportunity to perhaps address the public comments that have been said and the public comments or any deliberation that has been given by the council, if the council is interested in allowing that to move forward.
As far as any particular comments that were made, I realize the speed isn't the issue tonight because the issue is more about what the application was about in the staff report. But there was some comments about ridge lines. Is there any, because the applicant said that there was information that wasn't correct at the last time, but I have seen that there is a change in at least the driveway. Is there any comment from staff on that?
The driveway location for that Lot 1, we believe now not to be located within that 25% slope area.
Okay.
So there wouldn't be an amendment to any policy related to grading within 25% slope. It's whether or not the city council is interested in amending the policies that prohibit development on top of the ridge line.
And whether or not that's an actual ridge line?
That is one of the alternatives that the council can decide.
Okay. But either way, a general plan amendment would also be looking at any of the issues that have been raised right now, correct?
So the general plan amendment initiation would allow the application to go forward so we can evaluate the entire project. So it would include some of the comments that the neighbors had. This item is simply, is there enough merit to this proposal to do the full evaluation of the project? We haven't done a full evaluation of the project. We simply look at the policies for ridge lines and where we think the project should go. So our recommendation is that if the council allows it to go forward, that's where the full evaluation of the project would take place.
All right. Vice Mayor Chapman.
Thank you. I find it interesting that the term knoll is being used in lieu of ridge line in this report and this evening. I went to the ridge line. I drove up there. I had to go around the church and go over. The positioning of property number 1 on the top of the ridge line, in my opinion, it's not a knoll. It's not a knoll. And it is being changed from a 2 or 3 story home or house, whatever it's going to be built, to one. It's a narrow, I don't see how, what size is the house? Anyway, I don't see how it can be built single story on that ridge line. When you compute, when you look at the 25% slope, the house, the elevation is actually what? For the piece of, for the property. What's the total elevation? So anyway, you don't have to look it up. To get there, yes, the driveway may be changed. So instead of going straight up to reduce the slope, we're going to worm our way up. So of course, you are getting away from that 25% slope. Am I correct? And then it was said that the house is on the same level with the church. It is not. I parked my car and had to take my sandals off and put shoes on to walk the rest of the way up to the ridge line. And so, and I was part of that vote last year when you came before us. You're shaking your head, but it's okay. When you came before us, and I'm one of the ones that didn't support. And we're told, Tom just shared with us, what we're going to decide tonight is about the ridge line and not about the other homes that are coming in. And so based on that, I can't support it. I actually went there. I wanted a visual, and I want to thank the resident that extended the invitation to me. And we've been told that at the beginning you received so many letters from individuals. Well, aside from what you received, I received more. And hopefully I was able to reply to all of those that sent me a notice or email direct. Okay, so I just want to make that known.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you. When was this and forgive me if you already answered this or if it's the packet, I just want confirmation. When was this property zoned for, I believe you said, residential estates?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that, but other pertinent information that might be helpful is 2008 was the first time, 2007, 2008 was the first time a subdivision was proposed at this particular location, so at least that long.
And it's zoned for properties up to 20,000 square feet, correct? That's what it's currently zoned as.
It's the minimum lot size that has to be.
Minimum.
Yes.
Right, and I recognize that there are lots on here that were shown that fall beneath that, correct?
Correct.
And that also doesn't necessarily include like ADUs or different things like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when my question for the developer is, when you purchased the property, you purchased it, or correct me if I'm wrong, you purchased it knowing the zoning of that property, correct? Is that a yes? Okay, somebody's nodding yes. I'm assuming that that's yes. The other question that I have for staff is this 25 slope. With this current driveway, that's no longer an issue regarding whether or not they can develop on the portion that they've identified on this map, because they're no longer going up the side of the hill, correct?
The driveway is not an issue.
And as well as the construction of a single-story home, correct?
The single-story home is the issue.
Regarding the ridge line, but not the slope.
Yes, correct, yes.
Okay, and so when it comes to the ridge line, whether it's a ridge line or a knoll, the issue that I have is I see larger homes at a similar elevation or higher. And so, you know, I'm okay with exploring the general plan amendment, because I frankly think that the bigger concern for me regarding this project is the lot size. right? But I do recognize that if this hill, this knoll or ridge line, which is up for debate, is removed from this project, then what we will see is likely a petition, and I'm not sure SB 330 would apply with this zoning, but what we could see could be far more impactful to the amount of density that could be put on this parcel of property. And so, listen, I recognize that we all become accustomed to seeing what we've seen, but if this property has been zoned this way for almost 30 years, and it was purchased with that zoning, then I think this council has an obligation to honor that. Like when we purchase a house under a certain zoning, like we as owners of that property are entitled to use it for that zoning. What I'm more worried about is recognizing that although this may not be the most ideal thing for the folks that live on this property, it could be significantly more detrimental to that neighborhood if it was to look very, very different. And I think the key for me, and I know that maybe now is not the time to discuss the lot sizes that are that are on the slides that we observed today that fall within 12,000 square feet. I think there will be a time for that conversation, but I fully recognize that if you remove that, parcels 1, 12, and 13, I foresee this being tragic for that Vine Street, identity of that community. So it's for that reason that I believe that we should explore this general plan amendment. And then when it's appropriate, I think we need to talk about the lot sizes, but I just don't see how this pencils out as a residential estates neighborhood if you remove their ability to build a home on top of that knoll. That's where I'm at.
Councilmember Silva?
Yeah, so just keeping comments because, assuming everybody's pretty familiar with this topic. So the way I understand it works, and everybody can correct me how they want, people pay other folks to help them maximize the value of their property. So I think we see that being resulted here. So what's being proposed here is to maximize the value of this property. And then a lot of times, part of that includes making sure that they have relationships to make sure that you got policymakers, that'd be us, to decide on policies that'll influence the different amendments that might need to be made, certain developments that might need to be made, and then to echo things like, does it pencil out? When we have no idea whether or not things are going to pencil out, only based on what people tell us who are advocating for these particular projects. So therein lies the biggest challenge that we have as policymakers to figure out where's the truth in all of this. I think we are also, a lot of times I hear us talk about, so I just want to be clear, I don't feel nor am I arguing that anybody's getting paid for their vote one way or another, okay? But I will say that it does feel in some ways that we are selling out our community, and I do not want to sell out the fabric, the integrity, the character of our city. Our logo is based on having undeveloped hillsides. I realize that there are homes on top of different hillsides. Those are depicted. I am a nature person. I see those deer out there. I see bats flying around. There are huge flocks of sparrows or some kind of, I don't know, I'm not a bird person, but they fly around even in that low-income area of Trower Park, and it's absolutely beautiful. And when the residents who stepped up to upkeep that neglected garden at one point, they got that place primed up, and when that ties into the rebuilt Trower Park into this area, at least those folks have an area that in itself feels like the rest of this town. They don't feel like that they're one of those people. They feel like they're part of this community. And to me, as much as we want to complain about the state overstepping local decisions, this lies within us. This is a local decision. We are influencing whether or not we want to continue this trend or not.
Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you for the information. I have a question about if we choose to amend the general plan, would that be a choice to do this specific ridgeline, or would it open up development at other ridgelines? And even if we do choose we're saying this specific ridge line, the next people that come, they'll say, well, if you did it for that one, then you should do it for us. So I feel like, and tell me if this is correct or not, even if we do say for this property at this location, we will make the amendment, then it's really opening everything up. Is that a correct statement or not?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Wiley. So as noted in the presentation, in 2001, the City Council did adopt an amendment to the general plan to allow ridgeline development in specific locations. And so if City Council were to provide that direction tonight, staff could explore a general plan amendment that would allow ridgeline development only at this location or at certain locations, depending on council direction.
But if we did that here in 2025, in 2027, someone else would say, you have this for that one, so I want this on my ridge line as well, correct? I mean, once we've opened that door, it's hard to shut it again.
Anybody could apply for an amendment to the general plan, and yes, it could happen next year or the year after that. Regardless of whatever decision's made here, it's still afforded to anybody to be able to request that from the city, and it be brought forward for the city council.
I see, and this one is for a specific one. Okay, the second question is, if you said it was zoned for residential estates, so is that bigger than 20,000 square feet, I mean, per lot, or do the rest of these smaller ones down here still fit in the residential estates, or is it just like an average, because these three are big, that it averages out overall?
So under the current zoning, the property is zoned residential estates with a minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet. So under the zoning, if an applicant were to comply with the development standard, the lot size would have to be a minimum of 20,000 square feet. As part of this project, the applicant is proposing to reduce the minimum lot size to 12,000 square feet, which would be considered at a future city council meeting.
All right, so the way it is, it's not fitting the residential estates. So we would have to make another amendment to approve that change as well. All right, thank you. Those are my questions.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Thank you so much. It's been a long meeting and a lot of stuff's already been taken. I think there's someone in the audience who I'm supposed to give a call back. If you're here, sorry, we're not get back to you. This is one of the conversations that kind of ages me and dates me. I look at the gentleman, your passion, and the lady. I'm probably the only council member here that actually can say I am. I lived on Vine Street. I lived on Wesley and Vine. I lived there before your house was built. I lived there before your house was built. I remember breaking the law and riding his property every single day. I used to ride my motorcycle on Wesley and Vine, straight across before Vine Estates was there. I used to then ride all the way down Vine Street, nervous passing by the fire station because there's one house there. I used to ride all the way to Rocky Hill Road. All the way to Boulder Valley, to the racquetball club. Park my motorcycle on the fence into the racquetball club. I remember going back on the Lewis property when all of Browns Valley was not there. And so change happens. I remember living on Vine Street when everyone was upset that the homes you guys call home became there. I remember going down Vine Street in Wesley and walking to the carnival every single year, and all it was fields on each side. And it was so scary walking home. But now there's a whole development of medium density homes on the right-hand side with a roundabout. So, I don't want to be there's NIMBY and there's hypocritical. I know it's okay when you live there, but there's people that didn't want you to be there. And it's tough to be, because I remember when those houses were built, I really hated seeing them built. But now there's a lot of people who call those houses home. And now that they're there, they don't see the next generation come. And that's always a problem. We have to address it. You have Vine Street Estates 1, 2, you have all those homes are high density. I remember before that was there. And so every time there's development, there's a group of people that didn't want that one to come. Once they're settled there, it's okay for them, but not the next generation. And so I know it's gonna take away the landscaping. I know it's beautiful, but I can't sit here and be like, well, yeah, we have to stop now, but it was okay for you guys to buy your house there and live there, but not the next generation. So, I mean, the ridge line, that's a whole different conversation. I do feel there's ridge lines all over that houses there. I support it, but the problem is like this, I can't sit here and pretend like I don't remember how beautiful it was and watch those houses. Now I see the families raised there, and it's just, if they should never have been allowed to build it themselves. It's like every time we come here, back it was 30,000, now it's 40,000. Now people, like the whole South Town, no one wanted you guys to live there. All the houses across from the prison, it was supposed to be the worst mistake alive, and now they live there. I mean, it's funny because if you were smirking, because it's all true. I can go back story for story. It's going to be the worst development. Who's looking across the prison? Now people love that area. So it's just, change happens. And as long as we can control it, the property is supposed to be developed. I understand the empathetic of Councilman Silva. Looking over Brown Street, looking over Markham, you know, there's some unintended socioeconomic kind of hegemonic structure, like, oh, we're looking up at that. I understand. But there's a ridge line on Markham. I remember those houses backed up already weren't there, and when they were built and the trees grew up. It's just, I remember the houses across from Markham School, that development. Those houses are beautiful and huge. That used to be a hill. Then Markham School, there's one ridge of homes. They built all those beautiful houses there. That was the same conversation. They're building these homes that are unattainable right by Markham School. We've been here a lot, so I just don't want to pretend like this is like the first rodeo. I understand we want to maintain the aesthetics of Vacaville, the pictures, but as I drive through Vine Street, I know the owners of that house too. Like, there's a lot of ridge lines and hillsides that have houses dotted. So it's like, when do we be hypocritical, say it was okay for them to do it, but not the next person? So that's my rub, and so that's why I still will support the development, understanding that, you know, the lot size of Vine 1 and 2 are very different than the high-density homes to put right behind old Albertsons. We can try to control that for another conversation, try to increase the lot sizes to mitigate the amount, but it's always been a racetrack, and I think coming down that hill, to slow that property down, a roundabout would create a way to slow. I mean, it's always been an issue, especially when it rains. It's actually floods in the bottom, and then you try to take the right-hand turn and go up. It's always been dangerous. We need to find ways to do traffic calming, and a roundabout can be one. Maybe we should invest more and find other ways to calm traffic coming over the hill again. This is a blind spot to the left-hand turn by the Vine Street too. So that's my comments, and I'm very empathetic. I grew up there, and but it's just. You're not against development. Yeah, I know. You're not against development, but it's just for me.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just, it's tough. You know, it's tough to see like, well, now I live here, but I don't want to change for the next person. Well, no one wanted you guys to live there, and I remember the fight. Because my father was a realtor in the city. I remember the fight of all the houses you guys call home. They didn't want them to be built. So it's just, to me, it's hypocrite.
Councilmember Freemo.
Yes. I'll piggyback on a lot of what Greg just had to say. And listening to all the comments, and one of the things that I heard repeatedly tonight was Vacaville Parkway extension and how important that is, not just that it could help this project, but it could help alleviate a lot of the traffic issues that we're having in the northern side of Vacaville. I know my kids went to Markham Elementary, and there was times where I would cut through Markham up through Vine Street just to avoid all the traffic over at the high school or downtown. You know, and I'm not going to say that I raced up and down Vine Street, but it was a nice drive that I would take because it was kind of a country drive, and I like that. So, you know, one of the things that you addressed about the deer, you know, and the wildlife and that sort of thing. I live over in Twin Creek Estates, and I can tell you right now, all the deer know it's hunting season because they're all down behind my house in the creek. And we got bear that are back there right now, so they find a way to survive. They actually come down into town in that whole west side of Alamo Drive, and just about any night you can drive through the neighborhoods and see the deer out there eating grass because there's grass growing and there's water. So I don't see that that's going to kill any wildlife, deer, or give them limited access to a good life. But the Vacaville Parkway, I think that that's something that as a community that we got to really get busy on. There's not enough places to go in the case of a severe wildland fire, so I know that that's a very big consideration, something that we need to do, probably much more important than some of the other major improvements that we need to do. So I think that that's something that we need to get working on moving forward. I'm also of the mind of, I've got my wife has a house in the Oakland Hills, and I'm just trying to figure out if we live now, if that house is on a knoll or if it's on a ridge. I'm not too sure at this point, but if you look at those lots, I'm thinking about this particular house, and the lots are probably 8,000 to 10,000 square foot lots, and they're 3-story monstrosities, and they're all stacked up next to each other, and you look all over the hills, and they're just all over the hills, and we're running out of land and places to build here. But I'm kind of the mind that this also, is a land of opportunity for America. And, I understand open space and the value that this has to the surrounding communities, but I also feel like, this is America, and we grow into farmland. The whole community that I live in was built on orchards. Most of Vacaville was built on farmland and orchards, and at one time there was no roads, and then there's roads, and before that there was horses, and probably the guys that were on the horses said we don't want any roads built, and on and on it goes. And I think about NIMBY, not in my backyard type of a thing, and I'm a proponent of that. There's something that's being proposed in my neck of the woods where there's going to be a lot of multifamily housing built on really small lots where there's already traffic congestion. So I'm familiar with that. I'm not happy with that either. But again, we're being mandated to the state. How many houses are we behind? 300,000 or 400,000 houses, and we hear people say we don't want multifamily big stuff built out at California forever, as I hear often. We don't want that, but we're also limited. The county, is making us look at infilling spaces more and more. They want us to infill into spaces that are here left available for us to build in our local communities and stay out of the farmlands and quit going out, and so I'm torn between it because I love nature, and my family farms, and I am familiar with encroachment around them. They built housing communities around my family's farm where they were no longer able to practice some of their farming methods. So I'm familiar with how that hurt them and how it hurts communities and changes them. So that's pretty much all I got to say. I just wanted to tell you how I felt.
Thank you. There's 2 more lights on, but most of us have already spoke. First of all, I'm familiar with the major ridge lines. I had to work a project years ago, and it was, what do we do with Old Rocky? Anyone driving up Browns Valley Parkway, or anyone driving up and seeing Alamo Drive and looking to the west, we know we have done a great job in our city to avoid having homes that, it's probably like Oakland, right? All the houses all the way up the ridge lines. You can't say that about Vine Street, Lower Vine Street, and even the portions that abut Markham. It is full of houses, it's full of neighborhoods. When I drive Markham, I look at the neighborhood that was built there, so probably to what you're referring to. I believe at the last time it came before council, regardless, landing on top of a ridge, a knoll, it's right next to the church. That whole neighborhood where it comes behind Wesley, that's all one elevation, and contours are real, and I'm sure that's something that we need to understand more. I'm not interested in having blanket, yes, let's look at all the ridge lines. I think our ridge lines have been well protected. In the interest of what I believe the interest of the past to protect, this was not it. This was not the conversation that was likely happening years ago. It was when you look up at Old Rocky, do you see green? And you see green, it's beautiful. So I don't think anybody questions that. And so for me, a general plan amendment to look at this site with the change, I think is reasonable. The conversation of residential lot sizes, that's a different conversation. That's not tonight's conversation. But anyone who's driven there knows that there's homes in and around all those valleys. And the pushback last time was because the driveway exceeded the 15 degrees on a slope. And so to me, that seems to be the major differences as long as we're not doing that. I'm still concerned about the lot sizes. And obviously traffic is a big deal. We know, I've been to those scenes. It's unfortunate the majority of the people who drive on Vine Street do not live there. It's the pass-through. And so if there's other things that we can do in the future for calming measures, I think that's important. I do believe it's appropriate to allow the developer to move forward and have the city study what that looks like and follow a process. And that's what everyone else did when they were on Vine Street. And so, Councilmember Stockton?
Yes, I hope that we can someday look at annexing all of Vine Street to address the traffic issues.
I completely agree they exist. It goes from sidewalk to no sidewalk, the pavement changes. I think that would be something worth looking into. I would like to make, that being said, in 2007, this property was zoned. What they're proposing to build falls within that zoning. And I got to have the integrity to honor that outside of, as it relates to Lot 1. So with that being said, I'm going to make the motion to approve the general plan amendment.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Vice Mayor Chapman still has a comment before we vote.
I had a question. The grading, does the Vine Street Overlay District document, is it still in existence?
Yes.
Okay, the grading, there's to be no grading, is that correct? No grading at the top of the ridge line for building purposes?
With regards to the overlay? Sorry.
Well, I'm trying to understand the grading where it's mentioned in the overlay, in the, the document for the overlay district, which is Vine Street Overlay District, it addresses grading. How does that apply to Lot 1? Is there not to be any grading?
The restriction on grading is that if you have slopes of 25% or more, that no grading would occur on those areas. Anything that's less than 25%, they could do grading. There are some other standards.
Right.
That in order to be able to do a foundation, if you need to raise up the soil and you have a retaining wall exposed, it can't be taller than 5 feet tall.
Okay.
Other things like that.
So with this piece of property having a 25% slope, because you said there was no changes to information that's been provided to us, then they will not be allowed to do any grading in order to build on that.
Well, I would defer to the applicant as to whether or not they can still accomplish a house on the top of the ridge. Their layout that's shown on the tentative map is a preliminary layout, but it doesn't show the development of that house within the 25% slope area.
Okay. And if this should pass, if the vote should pass to amend the general plan this evening, is that part of your study prior to issuing a permit?
Yes, we would look further into all areas within the project site that have slope at 25% or more. We would look at that in greater detail.
And the reason, my last question, and the reason why staff came back this evening in support of this, what's the new language? What changed?
I think our recommendation last time was to move forward with the general plan amendment, and in this particular case, the reason why we would recommend it is because it gives the applicant an opportunity to hear what the public has said, what the city council has said, and to possibly bring back a design that addresses all of those comments. And so there's enough information in what the applicant has presented that leads staff to believe that there is a merit, as the planning manager said. There's a good reason to believe that there may be something that the applicant can bring back that could potentially address both the public's comments and as well as the city council comments. At the end of the day, the project would have a couple of legislative actions that still are within the city council's authority to say yes or no. So you still retain that authority at the end of the day for the project.
And final, the cost for the analysis, who borne that?
That is the applicant's responsibility to provide that information, and they bear the cost.
And they bear the cost, even for for the staff service?
Correct, yes. Application fees are
Your time?
collected,
Okay.
yes. See the city attorney's office.
To our city attorney.
I just wanted to clarify that the recommendation tonight is to initiate a general plan amendment. It's not the actual general plan amendment. So there will be further studies. It will come back to the council before that general plan amendment is actually
We
considered.
would still have to approve that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we have a motion, a second.
Can I make a motion for amendment? My motion for amendment is to put some railroad tracks between that court and Gable Street, or like 200 feet.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We'll go ahead and have a roll
And a
call.
second,
What did he?
railroad tracks. I mean, if we're going to keep community segregated, I'm just.
No,
we can add
no,
that on.
listen. We have a motion, a second. Can we have a roll call?
Councilmember Stockton?
Yes.
Councilmember Ritchie?
Yes.
Councilmember Silva?
No, thank you.
Vice Mayor Chapman?
No.
Councilmember Freemo?
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley? No. Mayor Carley?
Yes. So this still has a long way in front of it, but we're just following the process that is promised to anyone with property rights. So as far as I'm concerned. We're going to, looking at the interest of time. Yeah, we're going to take a recess, but what we are going to do is we're going to rearrange this, and we may be postponing some things. The next item after recess is going to be item D, development impact fees. So we'll stand in recess. We're going to go ahead and get our meeting back started again.
It's okay, it's okay. No problem.
For the purpose of tonight's meeting, item C is being moved to the next city council meeting. We're going to rearrange in the interest of time. Item E should be very short, and so we're going to go ahead and start with item E, which, I don't have my glasses on, is to approve the Community Development Block Grant Program Year 24-25 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and City Manager. My name is Matilda Horace, Housing Administrator, and I'm here to present the Community Development Block Grant Program Year 2024 to 2025 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. Tonight, staff is asking that the council accept public comment, provide any comment, and approve the Community Development Block Grant Year 2024 to 2025 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. The Community Development Block Grant, CDBG Entitlement Program, provides federal-funded grants to cities and counties with the goal of developing viable urban communities, providing decent housing, and expanding economic opportunities. Since 1988, the City of Vacaville has been an entitled city receiving CDBG funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The CDBG funds allocated to us locally are used to address the priority needs identified in the City Council's 5-year consolidated plan. This CAPER report will be reporting on the last year, will be the last year for the 2024 to 2025 consolidated plan. These goals included supporting youth, public services, improving public facilities and infrastructures, and addressing the challenges posed by COVID-19 pandemic. As the entitled community for HUD CDBG program, Vacaville is required to submit an annual CAPER that covers Vacaville's progress towards meeting the strategies in the consolidated plan. 2024 to 2025 accomplishments include supporting of the youth activities provided by Vacaville Boys and Girls Club, which they served 188 youth, 11 Kids, where they served 3 youths, and Child Start and Head Start, where they were able to serve up to 46 children. Continuing programs that address the impacts of COVID-19, including homelessness outreach and emergency payments, where Food is Free was able to deliver 3 locations monthly, assisting up to 913 extremely low, and moderate income households. We were, during this time, funding for Declores Park and Malachias Montoya Community Center and Mariposa Neighborhood Center new park, dog park, and building improvements were completed. At this time, the total allocation for program year 2024 to 2025 has been expanded, and there is no carry forward for program year 2025 to 2026. The draft 2024 to 2025 CAPER has been made available to the public for review starting on September 4th. Staff has followed HUD's process to provide a required 15-day comment period by publishing notices in the Vacaville Reporter in both Spanish and English. Additionally, the CAPER was made available on the city's website and also posted through various sites, including not limited to community centers and grocery stores. As of today, we have not received any public comments. After tonight's public meeting, if approved, staff will be able to incorporate any comments and will submit the CAPER to HUD by September 30th as required. Tonight, staff is asking that City Council should, accept any comments from the public, provide any comments, and approve the Consolidated Community Development Block Grant Program Year 2024 to 2025 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. Thank you for your attention and consideration, and I'm open to any questions or comments you may have regarding our CAPER submission.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I don't see any comments from the council. I'll open up to the public for any comment. And I'll bring it back to the council.
Motion to approve E.
So we have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much. Go forward and report.
Thank you.
All right, what do we have next? I think our final.
Final item is the 2025 Development Impact Fee Program Update Study Session.
Great, thank you very much.
Control the computer. I don't control the computer. I don't.
Never seen this table so full.
No introduction? Oh, it's too late. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Tonight we're going to go through a study session on project and policy for the 2025 Development Impact Fee Update Project. Going to provide a little bit of background, get you up to speed where we're at on this project and why we're doing the DIF and doing this DIF update right now. As you recall, in June of this year, we did the Development Impact Fee 101, which was the fundamentals and educational presentation to the City Council. And then we followed up in August with DIF 102. We got into the calculations and a little bit more of the nuance of calculating the DIF. As you can see on this slide here, gives you a little bit more background as to the 2022 DIF. And in that particular cycle, the project estimates that were the engineer's estimates for the DIF projects were developed in 2018 and 2019. And the project was essentially shelved because of COVID in the early days of 2020, and then brought back to City Council in June of 2022, which City Council approved the highest allowable fee at that time, and then phased it out over a period of a number of years. What's gone on since the 22 DIF? Well, remember in 2020 we had COVID, and between 2020 and 2023 we suffered some pretty severe economic impacts, not just locally but nationally, of course, and worldwide. COVID-19, supply chain issues, and historic inflation not seen since the early 70s. That said, we initiated the process in the summer of 2024 to update, to perform an update of the Development Impact Fee Program. We contracted with Economic Planning Systems, or with EPS, and for 37 years, EPS has been doing the work of Development Impact Fee analysis and nexus studies. And to that point, I'd like to introduce the team that is going to be talking about this project, because it won't be just me. To my right, Gwen Owens, Special Project Coordinator, Typhion Rice-Evans with EPS, Annie Branham, Assistant City Attorney, Community Development Director, Aaron Morris, and Director of Parks and Recreation, Bruce Mulder. And at the very end, our Senior Park Planner, Nemo Gonzalez. This is the team that has been working on this project for more than a year. Moving on. We've had 6 public meetings since the time that we initiated this project in April of this year. As you can see on the slide, these are some of the comments that have been made over the last several meetings. I'm just going to iterate some of these. California Drive Overcrossing and Vacaville Extension projects, which we were talking about just earlier. These projects should be removed from the DIF. There were comments made about Midway Road widening project, that project will never happen. On the Parks and Recreation impact fee side, trail costs are too high, although that was moderated later on as city staff came to the developers with another option to lower those fees. Park and facility costs are too high. We, the developers, can build parks faster and cheaper, and we agree with that. We have a policy that we'd like to be able to present to council for your consideration later in the presentation. DIF fees prevent or the building of workforce housing. Developers would like to agree on a fee with staff to be presented to City Council. And developers would like the city to perform an economic sensitivity analysis. Additionally, more comments that have been stated over the last few meetings, these in particular at the last August 25th meeting. Now I'd like to go through a little bit of the background history as to those public meetings, so you have some real context as to the amount of time that your staff has spent on this project with the development community. On April 10th, we had a kickoff meeting. On April 23rd, we met with Tom Felipe and Rich Alexander. On April 24th, we had a meeting with Tom and Vince Bossi of PEI. On April 28th, we had the second public meeting. On May 15th, we had the third public meeting. On May 20th, we had the fourth public meeting. On June 4th, we met with Rich Alexander and Vince Bossi of PEI. On July 10th, we met with Rich Alexander. On July 15th, we conducted the fifth public meeting. This particular meeting here, we had some options for consideration that we're going to bring before you tonight that we proposed to the development community. On the transportation impact fee side, we looked at, there was some concerns about what projects that the city was utilizing on the TIF fee in terms of calculating the costs. We went back and portrayed to the developers at the July 15th meeting specific, very specific Vacaville projects related to projects occurring directly in this town. Jepson Parkway, the 2025 AC repair project, the 2025 slurry seal project, all of those fine tuning and getting to a much more honed number. That reduced the overall impact to the EDU, equivalent dwelling unit, by about $193. Small, but we had more. We also put on the table for the developers, again, options for council's consideration tonight. 3 projects, including California Drive overcrossing, Vaca Valley extension, and Midway Road widening, in which case we're looking at taking the scope of work on those projects, reducing that scope of work down, because this is what we were hearing from the developers. We want to be able to perform an updated traffic demand model evaluation, evaluate the project alternatives, run scenarios with that new updated model, and perform cost-benefit analysis. These were things, particularly the cost-benefit analysis items, were issues that the developers had concern with about these projects. I agree, and so we reduced the scope and put these elements in there. The reduced project scope on those 3 projects moved the DIF responsibility out of the responsibility of the developers to the tune of $39.6 million, or about $2,000 reduction per EDU. In that same meeting, again, this would be the July 15th meeting, on the Parks and Recreation impact fee, modified the trail cost. There was concern from the developers that the trail cost was too high. So we said, okay, let's have your project developers, and the developers provided us a project example in which we took it. It was not an exact replica of what we would construct here in the city of Vacaville, but we moved on with it, and that took the trail fee to, reduced it to $154 per linear foot. Other items that were discussed at that July 15th meeting were the offering of the extended time at this particular meeting for the developers. And then shortly after that July 15th meeting, there was an email sent by the developer's engineer with concern over the county, the Vacaville Unified School District, and city building fees, all of which we subsequently took up and had discussions with this team here and with EPS, our consultant, and incorporated those particular elements into a municipal comparison, which we will provide later on for your review. Moving on, August 22nd, we had we received a letter from the Building Industry Association, I always screw that one up, BIA. They submitted a memo or a letter with 2 memos, peer review memos, contesting elements of the city's Nexus study. On August 25th, that was the 6th public meeting, and on the transportation impact fee, staff proposed 3 additional elements, now a total of 6, for reductions and/or complete removals of projects out of the TIF. One of those particular projects was the Nut Tree Road overcrossing. That ends up being about $62 million that was removed out of the responsibility of the DIF. We elected to go through a process of updating and moving forward with updates and improvements to the intersections on both sides of the overcrossing, as opposed to reconstructing the overcrossing, saving almost $62 million. With those 6 projects, reduced the diff, so again, that's the responsibility of the developers, by $112.3 million, or $5,175 per EDU. On the Parks and Recreation impact side, again, this is on the August 25th meeting, our Parks and Recreation Director and the Senior Park Planner provided information as to moving from the Parks and Rec Master Plan, which listed 14 facilities, park facilities. That was what was originally listed in the April Nexus study, which was the original publishing of the Nexus study. The number of facilities was reduced from 14 down to 8. 6 park facilities were completely removed from this DIF cycle. The totality of that change resulted in a $103 million reduction in DIF responsibility, or $2,452 in EDU reduction. On September 18th, so this was this past Thursday at 3:30 p.m., the city staff met with BIA and their consultants to go over the letters and the memos that they had sent on August 22nd, and the City of Vacaville's responses, our contracted consultants' responses along with the team's responses. That was a 2-hour meeting. I thought it was very productive, and there were a few elements that came out of that particular meeting, in which case subsequently the following Monday, so that was this Monday at 8:44 a.m., the City of Vacaville responded to the BIA about the actions that we were going to be taking on those 3 elements to do additional investigations on various elements to ensure accuracy of our Nexus study. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to our Assistant City Attorney.
Good evening. We just wanted to give you a quick overview of some of the communications that staff has been having with the developers and the community. So as Brian mentioned, we've gotten 2 submitted DIF peer reviews commissioned by BIA. They were looking for additional information. They had some issues with some of the methodology that we and the consultant had chosen with the Nexus study and the fees. There were questions about how is the city going to pay for its piece, because the DIF doesn't always pay 100% of the fee, right, for a certain facility or what it may be. And then I think there's, assertions that sometimes staff is making statements rather than taking questions. So we got those peer review memos. We prepared written responses. Around the same time in August, we got 9 separate PRA requests from the attorney representing one of the developers. Each of those 9 PRA requests had several requests within them. So we are currently in the process of facilitating responses to 83 total questions and or requests for documents. So I can tell you I'm currently in the process of looking through, I think, approximately 5,000 documents that we are ultimately going to turn over to the developers. That's taking a little bit of time. But again, just to reiterate, it's a study session tonight, so no decisions will be made. We're just bringing to you some policy options, but I think some of the concern with the letters that we've received, and including several letters that we got either yesterday or today from some of the developers' attorneys, obviously we have not had sufficient time at the staff level to fully digest those. I think you will hear from us again, as will the people who sent the letters. We plan to respond to them once we've had time to digest those and continue to work on all the other items related to the DIF that we're juggling. I think you can. Yes, so as Brian mentioned, we met with BIA on September 18th. We had a robust meeting. I believe that was recorded and is posted online if anybody would like to watch it. We went through sort of methodically the FAQs that staff had put together. I think there's about a dozen that have come out over this process where we're trying to take the developers' questions, respond to them in a meaningful way, put that publicly on the website. We've done some clarification of the calculations and the methodology at this point. We looked at all the third-party data. We looked at the source of all of the project estimates that have been used for the DIF so far, and I think this is an iterative process. We are not done yet. I think the point of those letters, the point of the meeting with BIA is we're approaching all this in good faith. We're trying to listen and take in the feedback that they have for us, and then we're trying to see what we can do to meet them somewhere, right, while still getting what the city needs out of this whole process. So we've spent a lot of time so far and resources on trying to respond meaningfully to the questions we've gotten.
One of the items that the developers also mentioned, and I mentioned earlier, was the stakeholders' request for an economic sensitivity analysis. I just want to be clear on this. The Fee Mitigation Act doesn't require it. It's not performed by all cities. The city has developed a very comprehensive municipal comparison that provides context to the council for their review, which you'll see in a little bit, which iterates both the current fees and the iterations that we have gone through in terms of the city's fees over the last several months, as well as the DIF fees for our sister city and for regional municipalities within the area. Then it goes without saying, the city doesn't build homes. That is not our marketplace. We don't know the intricacies of those business models or the labor agreements, the construction costs. That's not our realm. That is the realm of the developers. And finally, and I mentioned this earlier, the DIF process started in early April. It's been 6 months. If this was a point of contention and an important point for the developers, they've certainly have had a lot of time to develop that and bring forth that report for the city to evaluate. Okay, I'm going to go through a recap here, just a little bit about the DIF update frequency. I mentioned this before. I think it was in DIF 101. And this is an example. This is not, I'm not laying out what is going to happen. Council will determine how this thing flows. If approved by City Council, though, the updated DIF fees would be in place for approximately 5 to 8 years. 8 years is the maximum by law. So, for example, if we get to a point that City Council does approve an update to the fees, 2025, if you take a look at the far left, you can see over the course of the next several years, there could potentially be an option for phase-in, and that is something we'll speak to you a little bit later on in the policy section. But more importantly, you can see the span of years. It could potentially go up to 8 years. So the decision that you make, when you make, your final decision on the DIF update, it will span a number of years out into the future. Okay, the Great Pyramid. I'm going to start at the base. This is the real run-up. We're consolidating DIF 101 and DIF 102 together because there's some real important elements here that I want to make sure that council understands. Step one, at the very base of this whole process, your staff is looking at the general plan. We're looking at the master plans that you approve. And within those master plans and general plans, we're looking at the level of service and the service standards. Those are elements that the council has approved. We take that from step one and it moves up into step two, because step one iterates as to what projects need to be done, what projects need to be completed to meet a level of service or a service standard, or within the general plan, there's specific projects laid out. And again, those are moved up into the second step. We go through the process at this point to actually develop the estimates for those projects. Important point here. Those project estimates are developed to construct or complete the project. To construct or complete the project. Not to halfway construct it, not to construct more than it needs to be constructed. It's the cost to construct it or to get it done. Very important. Once we have that information, it moves up to the final tier. In this example here, this would be step 3. Those estimates then are run through the nexus study. The land use and the proportionality, that is the DIF responsibility, is calculated. And that's how you finally end up with that highest allowable fee. Now, I've mentioned this before. On the left, you'll see in red, the City Council has final determination of the fees. You can set a fee that's lower than the highest allowable. Now, on the right, you'll see at the very top there, this is the caveat, or the information I would like to make sure that the council is aware of. You could set a fee different than lower than the highest allowable, but without that fee being tied to a particular project, you're cutting the fee across all projects. So if you don't lower the cost on a particular project, remove it, lower the cost, whatnot, you're cutting the fee across all projects. Hopefully that's clear. Okay, now I'm going to transition it to Typhoon, and he's going to go through what was determined based on the analysis.
All right, thank you, Brian. Good evening. So first of all, with all deliberations about potential fee increases, we want to acknowledge that there are trade-offs at the heart of this, difficult decisions that have to be made. On the, if you will, on the benefit side of adopting at the maximum fee level, we're basically ensuring that development pays its full way, its full share, its full proportion. And in turn, that provides the investment, capital, et cetera, that required to invest in the transportation impacts and the parks impacts and the public safety impacts, et cetera. On the flip side, it's also important to recognize that an increase in fees is a cost to new development. And that's a cost that goes into the development pro forma, that affects their look at profitability, at opportunity. And I think in reality, what happens, or what we see happen with increases in fees, is you'll see different development projects affected in different ways. So some projects may be able to accommodate that fee increase by reducing costs, perhaps increasing prices, adjusting profit margins. Some will not be able to do that. Some will find themselves saying this project is no longer feasible or no longer feasible under current market conditions. So there's a real impact there, and there's a possibility that some projects may not be able to move forward under a fee increase. And I think this becomes, this tension and this complexity becomes even more heightened in markets like today, where we have high interest rates, high costs. It's not a simple and easy situation for development out there at this current time. Thanks, Brian. So we have, as Brian has said, there's a nexus study that's been completed. It's established the highest allowable fee. It's followed all of the rules of the Mitigation Fee Act. It's used very typical and common methodologies that cities throughout California have used. That's what we've done, and that's what we kind of has given us this maximum fee. As Brian emphasized, critically important in the red there, you don't have to adopt the fee at that level, right? You have choices to, you have many choices in how to adopt it below that level. Breaking down a little bit more what Brian was also saying earlier, I think there's a few different ways in which you can go about reducing the fee. So one is some of your fees are driven by adopted service standards. So for example, if you were to reduce a particular service standard, that would automatically translate into a reduced fee. Another one is to just remove projects like Brian was talking about, transportation projects or portions of projects from your capital improvement list. Again, automatically reduces the fee somewhat. Phasing in projects is another possibility, where you don't put all of your projects in initially, but perhaps you postpone some for later on. And another one is where you basically you leave all the projects as is, but instead of asking the developers to pay the full fee amount, you basically allocate funding from other city sources to kind of backfill that amount, if you will. Before moving on much further, I also just want to note that the city controls obviously a very important set of development impact fees, but there's a series of other fees that developers also face. So we want to think about the full fee bucket, the full fee burden. And so some of the other ones just noted up here that we'll talk about a little bit more in a minute include some other city fees for building permits and processing, school district fees, and county fees are the other main ones that come into the mix. All right, thanks, Brian. So to lay out the differences, to show you the differences, and they are significant between the existing fee and the maximum allowable fee that was calculated in April of this year. Here you can see this is for multifamily. Here you can see for an average multifamily unit, currently the fee is about $37,000 per unit. Under the full maximum increase, it would go up to about $60,000 per unit, so a substantial increase. Most of the increase is tied to the transportation and the parks and recreation fee levels, but there are increases in others. It's also important to note that the parks and recreation fee is somewhat below where it would have normally been, but for the fact that certain costs weren't included back in '22. So it's a little bit of suppressed fee back then. Thanks, Brian. The single family, for this average single-family home of about 2,500 square feet. Here again, you can see significant cost increases, $56,500 all in on the citywide fees, going up to $94,700 per unit on the single-family fees. And again, these are all before any of the options and ideas that Brian mentioned have been incorporated into the mix. Next slide, please, Brian. Okay, here, so we wanted to show you, I think you'd requested before to take a look at fee comparisons. How does the city of Vacaville's fees compare to other cities? This is the same comparison we did back in 2022, so we have comparisons with Fairfield, American Canyon, Brentwood, Elk Grove, and Rancho Cordova. And just to set the stage a little bit, you'll see that each of these, because we wanted to capture more than just the city fees, each of these stacks includes multiple categories. So we have the city fees, city county fees. In the dark blue, we have in the pink, we have the processing fees, the permanent processing fees. In the green there, you'll see several cities have special growth area fees that they add on for particular areas to pay for infrastructure and public facilities. And then on top of that, you'll see in the brown the school district fees. We've also shown in the green hatching, we've just separated out for the Solano County cities, just the county component of the fee. So then working from the left, you can see in the left-hand two columns, you can see the city fees and stacked up, so you can see how at the maximum allowable fee, if that was to be adopted, the total fee burden for a single-family home would end up being about $122,000 per unit. And to the right of that, you can see where you currently stand at about $84,000 per unit. In terms of the comparisons, we then get to see a kind of an array of differences. We see, for example, the city of Fairfield is currently somewhat above your existing citywide fee. We also note that the city of Fairfield, where the majority of its future growth is going to occur in the northeast component, adds on a significant additional fee, which pushes the northeast fee up to about $113,000 per unit. I will note that there are sub-area fee differentials within the northeast area, so some developers will pay more than that, some developers will pay a little bit less than that, but that's the kind of midpoint of the fees that might be paid. And then moving through it, you can see American Canyon about the lowest fee on the list, $82,000 per unit. You can see Brentwood at $97,000, partly driven by some strong transportation fees. Elk Grove, you can see, has the highest overall fee. This is the southeast area. Growth area, $124,500 per unit. And to the right of that, you can see Rancho Cordova, which has about $100,000 per unit. So all in all, you can see a range there. Your current fee is kind of close to the bottom of the range. Your maximum allowable fee would be right at the top of the range. Thanks, Brian.
Okay, and at this point, I'm going to hand it over to Gwen, and she's going to go through the transportation options. And these are the 6 options on the transportation impact fee for council's consideration, which could potentially lower the diff.
Okay, so the first one is California Drive overcrossing. In the 2022 diff, we did not have construction. We only had design, environmental, and right-of-way costs, and the current cost for that would be $16 million. What we did was we are proposing to update our travel demand forecasting model and do an evaluation, sensitivity analysis, and cost benefit to see if that particular improvement is really needed. That TIF responsibility would be reduced to $2.5 million, and a TIF reduction would be approximately $13.6 million. The next one is Vacaville Parkway Extension. Once again, in the 2022 diff, it only included design, environmental, and right-of-way. It did not include construction cost. In today's cost, that cost is $13.4 million. We are proposing the same type of approach as we did with California overcrossing, that we would update the travel demand forecasting model, perform a sensitivity analysis, do cost benefit analysis, and so we've budgeted $2.5 million for that, and that would reduce the TIF by almost $11 million. Next slide. Okay, the next project is the Midway Road widening. Currently, we have it in as a 4-lane facility from the Puda Channel all the way to I-80, including bike lanes, curb gutter, and sidewalk. That project is almost $61 million. What we are proposing is to phase in the project, which would be 1 lane per direction, a 2-way left turn lane. So if you're making a left onto or off of Midway, you have a safe space to sit, and then also have paved shoulders. That project would be reduced to $49 million. That would be the TIF responsibility, and it would be a TIF reduction of almost $12 million. The next one is the Nut Tree Overcrossing. Based upon the 2 intersections that bookend the Nut Tree Overcrossing, which is East Monte Vista and Nut Tree Road, and Nut Tree Parkway, Orange Drive, and Nut Tree Road. Those intersections, based upon a level of service, require the overcrossing to be widened to 6 lanes. And so basically that total cost for the actual reconstruction of the overcrossing and then the intersection improvements, it would be approximately $71.5 billion. What we're proposing is we would update the travel demand forecasting model, do some specific intersection improvements that we could fit within the footprint of what we have available without widening the Nut Tree Overcrossing. But then we would also update our travel demand forecasting model and evaluate what the level of service impacts of doing the lesser intersection improvements. And what would end up TIF responsibility is a almost $7 million, and that would be a reduction of almost $62 million to the fee. Okay, Gibson Canyon Road. In the 2022 diff, we had Gibson Canyon Road as from Hemlock to Farrell Drive as 2 lanes, plus 1 left turn lane, shoulder, and a pathway. This current diff responsibility would be $18.7 million. What we're proposing to do is only doing that improvement from Hemlock to Fruitvale, and would be 2 lanes, a center left turn, or 2-way left turn lane, and improved shoulders and a pathway. North of Fruitvale, it's rural, so it doesn't necessarily need those improvements. So it would, the TIF responsibility would be approximately $7.4 million, and that would be a reduction of approximately $11.4 million to the TIF. The next one would be Monte Vista Road widening. Currently, we have it in the TIF as from County Airport Road to Vacaville Parkway to widen to 4 lanes and include bike lanes and sidewalks only on the west side of the road. The east side is adjacent to the freeway, and there's not any land use on the east side of the road, so there's not a need for sidewalks there. That particular TIF cost is approximately $18.7 million. What we are proposing is that from the County Airport Road to Vaca Valley, only widen the existing lanes to add a 2-way left turn lane, and also add bike lanes and sidewalk on the west side. That reduces it, the TIF responsibility, to $15.7 million, and so there would be a TIF reduction of approximately $3 million.
Thank you, Gwen. So this slide here is a summary of the 6 projects that Gwen just went through. As you can see at the top of the slide, the April initial TIF value was $27,290 per residential EDU. With these options in place, if council were to move forward, the TIF would drop by $5,175 to $22,115. Again, that's $112.3 million in reduction. At this point, I'm going to pass it over to our Director of Parks and Recreation, Bruce Mulder.
All right, thank you, Brian. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. So now we're going to move into the Parks and Recreation impact fees. So much like Public Works looked at the transportation projects to find ways to possibly reduce the fee for consideration for the council, Parks and Recreation did the same for the Parks and Recreation impact fee. So the park impact fee is made up of several different categories. These categories include the parks development component, and that's made up of the neighborhood parks, the community parks, and the regional parks. And it's important to note that when a developer builds a turnkey neighborhood or community park, that component of the fee, along with a portion of the soft cost, is reimbursed to the developer upon completion of the park. So that's important to remember that they get that part credited back. The park impact fee also includes a category for land acquisition, recreation facilities, trails, and administration. So in an effort to provide council with options, staff found an opportunity to look at the land acquisition and the facility fee categories. So next slide. So first, the facilities fee. One of the areas that changed between the 2022 impact fee report and the 2025 impact report was that 9 additional facilities were added to the Nexus study. So these 9 facilities are projects that have been identified in the updated Parks and Recreation Master Plan. All of these projects have gone through a robust community engagement process, and they've been identified by the residents of Vacaville as needs for the city of Vacaville. With adding these additional projects to the 2025 fee schedule, it has resulted in a considerable increase to the facilities fee. So in an effort to give the city council options, staff looked at these 9 added facilities and prioritized these projects to find a way to include some of the projects now in the 2025 study, but also postpone some of those projects to the next fee schedule, which was talked about in the beginning of the meeting. So by postponing several of these projects, we looked at reducing the overall fee by over $100 million by postponing 6 of the 9 new projects. So by looking at that, we reduced the facilities fee by over $2,450 per housing unit if council would want to consider that option. Next slide. And then these facilities here that would be proposed to be postponed to the next fee schedule when it's updated the next time around. And now I'm going to turn it over to Nemo, our park planning manager, who's going to talk about the land acquisition category.
Good evening. So over the last several months, staff has had an opportunity to do some research and try to analyze how the city of Vacaville stacks up with some of our peer agencies, and I want to share some of the findings with you tonight. I want to start by highlighting our long-standing level of service of 4.5 acres per 1,000 residents. That, like Director Mulder has already indicated, includes all 3 park categories. But we, as a city, only require a land acquisition component of the DIF for 2 of the park categories, and that equates to 3.5 acres. So when we compare that to the 13 other agencies, we're tied for last place, meaning that if all other variables are equal, the developers have a lesser park obligation for the city of Vacaville than they do for any of the peer agencies listed up there. The last piece of information that I wanted to highlight was in reaching out to some of our peers. One of the things that I was finding was a trend that most of the agencies in this area fund park land acquisition using a different mechanism than the city of Vacaville. While we charge development impact fees for land acquisition, they use a Quimby ordinance, which essentially it's legislation that allows cities to require residential subdividers to dedicate land or pay in lieu fees that would serve the neighborhoods that they are developing while conditioning that with the approval of a tentative map. So again, from a parkland requirement, we're again, at the bottom of the list, as you can see, and we use a different mechanism, which means that our development impact fees are always going to look higher than most of our peer agencies because they're using a different mechanism to fund that. Next slide. So this is kind of the bookend of the parks slides, and just to recap, if council directs staff to both prioritize recreation facilities and adopt a Quimby ordinance, it could reduce a park impact fee by nearly $5,000 from a maximum of $27,119 to $22,163, and this is for a typical 2,500 square foot single family home. With that, I'm going to turn it back to Brian.
Thank you, Nemo. All right, this slide summarizes both the transportation and Parks and Recreation options that both Gwen and Bruce and Nemo have just gone through. On the transportation side, again, there was those 6 projects, $112.3 million in reduction. And on Park and Recreation side, 8 facilities included in the 2025 DIF cycle. That's this one right here. 6 facilities entirely removed from the DIF. Equating to approximately $103 million in reduction for a total of over $215 million in reduction in DIF responsibility. Now I'm going to turn it over to Typhoon.
All right, thank you. So yeah, we wanted just to bring this all back together to show you the overall effects of some of these changes. So as you can see in this chart on the left-hand side, we have the existing fee levels. Then we have the maximum maximum allowable fees from April that I showed earlier. Now you can see a little bit of a timeline of some of the adjustments that were made. There were some adjustments explored in June. And then most importantly, on the right-hand side, you'll see the adjustments of the fee levels with those project adjustments that were just described for transportation and Parks and Recreation. So there in the bottom right, you can see that the maximum fee that would have been $59,600. If you were to take those options to remove or adjust those projects, would reduce to about $53,400 per unit for multifamily. Next slide, please. The same concept here for single family. $56,500 per unit is the current fee. $94,000 was the maximum fee we had calculated. If you go through, if you take the processes and the accumulation of all those changes, you'll see the fee goes down by about $10,000 per unit, basically split pretty evenly between reductions in the Parks and Recreation fee and the transportation fee. And you end up with a fee of, again, if you accept all those adjustments, of about $85,000 per unit for single family homes. And finally, we wanted just to bring this back together and add in a couple of new columns. You'll see that on the left-hand side, you'll see there's the April maximum, and then there's the August adjustment. So the $10,000 reduction in the citywide fee reduces the blue bars by $10,000, reduces the overall fees by about $10,000. So it now would be at a total fee of about $112,000. So below the Elk Grove area and the Northeast Fairfield, but still in the kind of middle upper end of the range. From communications with Brian, the development community has suggested that they would be potentially willing to do a 15% increase or 15% or less, I believe, increase in the fee. So we put that in as a kind of an option just so you can see that comparison. Under that circumstance, the fee would go, the city fee would go from $56,000 to $65,000, and you'd be left with a $93,000 per unit fee. And I just did want to add one thing that I forgot to mention before in terms of these tables. Cities are obviously dynamic places. They're changing their fees all the time. So the reason we have the years at the bottom is just to give you a sense of when the last fee updates occurred. So you'll see that several cities, I wouldn't necessarily they're lagging, but they're behind the Vacaville update process. So Rancho Cordova and Brentwood 2021, they will presumably be updating their fees at some point in the not too distant future. You'll also notice the city of Fairfield, while it's updated its transportation fees in 2022, hasn't actually updated its parks and recreation fees since 2013, and its public facilities fees since 2006. So the timing sometimes plays a role in the level of the fees.
Great, and just to play off that a little bit more in terms of the developers suggesting to the city, both in writing and at the public meetings, that 15%, 10 to 15% would be what they were capable of paying for. Wanted to go through this little calculation so that you have a measuring stick as to what that looks like. So if you look at the 15%, we'll just take 15% on the city's current fee. The city's current fee is the $56,544. 15% brings that up, as Typhoon mentioned, to $65,026. This is the measuring stick here. For every $5,000 in reduction in diff value, you've got to come up with $100 million in project diff responsibility that has to be removed. To get $5,000, you have to remove $100 million. It's a big number. And of course, as I mentioned, in Diff 101 and Diff 102, these diff fees are designed to mitigate the impacts of new development, invest in new infrastructure that new development impacts, and to maintain the city's quality of life. So we get down to the very bottom of this slide and you look at the comparison. So the August fee, which with those options drops it down to about the $85,000. Those again with the Parks and Rec and the transportation project options. Again, that developer fee, the diff fee of 15%, $65,000. The difference there equates to $400 million in project fee that would need to be removed. Again, that's $400 million in diff project that would have to be removed to get to that $65,000. Again, the small caveat at the very bottom, that would be in addition to the $215 million that is already accounted for in the TIF and Parks and Rec options that we talked about earlier. Total of $615 million. All right, now we're going to transition to Director of Community Development, Erin Morris, as she talks about diff policy options.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. So I'm going to go through 4 categories of policy options for the council's consideration as part of this diff update. One, as touched on earlier by our Parks Department, would be to direct staff to implement a Quimby ordinance. This would allow the city to acquire land from single-family subdivisions through land dedication, so that developer's not paying a fee for us to acquire the land. They would be dedicating the land to the city. This reduces the development impact fee for land acquisition. It is consistent with peer agencies, so when a developer or the council is comparing Vacaville to other agencies, it would be a more fair comparison. And it is actually something that was called for as an action in the 2015 general plan, which was adopted ahead of the Parks and Rec master plan update. But essentially, it's a longstanding city policy that we should explore this, so an option for the council would be to direct us to do that. Policy option number 2 relates to incentives for target projects. We've heard a lot from the development community, and frankly, as staff working in this community, we're aware of other projects that the council may wish to offer incentives for. So, and policy option 2 would be to direct staff to develop an incentive program for projects in targeted industries through the use of fee reductions, fee deferrals, or a payment program. This one gets complicated. Our team has spent a lot explaining how if you reduce the fee in one place, you have to reduce the project, or you have to go figure out how you're going to make up the difference. But this could be a tool for attracting the kinds of development the city's trying to attract, such as advanced manufacturing, biotechnology, affordable housing, and missing middle housing. One last point on that, as part of this incentive program, one of the challenges would be to define exactly what these things are, like what is missing middle housing, what does it look like, how does it qualify for this kind of reduction. Let's go on to policy option number 3. So these next two are all related to the timing of implementing the development impact fees. Last time the council updated the fees in '22, there was a phase-in process where for the first 8 months of the program, developers got to pick and choose between the new fees and the old fees because some of them were lower and some of them were higher. And then ultimately those new fees went into effect after that. We are recommending, at least for the council's consideration, that the residential fees be phased in on July 1st, 2026, whatever they are. We do want to share that we've gotten feedback from developers that the change to the fee might be more tolerable and absorbable if it was phased in over 3 years. I just want to make sure the council understands that that means we're receiving sort of lower amounts of money for projects that will be increasing in cost as time passes. But that's absolutely a policy option for the council to consider, is directing staff that rather than bringing the fees all into effect in July, they would be phased in over 3 years, July 1st of 26, 27, and 28, until they're at whatever that maximum is. Policy option 3B, I believe it is about non-residential projects and phasing. So if the council adopts the fees, and let's say they start to go into effect in July, staff's recommendation is that the increase would be divided into thirds, and that each July, the next third would be added until the fees are fully into effect 3 years after that July 1 start date. We took this approach with the last fee update. The fees for non-residential are quite high related to the kinds of impacts that, new development that has lots of trucks and lots of employees and lots of activity. So we recommend this as both an economic development strategy and a practical strategy for the kinds of businesses that we want to attract here in Vacaville. And then policy option number 4 is turnkey parks. It's really, an option would be to direct staff to implement policies that encourage park construction by developers. We have tools and we have ways of allowing that right now, but we don't have a clear city policy or direction on the kind of what the expectations are, what the council's willing to trade in exchange for getting a park sooner. And so this one would allow us to really flesh out that, because if a developer both builds a park and dedicates a park, as my colleagues explained, they do get park credit, but what kind of credit, how much credit, how does the credit happen? Those are things that have never been very clearly defined in Vacaville, and clarifying it could make it a more popular program for developers wishing to reduce their fees by actually constructing things potentially at lower cost. And I believe that takes us through the policy options. I'm going to go back to Brian.
Okay, next steps, we're almost done. We are entering the phase now where we're going to hand the mic back to the council. We would like to be able to incorporate council's direction based on what you've heard today and what you heard from the developers. We would be tentatively, this is again tentatively scheduled to return to City Council at a future date. I'll just put it at a future date for council's consideration of final adoptions. The recommendation would be to, again, take council's direction and input so that we can incorporate that into the next steps. And we're at the questions and comment period. That concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. It's a lot of information to digest, but thank you for the details. Councilmember Silva.
Thank you all for the work, and thank you to the community for putting all the input that they have. I think some of the things that I've heard concerns are addressed. One area that I'm just like a little bit more clarity on is for projects that are already been approved, developments that are been approved. How and when do these DIF get applied to that? Because a lot of times they make those assessments based on the market at that time.
The typical way that it works is that a development pays its impact fees at the time the building permit is pulled. So once the building permit is pulled and those fees are paid, that development is shielded from any fee increases because those fees have essentially been satisfied at the time of building permit issuance. There are situations where cities elect to allow some types of developments to be shielded from some of the increase. I mean, there's a variety of policy options around that, but in Vacaville, development impact fees are paid when the building permit's pulled, and the amount is based on the fee in effect at the time.
Vice Mayor Chapman.
Thank you. The items that are identified in your drafts for Parks and Rec, are those, is this just an example for us to have a visual, or are these the items, the areas in which you're proposing that we consider?
So all of the, I think you're talking about the facilities projects that we talked about on the slides. So all of those projects, the 14, are in the maximum allowable fee. We know that that facilities fee has gone up considerably by adding the 9 new projects that have been identified in the updated Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So because that facilities fee has gone up quite a bit, we did look at those to have the council consider if they wanted to move some of those facilities to a later date. But it's completely up to the council if they agree with those priorities or if they have other ideas as far as which projects to include or not include.
Okay, another question.
Sure.
And don't get angry with me anyway, it's just a question I'm asking. There's sports field complex, that's 95 million. And then if you look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 facilities in the second list,
Yes.
they come up to 88 million. Could there be a consideration to merge the two and take out the sports field complex? Because that one item alone consumes those other 6 or 7.
Yeah, so the sports field complex is a large ticket item, that's 95 million. The sports field complex is a soccer complex. That is one that was actually in the 22 diff already. So there has already been a pro forma and some work that has been done on that project already as far as over the years planning for a future soccer complex. But again, it's up to the council, but that was one that has been identified by previous councils in 2022 as being in the 2022 facilities project. So Nemo might have some more history on that particular project.
Yeah, so the pro forma was prepared by a consultant that was hired because one of the common themes that we were hearing when we were conducting outreach for the updated Park and Rec Master Plan that was adopted by council in 2021 was that we were falling short in terms of our offerings for soccer fields. We've got a good amount of baseball fields, and even that doesn't feel like enough at times when we get busy and we have tournaments, but we are lacking severely in soccer fields. And so a previous director, Director Walker, had hired a consultant. They put a pro forma together to study the fiscal viability of a sports complex, made a recommendation to council to sort of adopt it. So it did come before a previous council. And then it made it onto the updated Park and Rec Master Plan, and then subsequently made it onto the 2022 park elements of the DIF. So it's been sort of slowly creeping towards something that could be viable, but obviously because of the price tag, it's got a long sort of trajectory before we can find a way to sort of fiscally at least move forward with it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to open up to the public at this point now. How many members of the public still are going to be speaking tonight? Show of hands. Okay. All right, I'm going to do my best to give you enough time to share your positions. Obviously, if I start cutting you short, I'm going to give you more than 3 minutes for sure, but try to keep it somewhere around 5, 6. If you take a little bit more than that, I might be curbing it, but if it's 7, we just don't want to be here all night, and we're already kind of late. But go ahead. The development community, some of you may have slides or presentations. I don't know if you do, but go ahead and come forward.
Good evening. I am a park fanatic, and I hope you will keep all the money you can going toward them. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess you're deferring some of your time to others. Thank you. Thank you for brevity.
Boy, I wish I was going to be that quick, but I'll try. I'll do my very best. I'm Lisa Bordebriggen. I represent BIA Bay Area, and we certainly have had housing as a theme tonight throughout this council meeting between homelessness and a particular housing project. I want to thank the council and the staff for the opportunity to participate. I am here tonight to ask you to take the time to resolve a number of the pending questions that remain before you go ahead and make a final decision on the impact fee hikes for new homes and condos. I'm joined by several other BIA members who are going to also speak, and we've endeavored to not repeat ourselves, so to keep it as brief as we can. As I wrote in our comment letter submitted to you earlier today, we believe the nexus studies that serve as the basis of the maximum justified fee levels contain a number of legal flaws. We have partnered with land use attorney David Lanferman, who submitted his legal analysis to the city on Monday. We understand that's a short time, and there'll be time to digest that in the coming days. And while your staff has been incredibly generous with their time and their expertise, we're very appreciative of their professionalism. We do still feel that the studies contain deficiencies that need to be resolved. For example, development is being charged for 30% of the cost of the impact fees to construct new parks and recreational facilities. Where will Vacaville get the other around $400 million for its share, for its 70% share? Based on our consultants' research, it appears the city used about $200,000 for Measure M this year for Parks and Rec, but zero the previous 2 years. At $200,000 a year, it'll take you 2,000 years to get to that $400 million. So that's going to be a big gap. I think about it this way. Imagine we all get together and we're going to buy a pizza with 10 slices. We give you our money for our 3 slices, our 30%. You go out and buy pizza, but you don't have any money. So you come back with the pizza and you still expect to eat with us. And we've 100%, 30% suddenly becomes 100% when you're the one paying the full bill. And the second example, the city's transportation project list contains what many are affectionately calling, or maybe not so affectionately calling, legacy projects that have been on that funding list for more than 30 years. Your staff has pulled back significantly on the amount of funding allocated toward these projects, and that is very much appreciated. But if the city hasn't progressed in more than 30 years on these projects, how can the city continue to justify a need for those projects? We're also very concerned about the viability of Vacaville's state certified housing element, which commits the city to planning for an adequate housing supply as defined by the regional housing needs allocation for Vacaville, or RHNA. Home builders and developers have repeatedly told the city, and I'm certain you'll hear more tonight, that raising fees an additional 50% after impact fees have already gone up between 34% and 50% since 2020 will lead to a severe drop in housing production. Several of our members tell me they have already stopped looking at potential investments in Vacaville due to possible fee hikes. In my experience, very few jurisdictions adopt the fees at the maximum justified level. And even after all the reductions that staff has made, and we really appreciate all their efforts, fees are still going up 50% for single-family homes. That's a huge jump. Excessive fees are a demonstrable barrier to the production of new homes, and the state could decide to decertify Vacaville's housing element, which has serious consequences for the city's eligibility for certain state and regional dollars. We ask that the city commission an economic sensitivity analysis, which is designed to show how specific fee increases will impact housing production. Many, many jurisdictions use this tool. After all, if 0 houses are built, you get $0. So there is a sweet spot in there about where the fee can be in order to continue to allow housing production. For those reasons and others that we've outlined in our comment letter, we respectfully request that the city defer adoption of the impact fee update until your staff has had the opportunity to collect all the critical information you need to make a thoughtful decision, and we have spelled out those requests in our letter. Our members do want to build homes, and Vacaville needs new homes. We need each other. So we're ready to work with you and your staff to resolve all these issues, and perhaps we can return soon and stand before you in agreement on a path forward. I do want to make one clarification on the timing of the fee payment. Under SB 330, if you submit a preliminary application for residential development, your fees are frozen on that date at the time they're set that. So it's not automatic that every project that goes forward will pay the increases that are as they roll forward. So thank you. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Thank you.
Wow. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, city staff. Tony Moras, I'm president of the Solano Community Tennis Association. I know that y'all are, appreciate the impact that Parks and Recs has on a quality of life for Vacaville residents. We heard a preview of this briefing at the Parks and Recs Commission meeting a couple weeks ago, and that briefing was preceded by a meeting from Parks and Rec staff that showed that Parks and Rec facilities in Vacaville are old, programs are capacity limited. Waiting lists are very, very long. Obviously, the DIF schedule you approve tonight, or whenever you do that, will impact these shortages, and we look for you to do the right thing to make this happen for Vacaville today and going forward. A comment about hearing new development coming up on the east side of Legiontown Road, 40,000 new residents in the near future somehow. That's going to happen. Unless we improve current facilities and add capacity, we can expect a 40% increase then on current facilities as they exist today. With that in mind, I would suggest that you consider, instead of putting neighborhood parks in each of those developments, look at a community park where you can centralize amenities and get better use out of that facility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor and council members and staff. I'm Tony Smith. I live out in Browns Valley. And Vacaville, you know, it's really changed a lot. I mean, there's 100,000 people here now. And the Parks Department and the Parks, parks create an identity for the city, okay? And, you know, when we have all these houses, it's great and everything. I don't mind that. But we need, like Tony was saying earlier, about a community park. Instead of all these little neighborhood parks, it'd be nice to have a community park with everything in it. Central location, you could have tournaments and everything from tennis to baseball to soccer to whatever. So, you know, I'm just here to talk about that, and I think that that would be a good thing to have. I was really kind of shocked they were last in parkland acquisition. So that means nobody's really thinking about buying land to build something like that. So we have a lot of little cookie cutter parks that are small, but not very usable. And some of the older parks, like Andrews Park, is probably the oldest park, and Keating Park. And I don't really see a lot of money put towards those parks. And at one time, Andrews Park was going to be a community park back when the town was a lot smaller, but it never really developed. So the one question I have too is Horse Creek, isn't that considered, is that city, or that's a soccer complex? It's a pretty good sized soccer complex, so I didn't know if that was part of the study for the soccer and all that for soccer people, was it? So anyway, thanks for your time. I just thought I'd say that. We need a community park, and it'd be nice to have a swimming pool like the old days where they built McKinley Park in Sacramento, where you had one big useful park. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Carley, members of the council. Todd Chambers with Lewis Planned Communities. I want to thank city staff for all the work that they've done so far, and I've been a participant on the stakeholder side since April when they kind of unfolded all of this information to us. I'd like to make one point in that when I see the city do things like this, whether it's a master plan or municipal services review update, they typically take a long time. And so here we are from April to now, and they're really pressing to get something done. So I think that it's a big decision. It has significant consequences to the development industry, home building industry. And so I'd implore you not to move too quickly on this. As Lisa stated, we have some issues that we'd like to continue to work through with staff and try to resolve and get to a point where we're supportive of what the fee increases would be. I'm not sure where the 10 to 15% number came that says that's the developer number. That's not my number. I never said that, so I just want to make that clear. I wanted to just present a few data points that I think would be helpful. And if you look at, what I've heard a lot tonight is the word reduction. And so let's be clear that everything that's happening right now is an increase. So it's increasing the fees. It's going to be how much we increase them is what it comes down to. I don't think there's anybody in the development business or the home building industry that'll say, city, don't raise your impact fees. If you need to raise your fees, and there are things that need to be done in this city to provide services and the facilities that you do, we want to participate in that. We just want to make sure that it's reasonable and it's not overreaching. And at this point, I think it's a little overreaching. If you purchase a $740,000 house in the city of Vacaville, well, let me tell you this. In excluding houses that are in the $900,000 to $1 million range in the communities here, the average net price for a home in Vacaville is $736,000. So that's your average. So let's say you buy a $740,000 home, you put 20% down, so that's $148,000 you're putting down. You have a 1.8% tax burden on your house. It's your property taxes and bonds and any CFDs that are associated with that. Your principal, interest, and taxes, you're paying $4,930 a month for your payment for your home. So you have to make an annual income of $214,000 in order to afford that house. The FHA loan limit in the Solano County is $685,400. That's your FHA loan limit, which allows you to put less money down and buy a house. That's a pretty good number, I think. But there's no product in the city of Vacaville right now that's under $600,000. So what I think increasing the DIF fee numbers does, to the extent that staff is asking for, just further exacerbates that issue. I've heard lots of discussion from the council about wanting to have missing middle housing. You know what we're up to as the Lewis Group, trying to develop east of Leisuretowne, and the product that we're proposing there. We would propose turnkey parks. We're proposing a community park. We want to do all those things. But in order to do that, I think we just need to have a more robust analysis of what has been presented by the staff so that we can make sure that we're not furthering that gap that's already existing today. Again, I want to restate that we're not opposed to the fee increases. We just want to make sure that they're the right increases for what we're trying to accomplish here in the city together. And again, Lisa said this, but I'd like to come back at some point and stand next to staff and say, we agree with everything that's being proposed. And right now, we're not ready to do that. So we'd like to continue to have more time to work through that. A couple of questions I have is, there's been a lot of money that's been collected since 2022. So I'm wondering, for example, some of the TIF improvement projects that are proposed, where's that money? And I don't think city staff, or I don't think it goes into a bucket that says, I'm going to put this money towards the Vaca Valley Parkway improvements, or this money towards the Nut Tree Overcrossing improvements. So I'm curious as to how that works. And I'm wondering how many building permits would need to be issued to fund all the park and rec facilities and the traffic impact projects that are proposed as part of this increase. How many building permits would need to be issued to collect enough money from the developer side to then go fund those projects? I think it's a pretty big number. So thanks for your time.
Question. Thank you.
Council, Tom Filippi. I just wanted to make a couple of points that haven't been brought up before, just to give some more data points. I looked it up. Inflation since 2022, when the city last updated their fees, is 10.38%. And the city is asking for a 50% fee increase. One of the interesting things that came up during the discussions was, well, we were doing Play for All Park, and we asked for some reductions and some changes. And as Brian McLean rightly indicated, we had those same kind of fee increases, but we learned to do more with less. So, for example, we had in our plan, we had 2 baseball fields in the Play for All Park master plan. We went to the Parks and Rec Commission and said, look, fees have gone up too much, so what we're going to do is build one park nicer than either of the 2. So what we felt like we were doing is more with less. And I would just respectfully request that the city try to do more with less. It's a different economic time. With that in mind, I'd also like the council to rethink the traffic. We haven't done a full citywide traffic study that I'm aware of since 2009. Now that's, 16 years? And all I'm saying is life has changed dramatically in 16 years with regards to traffic. How many of you call up or go on the internet and order something from Amazon, whereas you used to go to 5 different stores to find what you needed? Our trips have changed dramatically. I sold my business, so I don't have employees anymore. But as of Friday, when I did have employees, one of them is living in New Illinois, and another's living in Utah. And that was a direct result of COVID and the changes that happened and family life and all those things. They were totally working remotely. How many people in Vacaville are working remotely? The point is, we're using a lot of the methodologies and the traffic analysis from 16 years ago to develop these projects. And some of them, I appreciate the fact, the most onerous project we have on there, and I've argued that project, and I told Brian when we started, I would argue about this project, is the California Drive extension, which I think is the most ridiculous project. My background is in traffic. I spent 3 years at Contra Costa County in the Transportation Planning Department. I understand traffic. My degree is technically a civil engineering degree, but it says transportation engineering. So my point is, the California Drive extension was not needed 33 years ago when it was first put in the diff, and I live a half a mile from the intersection it's supposed to improve, Alamo at Merchant, and I have seen no difference in the traffic, and I go through that intersection 5, 6, 7 times a day, back and forth to work. So I think respectfully, we should do a citywide traffic analysis. We should learn to do more with less. Things have changed. I think we need to look at things differently. Lastly, parks. I am a huge advocate of parks. I think everyone understands that I am a huge advocate for parks. We need to change how we think about parks. Do you know when my kids were growing up here, I raised 5 kids in Vacaville, we had a joint use agreement with the school district. So Browns Valley is a prime example. It used to be one big park between the school. They had 3 basketball courts on Browns Valley, right? And a big grass area. There's now a fence there. So there's no joint use. So rightly, Nemo and Bruce say we need more soccer fields. We used to have them when we had joint use agreements. Now, thankfully, I was in a meeting recently with Brian and Bruce, and we talked about, and I think one of you is on 3x3s with the school district, we need to talk more together. For the residents of Vacaville, a joint use agreement, I don't know how I really don't know how they calculate parks if we are using a joint use agreement. But I know when my kids were playing, I was a soccer coach for years for my kids. I know we went to the various schools. In fact, when the Loma Prieta earthquake happened, we were at Alamo School with soccer. So I would respectfully request that we look at, Quimby's great, but if you have a 10-acre site and you're going to ask for land, what do we give? An acre, 2 acres? Well, we can't do that. The minimum park size is 6 acres. But if we had joint use agreements, small parks would work. One last point, Play for All Park, the most popular park in Solano County, according to Google, is only 3.5 acres. Yet we're insisting that every park be 6 acres. I think we need to rethink that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, good evening. Before I begin, I really just have to compliment the project team to my left. This process has just been incredibly extensive. Their professionalism, their level of detail, the transparency that they've conducted, and their collaboration with the development team has just been exceptional. So great work. I'm here tonight just as a Park and Recreation Commissioner, and I want to offer a perspective. Vacaville is planning nearly 40,000 additional residents in the years ahead. Growth is inevitable, but how we grow is a choice. Housing is important, and we all appreciate the contribution of the developers in this room. But housing development must be done responsibly with infrastructure that keeps pace with development, infrastructure that grows as the city grows. If we continue to compromise on these important development impact fee programs, as we have too often in the past, and there's a lot of reason why we're here today, we will compromise the funds needed to expand, and we will compromise our quality of life for tomorrow, one development at a time. We already feel the effects of the inadequacy of the Park Impact Fee program. Today, our neighborhood and community park standard is just 3.5 acres per 1,000 residents compared to the standard of 5 acres for many comparable communities, shown in the chart that staff presented you today. This difference is likely, in my opinion, in part because of the inadequacy of the Park Impact Fee program over the past 30 years. In my 3 years on the commission, I've seen insufficiencies firsthand. At a recent presentation from Nemo Gonzalez, our park planner, he cited we talked about a lot of the projects that we've completed to date, but we also talked a lot about those projects having to be scaled back, standards compromised, delayed, because the Park Impact Fee program did not provide enough funding for those projects. On the commission, we regularly receive reports from recreation staff that list inadequate facility space, inadequate fields and courts as challenges, resulting in families enduring long lines, and meaning that some children in our community sometimes just go underserved. I share, and lastly, just one example that's close to home. The designated neighborhood park in my own neighborhood remains vacant lots over the last 5 years. Why? Partially because park impact fees that were imposed at the time on that area were just insufficient to fully fund even that neighborhood park. So in conclusion, it's for these reasons and more that I caution you not to unnecessarily compromise the proposed fee programs. We cannot catch up after decades of underinvestment. That opportunity is gone. The reality is that the fees are set. The reality is, if the fees are set too low, we are left with only bad choices. Asking existing residents to shoulder the costs that should rightly be funded by new development, chasing after scarce other sources of funds, or simply watching our park standards and our level of service continue to erode into the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Fred Grimm. I'm with Triad Development and the developer at Lagoon Valley. I first appeared here back in 2003, trying to, at the very outset of this project, we were invited by Vice Mayor Clancy bringing up names from the past. I assembled these properties at Lagoon Valley. I ate the homemade donuts at Bob and Donna Harr's house. I met with Dorothy Jamerson in her farmhouse. I toured the facilities of Heinz Nursery, met the people at River City Bank who owned the last parcel, and put it all together. And then we started a long, deliberate process of getting the project approved. And it's been quite a journey. We exited in 2008 and came back in 2020. And we had came with a philosophy that for success at Lagoon Valley, we needed to have something that was good for the community and the broad community, not just City Hall. It had to be good for the home builders and their customers, the homeowners, who are a growing body of citizens and voters in the city of Vacaville. And it needed to be workable for us, who was making a huge investment and taking the risk of creating something special at Lagoon Valley. And I know that the evening of before Thanksgiving in 2020, Melinda, as a public servant, was on the phone late at night negotiating last things to make this project work with us, and we followed that premise of making sure that it was good for everybody. I think, however, that recently we've kind of lost some of that spirit. We feel that we're viewed as a bottomless pit by the city and not being treated fairly or reasonably. The city should be our ally, our partner, or at least someone who's not a major obstruction to what we're trying to do out there. We're encouraged with Savita and are meeting with her and her team regularly now, and so we're hopeful that we'll get back on track to make things successful. I'm telling you all this because this proposal that is presented to you today lacks, as they acknowledged, the economic sensitivity, and I'm here to provide it to you. And I can only speak to Lagoon Valley, not for other builders or other projects, but the premise that we came in on and the commitments we made for all of the big basket of goodies that we're providing the city did not include an extra $29,000 for every house that was to be built out there. And this proposal, if enacted, to be succinct, it will crush us. Lagoon Valley will grind to a halt. And we're already seeing that today. We've had two builders, Signature Homes and Pulte Homes, who have already canceled contracts with us of over 161 lots because of this proposed increase. Had it gone forward, Signature Homes would have paid an estimated $4.5 million in total fees to the city of Vacaville, not including the county or the school district fees, under the existing fee schedule for its 56 homes. Pulte Homes would have paid $7.1 million in total fees, not counting county or school district. It was scheduled to build. So instead of the city will lose $11.5 million of fees from those builders while trying to pursue $5 million more in this increase. So you could say, we need that increase, but you're losing. There's economic sensitivity. Who's going to pay $29,000 more for a house when everything has already been cooked, so to speak, in terms of the commitments from the builders to the homeowners, our commitment to the builders in the city? Where's it going to come from? If we know we're going to pay $20,000 more, we wouldn't have agreed to donate so much open space that we are, or build as much infrastructure that we have. We also lost a apartment contractor just this week. One of the reasons they gave us was the increase in the development impact fees of $53,000 a home. And then we just heard from Shea Homes today, one of the best builders of upper-end homes in the country. We've been courting them for years, and they said, talk to us when you get this impact proposal nonsense taken care of. They were who we had geared to build the executive housing that the city has so wanted and have always requested from us. So the reason that they're bailing is the fee is unreasonable. If we were to go by the CPI since 2020 and had the fees increase just pursuant to the CPI, the cost of inflation, right? You would have to reduce your fees by over 10 grand, not increase them. That's how much they've already been going up. So don't be fooled by big numbers in the impact. It's over $29,000 a home, and the fees, inflation has gone up 4.4% in those 5 years since we came back in, since we had our late night negotiation. The impact fees that they're requesting are almost 25% a year increase over 5 years. That just doesn't work. One of the things about the requirements that we don't think has been properly assessed or considered is the fair share and proportionality requirements under state law. And I'm just going to talk to you about our project and use parks as an example. Our builders are already paying over almost $6,400 per home for community benefit contributions. And what will that money be used for? Lagoon Valley Park. In total, we'll be paying over $8 million to be used for Lagoon Valley Park. On top of that, we are building 16 acres of parks for the benefit of everyone in the community. And we're required to build a golf course that will be open to the public at least one day a week. Plus, for each home built, the builders are paying $11,243 in park impact fees, and now are being asked to pay another $10,000 pursuant to this increase. It doesn't work. That's not double dipping, it's triple dipping. The project does not have the economics to support that. And I leave with the comment that you can study things for a long time, but for every day you study, you're stalling us out, because we can't, builders are already bailing until this is resolved. So we can't go forward. The builders who already have their lots, and there's 160 permits that have been pulled, they'll keep building, but new builders will not come in until they know this threat of this exorbitant fee is gone. So maybe there's some way to work that for builders that already have their project half cooked, that they're not exempt from that, because there's no place for that fee to go. So maybe, I don't know, if we could be considered that for projects that are approved, that the increases don't come into play for us. I think that the huge increase that we've already experienced is enough for us to pay our share. So please resolve this quickly and resolve it fairly. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor Carney, Council, Alan Haddix. I'm a civil engineer, works in the land development industry, but I'm also a lifelong resident of Vacaville. My family's been here a long time, so Vacaville's extremely important to me. Parks, I'm a huge proponent of parks. I want to reiterate what Tom said about the joint use agreements. Mayor Carly, when our daughters played softball, half the games were on school ball fields. When they played soccer, most of them were on school fields. And when they played basketball, almost all the games were in school gyms. And so our city is, well, our kids are at a significant deficit from when our kids grew up, simply because the city and the school district aren't working together. And I'm not saying that's the city's fault. I'm not saying it's the school district's fault. But as a resident, it's important that the two of you find a way to work together, because there's unused facilities that our kids need access to. And by doing that, that can alleviate a lot of the shortcomings in our parks, where maybe we don't need a $100 million soccer complex if all of our schools, most of the time, our kids could play soccer. So I would strongly encourage you to, and I know that you're working on mending those ties, but I think for our community, there would be massive benefits to being able to get back to where we were, and I'm dating myself now, 20 or more years ago, man. And then on the infrastructure, I want to thank all the staff. I mean, there's a huge amount of time that's gone into all of the analysis, and I appreciate their attempts at reducing the fees as well. One item that I don't know, when they did the comparative analysis, if it accounted for the CFD. That's an assessment. That's not technically a fee, but when you're doing a pro forma on the project, that is an overall impact, and you have to take a present value of what that assessment is. And on single-family residential, the home buyers aren't quite as savvy, and so that doesn't necessarily play into when they're buying a project, but it limits the builder's ability to bond for infrastructure, which goes again into the overall cost of the project. And for high density, they absolutely take that CFD as a present value, and that fee by itself with the current fees is enough that for a typical high density developer, they look at Vacaville and the pro forma just doesn't work. And I know working pencils. And so we really need to take more of, and I appreciate the fact that staff has put in some comparative analysis, but because of the significance of the increase that we're looking at, I would ask for that to be even more comprehensive, because the home builders that are looking in Vacaville, they're looking at developments from Roseville, Lincoln, down Folsom, Lodi, Tracy, Brentwood, and so it's a competition, and we want Vacaville to be competitive. And unfortunately, if we price ourselves out of being competitive, there's a lot of other communities that they'll build in, and the home building industry is much leaner than it used to be, and so they're doing as much as they can with much less than they used to. And I would hate to see Vacaville go into a period where we don't have homes built. And what happens to our park facilities if we don't collect any fees? So I would ask that before you make any decisions on the DIF, you make sure that you comprehensively understand how we line up with the rest of the region, so we can make sure that we, best we can, plan for the infrastructure. And if, for whatever reason, our fees don't line up with the other communities in our region, then maybe we need to look at why that is. But we have to be very careful how we align, and so I'd like to see a little more comprehensive comparison before we take any sort of formal action. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Michael Giorso, and I represent Discovery Builders. First of all, I just want to thank you in behalf of our company to allow us to build homes in your wonderful city. Mine's going to be short and sweet. I just want you to know that we delivered 2 letters today, one from Hanson and Bridget LLP, and launched delivering a comprehensive analysis of the proposed increased impact fees. So hopefully you'll get a chance to review those, and it includes our comments within both letters. And that's really all I have to want to let you know, that we delivered those today.
Thank you. Okay. Let me see how I can. Rich, do you have a microphone back there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'll try and make it as short as possible. I want to read 2 things from your housing element. Number 1, it says to assist, and I want to underline assist, in the development of affordable housing. The next one, it says remove governmental and other constraints to housing development. I'd like to point out that earlier it was said by staff here that one of your options is cutting across all projects. I call them line items, be it in your TIF, your DIF, that you can cut. If you cut prices, you will cut them all, potentially. That is being done, as I understand it right now, from staff by a statement that was made very clear. And I ask, how do you figure what projects to do when you do them? And that is, we take a look at how much money we have in the pot and what projects can be done with that money. Well, that's sort of cutting a lot of projects. One of the things that I would like to ask the city council to do is to put triggers. And what I mean by triggers is any time that a project is created, there should be a goal set for when it needs to be done. I call that a trigger. If it needs to be done by 1,000 houses, 1,000 families, 5,000 trips, whatever, there should be a trigger on every project that is out there. If we knew what the triggers were, and and I'm going somewhere with this, if we knew what the triggers were when they needed to be done, the developers and staff could sit down and say, wait a minute, let's take a look at these. These are the important ones. How can we get the fees for these in this period of time?
Rich, pull your mic closer.
Closer?
That's better. Thank you.
Got such a big mouth, you guys should be able to hear me anyway. But anyway, I hope you're hearing what I'm saying, though, with triggers. I'd like to see a trigger put on every project so we know when that project should be done. We've had some that you've heard us talk about that started in '92. I don't know what the trigger is that's going to pull it that when the California or any of these need to be done. We've got some that have got intersections that go from C to C. I don't know what the trigger is that's going to activate when it's going to be done. If we knew what those triggers were, what the activation item was, I'd love to work with staff to try and get what needs to be done and use the money that is going to be available, and we could do projections. My biggest fear for this town, and I want to insert this in, for the last 35 years, this town has taken very good care of my family. So even though I physically don't live here, it is my town. I feel that. And one of the things that I see with the 50% increase is you're going to create a economic housing moratorium. And if you do that, it doesn't make any difference what you have for a project. It doesn't make any difference what you have for a park. It doesn't make any difference about nothing. Because no money coming in, nothing's going to get done. I'd hate to see an economic housing moratorium created by something that you approve. We're trying to build, and I'll end with this, we're trying to build, and all of us right now, especially, I've got 2 projects, one small one and one on east of Leisure Town, and we're trying to build workforce housing. And it seems like the developers are fighting to get these fees within reason so that we can build that workforce housing for you. And if the council really wants this, then I would like to see us work together to try and get these fees down, and 50% is not down. I hear them say we've lowered the fees. No, we've raised the fees 50%. That's where we're at. That's not lowering them, that's raising them. You had a fee here, now you got a fee that's double. We need to get the fees down within reason. We've been raising the CPI for the last 3 years through COVID, through everything that's been going on, and we've been doing it. And now all of a sudden, oops, wait, we've got to raise it up 50%. That's enough of what I'm saying. Let's try and work towards workforce housing, and if you can, if you give me a goal as to when these different projects, what is going to trigger them, I'll be glad to sit down and spend all the time and I can and get other people to join us to try and create solutions to these problems. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I turn it off for you?
She'll take care of it, yes. I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment portion of it, and appreciate, hopefully with the extra amount, it allowed each of you to share what is really important, because you're involved in all these activities. And so I'm not sure if initially there's going to be some, I mean, tonight's, there's just some staff direction. There's no any final decisions. And I do see some lights, but I also want to give the team maybe just another opportunity maybe to make some comments before I open it up to the council.
Just one more thing, because they brought up again the letters that we received yesterday, today. I want to make sure, if I didn't make this clear earlier, our plan is to respond. We want to sit down as a staff team in the next few days and put our heads together. I don't think any of us would say there's nothing worth taking away from those letters, nothing that we're going to account for as we move forward. So I don't want anyone to think that we're not responsive to those, or that we won't be responsive to them. We'll take some time, we'll digest it, we'll get together, and then we will be pushing responses out so that everyone can have those. And happy to set up, meetings, phone calls to discuss that as well.
I'm going to go through a few responses to some questions that I heard related to, this is from the BIA transportation projects. If the city has not progressed, how is the city going to justify moving forward or completing the project? This is in relation to the transportation projects. Sometimes I've heard it, legacy projects from Rich and Tom. I've heard it as the projects from 1992. I'll put it to the council this way. I think I mentioned this previously. In 1992, I was just coming out of Solano Community College. That said, that's right, yeah, alma mater. That said, I can't affect the past, but I can affect the now and the future. And as the Director of Public Works, when we were going through this process, when I was sitting through those stakeholder meetings, I heard those issues related to California Drive, Vacaville Extension, and Midway Road widening. I heard the developers. I heard Tom's passion loud and clear. So what were the steps that were taken by this department? We said, pause. I want to rescope these particular projects because I need more details so that I can go back at some future point and talk with council about this is what we have found about these projects. I know they've been on the diff since 1992. You can blame me. I wasn't around, but that's fine. That being the case, I can't affect the future, and the way we're doing that is I took the reins on this thing, and we reduced the level of impact, the responsibility of the diff on those 3 projects significantly. Tens of millions of dollars, almost $40 million on those 3 projects alone, and then total with the 6, $112 million. That said, at some future date, we would be able to do those studies, get that information, get those details. You don't have to be a traffic engineer, and again, I've mentioned this before too, to look at Lagoon Valley. I mean, we've heard about the process that has been gone on for the last several years to develop that community. Before Triad started moving in, there was nothing out there. There was no reason to do California Drive overcrossing. You don't have to be a traffic engineer to figure out at this point that, we probably should be looking at this because this could be a serious issue at this point. Let's take a look at it. Let's get out ahead of this thing. Let's do the update to the traffic demand model. Let's do that cost-benefit analysis. Let's do that scenarios. Can it be this project or can it be something else that continually meets the need of the community on that traffic infrastructure? So those are those 3 projects, the legacy projects as they were called. Todd had a question about the collected funding since 2022 related to the accounting and how the accounting works. And I would direct anybody interested in seeing the annual diff reports. They're published on the city's website. As I've mentioned previously, the city, on an annual basis, we do the accounting on our diff projects at the 5-year level, which is a much more stringent level than the state requires. As far as the 50% increase, this is the wrong slide deck. Okay, that's too bad. I'll speak to there was a comment about CPI, Consumer Price Index. As you know, the Consumer Price Index is a measure and indice of goods and services, not building construction. The actual indice that you want to take a look at is from the Department of General Services, the California Construction Cost Index. It's the BCI, the Building Construction Index. And if you look at March 2019, so when Gwen and her team started working on those original estimates for the 2022 diff, you look at 2019 and you move that forward, you take a look at that BCI indice, it was in the 6,000 range. And you move it all the way out to 2025. July of this year, it was 10,000 something in terms of the BCI indice. You take a look at those 2 points and it's 54% increase. Staff is not trying to game the system here. We're running a math equation. We're going through the process of developing these projects and these estimates, and then Typheon and EPS are going through and applying the land use, the proportionality to the developers, et cetera. There's no magic to it. It's just running it through the equation process. The cost is the cost. We can all feel it. We see it in our gas prices and our housing. We see it in fuel and food and everything else. We've gone through a historic amount of inflation in the last few years, historic going back to the early 70s. That said, council has the directive on this at some point in the future to decide whether or not those fees should be less than the highest allowable. That is in your purview. California traffic study. It was mentioned, the traffic study hasn't been completed for the last 16 years. Actually,
so as part of the 2015 general plan update, there was a full traffic study that was completed. And then when we actually started the development impact fee process, the traffic impact fee, we actually went through and revalidated the model that was used for the 2015 general plan. And so then that's where we looked at for all the different intersections that we looked at for level of service, et cetera.
there was a comment about fees and lining those fees up with other municipalities in the region. Here's that work. You can see on the bar chart. And EPS spent a considerable amount of time developing this, doing the research, making the calls, developing the figures, as well as, again, city staff listening to the stakeholders, the development community. We don't see Vaca Unified School District fees on there. We don't see county fees on there. We don't see the building permit fees on there. And you can see that we went through and we keep adjusting, you know. And so to say that we're not listening is not entirely accurate. We're developing this process in good faith with the development community. The cost is the cost. I know it's high, but it is the cost. Mayor, I think that's all I have.
No, thank you. This is a reminder. This is a study session. So there's a lot going on. And so my hope is the council will also be able to provide some direction. It's late, so let's try to be as succinct as possible, knowing that the hope is there's more digestion of information. I believe there's more collaboration. The goal is to have our strategic stakeholders be able to stand side by side with staff and say, yeah, we agree with that. Yeah, we can see that. Oh, this is the index? Okay, I wasn't looking at that one. I think that is the art of collaboration in what feels like a negotiation, but we should be doing this in partnership. It's a collaborative effort. But some direction, and since there isn't, if you have the policy up there, I mean, some of us may have it because there are several slides, and I'm just going to run through just some of my own thoughts, and for each of the council members, you could do the same. The Quimby Act, I'm in complete favor of that. Having staff learn how to incentivize, I think we've talked about that. I'll speak for myself and let the council speak, but we need to be able to target those industries. We've talked about this at length over the months and even longer. How do we do fee reductions, fee deferrals? Do we collect everything at the moment you pull the permit? Or are there things we can explore to incentivize when it's really tight to hold on to the funds when you're trying to build a project, and then how do you carry that forward? And so I think we really need to explore that. I believe that whatever we do, when we get to the right costs, that there needs to be the phasing of both residential and non-residential. I think that there is a way to incentivize that. I know with the non-residential, it was I think it was over the course of 3 years. But if there's a way to delay it from year one, even if it does go longer than that, once we get to what the right costs are, I believe that what it can do is it can act almost like an inflation adjuster, or maybe even a reset, because who knows if prices are going to come back down. And it is hard to project if something can be in place for 8 years, because then what? Then you get way behind. But the point is, are we so far ahead because of the effects from COVID that we haven't recovered yet? And so making decisions without that kind of information. I am a fan of whatever we can do to incentivize the turnkey parks. I want to make sure that if we have development agreements, that developers and builders who are outlaying with risk have that incentive so that there is the credits that go with it. There's no question that when I look at what it took to put Lagoon Valley together, there is so much that's been agreed to that is nowhere near anywhere else in the city. The amount of outlay, infrastructure, a belief that this is all moving forward, not expecting it, although expecting there's going to be some increases with fees over time. But how do we ensure that we don't have the builders call up and say, I'm out? And it doesn't mean that there's not possibility for building, but if all the resources of a builder goes, we're going to some other city, then we're struggling for good builders, and we're delaying any potential revenue. And so I have heard the economic sensitivity analysis. I don't know what it would take to get there, but we heard some of that tonight, and I'm concerned that we completely stall by saying whether we're right or we collaborate and we get to a point where we can say we're kind of on the same page, but if it doesn't mean that the developers and the builders will actually do it, well, then we've stalled. That's the economic moratorium that occurs just because of the nature of it. So what is the right number? I don't know, but what I will do is I'll go back to something the Vice Mayor said, and I do agree. I think that nothing wrong with the momentum in our Parks and Rec Commission and our desire to increase opportunity, but I believe right now, if we focus on our shared use facilities and get back to where we were, there might be some things in our Park and Rec focus that doesn't have to be a city cost because it's through agreements and arrangements. And I know that that's an important thing that's being discussed in our 3x3s and our 2x2s on how to get there. But I do also believe, and I came here also prepared to say, in the interest of the impact, to reduce the Park and Rec fee right now is I don't believe that we need to prioritize $96 million in soccer fields. My kids played soccer in all the schools. And so I think that there's other opportunities later on, but that one doesn't need to impact, in my view, this particular one. So I would personally recommend that that one be removed for a later date, and or maybe at a time when City Council reevaluates a strategic plan next year and says, we think that we've solved some of this, we don't need that. And so that's my feedback, and what I'd like to do is the council to try and either agree, get to a different point, and provide feedback. Councilmember Silva.
Well, even though the mayor is always wrong, I'm going to agree with them on some things. All right.
It's late.
No, so I agree with a lot of what you mentioned. It's going to run through my thing. I think that sometimes I hear comments and advocacy that in my sense concerns me. It's as if we want to maximize the profits of developers. That's the developer or any other business entity's position. That's their job. It's our goal to ensure that we, as a policymakers, support policy that in itself creates a win-win situation. So like the terms of like collaborating and partnership are absolutely essential. That said, I think one of the biggest challenges, like when I'm hearing comments about like, oh, I want to know where the money went, where the money went, that's our position. To me, I would like, for example, in this particular case, developers to focus on getting those projects done, right? If we're approving different projects and we're hoping to see that built out in 5-10 years, then we would like to see that. Along that side, when we talk about incentives, one thing I didn't quite hear come up in this discussion is maybe an indirect incentive is how we can further streamline our processes. So rather than, so I think that's one key area as far as if we can reduce the time to get things done, that in itself can, in many ways in itself, be an incentive to where, yes, there's this higher cost, but we'll get you in and out. And that's a big concern that I've heard across anything from small business starting up, personal home buyers to even larger developments. And to me, like good enough is good enough unless it's a house on a ridge. So So I think that's a key element. As far as the policy proposals, I think they can be fair. So I understand that there's a concern, but the fact of the matter is, as was mentioned, everything else is going up. So it's hard for me to believe that there's these discussions on, hey, you need to reduce your fees, are only coming towards us with respect to development impact fees. I imagine they're still happening with labor. I imagine that they're still happening with the cost of sticks and bricks. Right? I imagine it's still happening with the cost of acquiring different land. So the one area that is an advantage to everybody in these bargaining groups is that they know all of our cards, because they can look and see, okay, where did the money go and this and that. The only one we don't know is the ones who are developing, the builders. We don't know where that's at. We know where the cost of goods are, but we don't know what's being negotiated. So in that sense, it makes it very challenging for us, in my opinion, us as policymakers, as well as giving staff direction in order to find these best ways to find that win-win situation. It's our goal to figure out how we navigate the complexities with the California laws to both advocate for our local quality of life, as well as understanding, again, the complexities of that we really are dependent on growth. One area that I would like to see, one particular area that we talked for quite a while about, but in this discussion, I haven't heard anybody from the development community, is when it comes down to economic development. So any type of commercial, I know was listed under maybe non-residential, but to me, like incentivizing economic development where we can get those better paying jobs, maybe we wouldn't have to have, maybe with those better paying jobs, in a sense that allows us to have that upward mobility. So it's not just looking at how we make sure that millionaires become $100 millionaires and $100 million millionaires become billionaires. It's rather look at when we have that saying that when the rising tide rises all boats, how do we make sure that when we have those better quality paying jobs that are here locally, because we're able to recruit those businesses to the area, that in itself allows for that purchasing power to increase, so that way we don't have to sit here and be as concerned. And again, we'll find another way for that win-win. So last note is that when folks pull permits, I think another big frustration is, hey, they pull the permits. It would be nice to see if there's some type of timeline, but that's something that we as a city staff, I think, need to be, or we as a city, through staff need to be accountable and making sure that we, find some reasonable way to get those projects done in a timely fashion. Thanks.
Yeah, Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, first off, I'd like to thank all of you, not only for an excellent presentation today, but the meetings that we've had, the questions that you've answered, the fact that you have put in the time to do the analysis to rescope these projects. Like you said, it's what we're doing now, right? We can't change the past, but what we're doing now, and I'm just very grateful for the efforts that you put in towards rescoping those things right now. So thank you for that. I thought that was absolutely excellent. While you were giving your presentation and we're hearing the comments, I wrote down, how do we incentivize builders to build approved projects now, right? We have like a $9 to $10 million deficit, and SB 330 can't be, like Vacaville's gonna lose if all of our projects fall within that category, right? So how do we incentivize? Like, I'm not trying to wrestle developers into submission of building, everything and having these really high fees, but I do want turnkey parks, right? So how do we incentivize that? That's really important to me. I mean, make it really attractive for them, whether to move those to do that, and then to put those triggers early, right? So as some of this new development, I felt like in North Village, I paid for my park twice because the money was taken and put into other parks. And so, that's one of the questions I have with the Quimby too, is how does that work? So I would love to know more about that. But I really want to see those triggers early. I'd like to really incentivize the parks. I do think we need to continue to work with developers. But the other thing that's really important to me is we can't move the goalposts. Right, we have Lagoon Valley is one project that spans from my high school days, right? And it's finally at the 11th hour, I feel like it's really I just don't think it's the right reputation that we want to have in Vacaville, working with developers to like move that goalpost. So that being said, I recognize that we need to be competitive. We have an obligation to our community to make sure that we're charging the fees to ensure the quality of life that we want. So, you know, phasing, I heard two people talk about phasing. I would support that, but I would also say, you know, for projects that are approved, why don't we lock them in? We know it's going to take 5 years for them to bill it out, but why don't we lock in those fees and, you know, try to incentivize them to bridge that gap, that $9-10 million deficit gap to build right now, right? And then also give them some assurances. Now, that being said, put a hard stop on that, and then if it's not built in the 5 years, well, then now we got to bring it up to whatever that I think you said BCI rate would be for the congruent years as they move forward. So I like streamlining the process, but I really, and I love that you got rid of, you know, you rescoped those projects. I thought that was phenomenal that you did that. But let's see what we can do to really incentivize that, right? And lock it in. We can discuss like how that math's right? So like maybe it still goes up a little bit, but it doesn't go up astronomical to where they can't do it. Or maybe we just lock it in, and that's one of the reasons why people want to build in Vacaville, because they know if they get their project approved and we've streamlined the process to get people through it, that they know they've got 5 years, and if they build it within that 5 years, you know, then they're locked in and they're good. So those are my comments.
Yeah, I agree. That incentivizes builders when they know that there is a timeline, and it takes time to get there. So I support that, and I know that there's a lot of investment, especially on those projects that have already been out there, and especially Lagoon Valley with the level of infrastructure that's been put in there. I do support that too. Councilmember Ritchie.
Okay, I appreciate everybody's time. I will try to be under 1 minute. I appreciate the comments by the mayor.
1 minute.
Watch, I'll do it. Traffic study, I really appreciate it. Please look at it, and I agree a lot of stuff changed. I ran this across a lot of people in town, and their initial reactions are, Greg, if I could joke you, I would. If you guys would actually, when I talked about, hey, what about making Nut Tree overcrossing, you know, 6 lanes instead of 4? They're like, for what reason? These other colorful words. I mean, that's a big project. I don't think we need it. I don't think we need the California Drive overcrossing. I would like to see quickly, just off the record, not now, talk to the police. What is a call for service? What is a time for service? We have a fire station out there. Do we really need to make a $70 million overpass to get to there faster? And what really is it going to save? I want us to look at the traffic study. That's a lot of money we can save. We put those on the shelf for a long time, maybe ever. I like option 2. We got to figure a way to incentivize. I mean, I would say developing, it's like a marriage. You know, you can't make someone love you. The developers have to want to work the city of Vacaville. It has to be mutually beneficial. The city's got to benefit. We all got to benefit. I want to look at policy 2, figure out how to incentivize. The cost per square foot at the fees we have now are $22.61. Why would you build a smaller house? If you're going to pay the same fees for a 2,100 square foot house on a 7,000 square foot lot, why, with the way we're trying to put the screws to them, why would they even want to build a smaller house? We have to incentivize them to want to build 1,500 square foot houses on smaller lots, reduce the fees, incentivize fees, give incentives for development, advanced manufacturing, biotech, and you build houses, build jobs, then you have a complete community. I do agree, probably almost a minute. I used fields all the time when I was a kid. And it's a shame that we've gone to a society where we have to secure everything and lock it up. We've lost a lot of green space in Vacaville that's already there. So I really want us to work with the city and the Vacaville Unified to figure out how we can unlock a lot of great opportunities for kids. When it comes to the statement of $685,000, if we don't get this done, we're never going to reach our goal. The EDC had a big statement in regards to we're seeing a huge draw of young professionals that are leaving Sonoma County. They're leaving because there's no hope for jobs and housing. We need to provide housing that would allow us to have a complete economy. We need to give them the tools to build housing that's diversified, that you can get someone in a house at $500,000 that they can get in with a down payment assistance program or under CalHFA or under DPA or 3.5% down with FHA.
Did you have a, I didn't hear, did you give a position on 3A, 3B, and 4?
So I'm with you guys on number 4. I really want to emphasize on policy number 2, and so I'm just really leaning on 2, 4, and find a way to reduce the fees to incentivize.
So 3A and 3B are residential and or non-residential phasing, so.
Yes, I want to look at phasing as well. Yeah.
For both?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. There you go. See?
Your colleagues are messing with you.
I am done, yeah.
I gave you 3 extra minutes.
I know.
That's good. Councilmember Freeman.
Yes, thank you. If that was a minute, then I'll only be about 10 minutes. Gotta have a little fun. So I don't think, Brian, can I ask you a question? How many council members do you think you've seen come through over your career here? If you just had to guess, 40? Yeah, and 5 mayors or so, so. Yeah, so, and I'm thinking about the developers that working on some of these projects have seen how many council members come through and how many mayors and differences of opinions. And so I just wanted to, because I was thinking about that, I was thinking about how do you plan, as a business owner, how do you plan for the future when you're told that these are the rules and this is the direction that we need to go? And I'm not saying at all that anybody's picking on you guys and saying that it's your fault for these fee consideration increases, because I don't believe anybody up here feels that way. It is what it is, just like you said. These are the numbers, right? But, I think about, as a business owner, how can I put forth a project, and it's going to take me many years to get there, and then when we get right to the end, you're going to drastically move the goalposts on me. I'm specifically referring to Lagoon Valley right now myself, and I've read through the report that they put together. It's, I read through it and read through it and read through it, and just I feel like if even half of it's true, that it almost feels criminal that we have made them jump through so many hoops. And I'm not saying criminal on you guys. Please, this is not an attack on anybody sitting up here on this panel. I know how hard you guys work. But if it was me and I was on the receiving end of what has gone on here, I would be really extremely unhappy. And especially now that, maybe I have some people that I've collaborated with, and made plans with, and now they're saying, we can't get behind it, so, and I'm thinking about the intent of Assembly Bill 602 from back in 2003, and the primary intent was to prevent cities from unfairly overcharging housing DIFs. Well, I don't think that is what any of your intention is. I feel like probably over the last 20 years, we have not been charging properly for our DIF fees. But to gather that all up right now, and in 6 months, you guys have been working really hard on this. All the presentations, very clear on what you guys are trying to do. I'm very clear on the kind of parks that I want in my community. I'm very clear on the kind of roads that I want in my community. And I would love to see us come up with $615 million more and take care of all these things in our community. But and I don't say we've only been working on this for 6 months, but really, this is when the whole process started 6 months ago, right? You took us through phases, and it all makes sense to me, right? But it doesn't make sense to me that we take this and cram it down the people's throats that are, like I said, in the case of Lagoon, it just doesn't seem fair at all. And it's funny when I watch people in the room all the time when people are talking, and some people start talking and eyes roll on one side, and then I see other people talking and eyes roll on the other side. So, there's clearly a couple of sides here, and people have worked really hard, to make their points. I just don't like to see all of this shoved down at once. I like the idea of getting to that 50% mark or even higher, even higher up on the scale. But give the people that have already invested tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars give them a chance to get whole, and this, as we move forward, put this stuff on new developments come out. So we start out really small, but I mean, just to add, and I'm not just trying to single out Lagoon Valley as that I'm in favor of them, and I'm not in favor of Lewis, or I'm not in favor of or any of the, I'm not beholden to anybody. But if they got 1,000 homes they're developing and it's going to all of a sudden $30,000 more, that's $30 million. Well, how do you come up with that with all of what I've read so far in this report on all the extra things that were put onto them? So it seems like a double dip to me if we impose this to this level on this. So I'm all in favor of raising our fees significantly, but not for the stuff that's currently on the books that have already been through the process, that have already had some plans made with the city, some commitments. So I'm going to stop there because I can tell I'm rambling on a little bit.
If you could run down the list, look it down really quick.
You know what? I don't think that I can do that, because I believe that we don't have all the information that we need to.
Well, this is more just policy directions. This has nothing to do with
I know, but I'm still at a loss for it, even after all this time. I'm still at a loss for it.
All right, I'll move on. Vice Mayor Chapman.
Oh, my turn. Okay. I'm going to be real quick. All right, first of all, great job, team. You worked well together, and I appreciate you. Quimby, 1, policy, yes, I can support. Policy number 2, recommended, I can support that, incentivizing. Turnkey parks. What I would like, bottom line for me is, you've heard me say many a time, I would like us to find a win-win for the city and for the developers. And it means continuing to work together. There are some areas that are still gray, and there are areas some will never believe. They feel something else is there. However, there is a way for us to be able to work together, come together on this, because we're both hurting. The city is hurting. The developers are hurting, but it's all because of the economy and where we're finding ourselves. So I'm not going to repeat anything that's been stated. That's my bottom line. Let's find a way to make it happen for both of us. Neither one will be happy 100%. But at least we know that we tried. We tried. Okay, that's it.
Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, just one thing I wanted to address earlier, that the comment about shared use facilities. Just one thing I want to put everybody's mind. If you think back, so those of us that grew up here, the parks that you're talking about, Alamo, Markham, even Orchard has some room to add more cubicles. Browns Valley, those sites are impacted. Those sites maybe originally were developed to handle 400 students or so. Now, like Markham, for example, has well over 900, and you added on TK. So my point to that is, if there's this perception that if we continue to build hundreds to thousands of more homes, that in turn brings in more students, and we don't have funding for a new school site to relieve students from those current existing sites, we're going to continue to do what we do, which is to expand cubicles, or excuse me, not cubicles, portables, thank you. Portables onto what would be those play fields or whatnot. So that shared use facility, as far as green grass goes, where many of us grew up, and again, playing those sports, that's going to continue to be reduced over and over and over to where it's very constrained. So it's not even just a factor of safety, it's just a factor of, will there be any land for folks to play with what we might be thinking of. There's no room for soccer at Markham. There used to be plenty of room for a large soccer field, even a large baseball field. I know, because that's where our area was. So, but that does not exist anymore because we've increased population there well over 100% in the past 20 or since it was built, really. So just keep that in mind, please.
Councilmember Wiley.
Thanks for the information on all parts. I mean, I think we heard a lot of information. I am saying that, yes, that the Quimby Act is what we need to do for sure. And number two, that incentivize, I'm all for that as well. And I do feel like the phasing in is a good idea for both residential and non-residential. I know that it's hard to find the right spot, and I think we've done a lot of moving on kind of both parts. But if we can't build homes, that's an issue. But if we build homes and we can't serve our people, that's an issue too. People want to be here because of what we have. And already we have waiting lists on many programs in Parks and Rec. We haven't upgraded our swimming pool and all those other things, for a long time. So we're not meeting the needs of the residents that we have, much less adding all the numbers that have come out, 40,000 more residents or whatever. So we have to do something, and this is a way to do it based on the use of the people using the parks, and the people want parks, as we've seen before too. I do think turnkey parks are okay. They just can't be all little stroller parks. We have to have parks big enough to have those soccer fields and baseball fields and things like that as well. So I feel like we are getting closer to what we have to do, and phasing in might be the way to do it. I do think we, opened the urban reserve to do different kinds of housing. So I think we have to keep focusing on those missing middle housing and have incentives for that as well. But my big thing is you can't build it and not provide the services that we need. And I know it costs a lot on the city's part and on the developer's part because everything has gone up so much. So that's it.
And Vice Mayor Chapman.
Yes, thank you. For the items, the list that I referenced, the park and rec facilities, right? Is it possible that we could look at the two lists, when we have our retreat?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
I think it's
so
perfect.
This won't be finalized as far as we're telling staff, okay, we agree with what you have.
Well, one way or another, I think it's important that we bring up the priorities, because it's like anything else. We could, in our personal life, we can say, here's 10 great things we'd love to do, and then we start chalking up to what's going to take to get there, and then we realize, well, maybe not now, and maybe there's other alternatives, and so that's the reason why it would be very helpful at a retreat.
At the retreat, thank you.
I hope that this has been a great study session. I think there's still work to do. I believe that.
Let's do it. Let's go all night.
I believe it has, but
Let them come back up.
I think we're fine. Yeah, I think just for the timing of this, the feedback that we've been given, I think it's pretty clear. There is going to be a need to kind of sharpen our pencil some more, and if there's ways to do that, based upon what you've heard, based upon whatever the indexes are, and based upon how how we can incentivize for the development community that is, anchored their projects ready to go right now with a path and a runway. And what they don't need to know right now is that runway just got shortened, and we have to secure that. And if it means we become creative, it's time to be creative. So I appreciate all of staff's time and all the work that you're doing in the community for sharing. And so with that, that's the last item that's for the open session. It's a long night. However, we still do have a closed session. And so
Time sensitive?
It's time sensitive, and it should be brief, and there might be something to report out. So, but I don't expect anybody to stay. So good night, Vacaville. Good morning, Vacaville. This is the city council meeting. At the end of the public session, we went back into closed session to discuss two items. The two items were C and D, conference with legal counsel on the existing litigation. The report out is the city council voted unanimously to opt into the nationwide settlements in the national multi-district opioid litigation matters. One settlement is with the Purdue Pharma, and the second one is with the secondary family, and the Sackler family, and the other settlement is with various secondary manufacturers. We've authorized the city manager to work with the city attorney to execute any required documents, and are also directed that the settlement funds to be paid directly to the city. Is that good?
That's great.
It's late, it's early. Thank you very much. Good morning, Vacaville, but good night. We're adjourned.